PPI month-over-month number comes in actually flat versus a slight consensus uptick that was expected there. 0.2 to the upside expected again comes in 0.0000 right across the board. Nothing to see here. 2.6% on the year-over-year core number there. Again, PPI on the headline number exactly flat versus a slight uptick expected there. We're also set for more Fed talk coming up later today. Not that that has mattered over the past couple of days, but just be aware there could be some headlines floating around that will move the market. Industrial production utilization coming up at 9:15 this morning. Fed's bar coming up at 10 o'clock, and then it's Wednesday, so we will get some energy data at 10:30 on the oil side today. Natural gas always Thursday. Lots to talk about this morning. There's a market right now trying to get back to the upside. Did like that slight downtick there, it looks like, for PPI. Nvidia back in focus here this morning, trying to lead the way once again. Nice day yesterday. Here we go once again, back to 171.20 for Nvidia this morning. More comments about this China deal to digest. Jensen's still over there making friends with anyone and everyone who will talk to him at this point, which I guess is going pretty well, apparently, because he's all smiles once again. Lots of earnings once again. Banks reporting right across the board. J&J as well to the upside here this morning. Very light volume, though, for J&J specifically.
Whoever's going to buy his chips is in his good books, Brendo. And they got a lot of people over there, a lot of people that want to buy his chips. So let's talk about the crypto bill that kind of put the kibosh on things yesterday with about 13 different House Republicans holding out initially. Looks like Donald did meet with 12 of them in the Oval Office yesterday, and apparently they've switched their vote, so be on the lookout today. We're talking about the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, and that CBDC ban. Also, as you mentioned, Nvidia in focus, Meta poaching more talent away from OpenAI with those nine-figure salaries, and ASML guiding lower for 2025, as well as basically saying they don't even know if they're going to grow in 2026. It didn't sell off as aggressively as I thought it would have sold off. I think we're like back to where we were last week. And then B of A removing Amazon from its #1 rating with no reason, Brendo. Kind of a bizarre.
They want to buy more.
Probably.
At the end of the day, that's what it usually comes down to. I was just hearing a couple of other things on the B of A story, but yeah, lots of bank earnings. Again, I mean, typically as a group, banks lead the way as far as earnings go when we get back to earnings season, but they don't really do much, and it's not really an exciting trade ever. But good as far as setting the table going into earnings season.
You and I've talked about this. Donald Trump's got a lot on his hand. We got the tariff, we got the crypto, but again, analysts are scheduling for Q3, Q4 this year to have big bank deregulations that should really help them shore up their balance sheet. Also, Brendo, did you hear about this 401k retirement in private equity?
I did, yeah.
It's nice to have that government babysitter off your back. You know what I mean, telling you what to do with your money.
And not only that, but almost encouraging more, a broader investment scope, which would be great for people as well. That Meta story, I chuckle just because it continues to baffle me how much these guys are getting paid. Yeah, now I think it's up to 2 or 3 $100 million engineers going over to Meta from OpenAI. So hope they're worth it for Zuck. But I mean, he has lots of money to spend. Obi back in for Sean today. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Zuck's got that cash. Zuck's gonna be all right, everybody. He'll be fine.
He'll be more than all right.
He'll be more than all right. The market's more than all right. Look at everything's running right now. Like whether it's NASDAQ going back to green, and overnight because of ASMLs, we were looking pretty weak. But Nvidia's already climbing higher and looking pretty strong. Oh, that crypto move.
It was a bit of a pullback.
Pullback. It was a trap apparently. If you look at core, if you look at Circle, sorry, I almost said core. If you look at Circle, we saw in the afternoon when that vote went against the bill, it was a big flush. But sometimes it's the reaction. It's the reaction that you get. And the first thing you saw was the Circle bounce right back almost to where it started, to the volume weighted average price. Now it's breaking out. You had ETH, which was on a big rally. And it's frustrating because, I was long ETH going into this. It was a nice bounce and a breakout sort of play through the high, and it looked like it was churning. And all of a sudden we had the bad news in the crypto space. But now this is gapping up. So it looks to me like, Trump can get the votes and this will eventually pass. We don't know exactly when it'll be, but it seemed like it was going to be a sell-the event, and it might have trapped some shorts, specifically in Circle. That'll be in play. There's a lot of some individual names running around. Unity's got its own thing going on today with an upgrade. And keep an eye on MP. That's continuing to rally on a bit of a squeeze. But the biggest mover ends up being the Destiny, DXYZ, Obi.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yikes, because that was falling anyways, and now you get
confirmation.
You get some confirmation as
let's say that.
As people talk about. But who wouldn't want the government off your back telling you where you can put your money in? Doesn't mean it's good for that DXYZ stock though.
Yeah. I think you made a good point this morning as well, where you were like, okay, now there's you're always making good points, but this morning I was like, oh, I didn't even think of that angle, where I was like, where Neil was like, oh, some of these private companies some of these brokers are now trying to give access to the general public to get involved with private companies. And then you had DXYZ, which was a vehicle which held private companies, one of them being SpaceX as well. So yeah, I have no idea how that's going to really come in or when that's going to come in, but a little bit of a pullback here on DXYZ. We also talk about, oh nice, I see the little,
I was just
a classic Black Swan event. Okay, and patient, and appreciate your patience as we find it the breakout. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, I want to read that again. I didn't get to catch all of it just yet. But yeah, no, we are doing a little bit of construction around here. But yeah, no, it's coming along pretty well. Much faster than anticipated.
It's getting there. It's getting there. But no, to that point, DXYZ. Right, that's the one time I'll say Z. I'll probably say Z most of the time, just because
I like Z.
Canadians are supposed to say Z.
But if you grew up watching Dragon Ball Z,
no one
said Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, fine.
Come on.
You say Dragon Ball Z, but I would also say if you just grew up with the alphabet song. If you just say nobody, I'll tell you this right now. Canadians, British, whoever it might be that says Z, they can talk all they want about the proper way of saying it, but if you sang the alphabet song, you sang it with a Z when I was a kid. Yeah. So most of the time, that's what I'll say. DXYZ, it's down 15%, but that's actually not even, like, it's been bouncing. Like, it went right into a support level and has been bouncing. This is going to be a tricky one. I did pay for locates on this, but it might require a lot of patience to find a point, maybe at the prior support in here to try to catch something, because it's a bigger bounce than I was expecting, for sure. So, we'll see what happens with this particular name. Decent volume, there's a lot of extra volume, but this market absolutely loving the fact that we didn't get any scares on inflation. So that's already a good sign there. Let's go back to Brendo.
J&J, guys, wanted to mention here, from a longer-term perspective, this is in a very interesting place. Coming off this report. I mean, this is a weekly chart, obviously, for J&J. So let's put our swing hats on for a couple of minutes here and talk a little bit about if you're looking for something that is a little bit safer. I mean, the dividend angle we can talk about as well. But 150 underneath us here, a beat on this report. This is a very stable stock. I mean, again, this is a weekly chart, has done nothing for a couple of years. Starting to turn back to the upside here for J&J off an earnings beat.
Yeah, you get 3 points on this plus for the dividend and J&J, which is, I guess, some of the appeal in a market like in a booming market like this. Maybe that's not the first thing that's going to excite you. Ooh, but you know what does excite me more than the J&J dividend?
Some cafefe.
Well, I don't own J&J, so I wouldn't get a dividend, but coffee. Randy,
thank you.
Do you own J&J? Do you own any dividend stocks? Okay. Well, I mean, if you're Canadian. Basically, all of our main sectors, here are banks and mining stocks, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of dividend kind of stocks here. What's your favorite?
Canadian or all time?
No, Canadian. Oh, use the Canadian one if you can.
Yeah, I mean,
you can say all time.
Way back when, and I worked there. I was holding Bell.
Ooh.
My old man worked for Bell.
My dad worked for Bell too.
And
nice.
I worked there for a couple of years. Got laid off. And the guy that worked at Bell with my dad, he said, I don't know what you're going to do with it, but he goes, check out this little company called Cisco. This is in 98.
Wow. Okay.
And I
Hold on
went,
a second.
In 98.
okay, 98.
That's right before
I know
the.
I'm dating myself here a little bit. So I went
On the
and
way,
bought this little unknown company called Cisco. And yeah, end of story.
I can't even go.
1998. I mean, I could probably pull up a chart from.
I go with 3 months.
there.
3 months should. There you go.
Yeah.
19. Whatever.
I got 1990s here. Yeah. So split adjusted. If you bought,
But-
he gone.
No,
Right?
Randy's good, but you come back to it, or just keep it on Randy's.
Look, this is the
What's
split
crazy-
adjusted chart right here,
What's
Randy.
crazy about that
This is a
if you
3-month chart.
If you
Each
look where
candle
you
is
could
3
get
months.
it. Look where you could get it in '98, and then you got
98.
it right back there after in the early 2000s.
Like,
So anyone that
it
missed
sat there for
that
multiple
rally,
years,
you
yeah.
could have had it again. You
Boom.
could have had it again.
Wow. Boom. There you go.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Nice trade.
That's what you need. 98, man. I was in high school.
I mean, this is wild as well. Like just holding through the 01 move as well, right? The 01
Yeah.
move was pretty wild, of course. On Cisco, I was like, oh, you got Cisco in '98. I'm like, that's into the run up, into the 01.
Well,
So,
suffice
yeah,
to
that's
say,
solid.
suffice to say, J&J's not doing that.
Yeah, no.
No, but that
J&J's
being
still
said,
looking
like
good,
there's an accumulation happening in J&J, I suppose. Like it's the kind of stock that's not going to move a ton, but when it makes a new range, you might be able to do something with it and take advantage of the range-bound trade. So whether it's bouncing off of an obvious low or if it gets above 160, playing a range into the highs at 170, that's what your game is. But that's what seems like is happening on J&J on the shorter time frame. That said, it's not fair to pull up Cisco on that long of a time frame and then not also like we can like if you pull up J&J on a monthly, like I'm not saying it looks bad, but if you look at this, like it's definitely a long, boring consolidation. If anything, it's just a slight down channel, barely down channel off the highs for the last couple of years. Like that's. I don't know. It looks like it could be consolidating for a breakout, but it's been a long, boring channel for this stock. If you've held it for years and years, then fine, but it hasn't been doing much for you the last couple.
I mean, I was already on the 3-month chart, so when I pulled up J&J, I'm like, I should have been buying in 1968 when, of course, split adjusted prices were about 19 pennies, 16 to 19 pennies. You can see
Why weren't you
over the years. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing in 1968, man. I should have been definitely, dollar cost averaging into some of these fresh stocks here. But yeah, this is a 3-month chart, beautiful consolidation. But today is earnings, so let's take a quick look at what that's up to right now. Again, throwing up that anchored VWAP on top of that, again, volume event right there. You can see it's holding pretty well, a little bit of a strong sell that does come in around 750, holds that anchored VWAP once again. So yeah, I'll be watching this one for sure. A little bit of an uptrend coming into some prior levels from prior week right here. So this is from last Thursday. That high was 159.23. Current pre-market high is sitting at 159.40. So just shy of that prior resistance level, most recent resistance that we've kind of seen. And that again, you can see that it was resistance. We kind of rip up into that level and then sell off aggressively, coming back into it with earnings. I think that makes that breakout potential a little bit better, Neil. So that's why I definitely have it on my watch going to a higher time frame. Even you can see this is a bit of a level for this whole consolidation that's stepped down from prior highs as well. So this 159 level definitely going to be interesting today if it can come into play for J&J.
We were just talking about Ford. It seems like every other week there's more vehicles recalled from Ford. Randy just ran away, but I wanted to get his take on this as well. 694,000 SUVs, and this is the new Bronco Sport and Escape SUVs due to a fuel leak issue that they found in these things. So if you're one of many that have ran out and bought one of those things, gonna have to get it repaired already.
And like you mentioned, we were talking off camera, and the Raptor, a very expensive version of that, Brendo. I really like the car, though. I got to tell you the truth. It's everything I want. I was just telling you off camera. It's a convertible. It's an SUV. It's got everything. So certain vehicles whose fuel injectors may crack and leak inside the engine compartment, which obviously increases the risk of fire. As you mentioned, 694,000 vehicles could be affected. Manufactured between 2021 and 2024. Escape models as well between 2020 and 2022. So the NHTSA says basically these vehicles are equipped with 1.5-liter gasoline turbocharged direct engines. Where's Randy when you need him, I guess? So be on the lookout for that Ford on the way down.
Yeah, we all know Randy's thoughts on this. But I mean, you had a good point talking about the simple stance that this company continues to have, looking to others as leading the way on the EV side of things instead of doing it themselves.
Yeah, Jim Farley, the CEO, Brendo, he was on a podcast not that long ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, and the way he talks about some of these Chinese EVs, it's almost that he reveres them. He basically talks about them as being several grades higher or echelons higher than the current American production capacity, and basically just saying, you know, that he didn't say it all so clearly, but they may not be around. And we know that he drives the SU7. He drives the Xiaomi SU7 every day to work. He got one in from China. Yeah. He paid the 100% tariffs that you got to pay to bring that car in. So speaks more than words there, that action.
Instead of leading the way and trying to change, just looking to others to do so. Tesla, meanwhile, a little bit of a down day yesterday, guys, but still stuck in this range overall, back and forth, kind of constructive, even above 300.
Yeah, disappointing for Tesla is, the pick that Trump has made might be a little bit, the idea is it might be a little bit critical on autonomous driving. Has made some negative comments, or at least had been, let's just say, critical of Tesla in the past. So that was seen as a negative, and Tesla just continued to sell. The bigger thing for Tesla, and why the market's up and it's strong, but I have a short in my note for Tesla today, and it's very specific because of what we saw in the 320 level. It wasn't just 2 days ago. Let me go to a 3-minute. You'll see this better on a 3 if I can zoom this out. Like 2 days ago, it was a good long breakout. Like through here, you could have 18s or 19s. I had 19, so obviously 18's better. But just the way that it sold at the 320 level, lots of supply, and then you had continuation, at least until the end of the day, where it bounced. Held that 312 we liked, right? So I came in yesterday with basically the same thing. I was thinking the 312 was your long. The only difference was I didn't like the breakout off the 319 because I felt like it failed last time. So I didn't turn it into the short, but it bounced pretty much exactly around that same level because that was the only trade for me to the long side. And then it just gave it up, especially in the afternoon off this 315, 316. So I'm thinking there's two areas that I like for short. The supply in here where we took off to the downside, and certainly even if it breaks here, well, it's shown me that 320 level's got a seller. And you look at the 50 and the 200 period in that same range where Tesla on the daily has been failing. And it's just going to be a fade zone for me on Tesla at that price. Until we prove that we got buyers above 320, then I want to be shorting into that area. Like 2 days in a row. When it's gotten there, it's been drastic, the amount of selling that's come into Tesla at that price. So at least for now, in the short run, I mean, long term, look, I still own Tesla. If it gets down to that 220 level that I bought last time, I probably pull the trigger again down there. I'm not really seeing what gets us there in the short term, but certainly right now it's going to be a sell up in that.
Yeah, I like that look on Ford as well. I remember bringing this up yesterday, being like, oh boy, Ford is aggressively selling off. I think I said that around the midday with this strong little flush that we got right at noon, and then pulling back into some of these lows, the weekly, prior week's lows right there. We're cracking that local low right here from last Monday, July 7th. That's coming in at $11.50, trading currently at $11.40. You can see we're kind of giving back a little bit of this move. So yeah, let's see, already in the pre-market, we're getting expanding volume. Look at this relative volume that's cracking through this consolidation low as well. So that's, again, a lot of confirmation for potential continuation. Let's see if off the open the volume can really bring it in and we get some strong opportunities for the continuation trade here on Ford. But yeah, when it comes to Tesla, again, I have had eyes on it. A bit of a chop zone right now, like Brendo pointed out, kind of in this consolidation here. So let's see if it can get anywhere with any sort of distinction on the day today. But it's got a lot lot of headwind here in the 320s. We saw what was happening for the past couple of days, both Monday and Tuesday, a little bit of headwind at that 320s, a resistance area. So let's see if we can kind of get past that today. That's what I'll be watching for. If it can get there, then we'll take a look at it. But that forward is definitely a little bit more interesting.
Ooh, I think we're ready for some analyst moves. I know one name that got a big upgrade today or a price target increase. Let's see what else is out there.
There's one sector you're going to notice pretty heavily here, and it is semiconductor, starting with ARM getting an upgrade from BNP Paribas with a $210 price target. Palantir with a $135 price target, still getting upgraded here by Mizuho. Then we have Needham getting upgraded by Nvidia, $200 price target. We know Jensen Huang, CEO, currently in China. They're getting very excited about these China chip sales resuming. Same with AMD, which got an upgrade today from Wells Fargo, though it's actually trading a little bit lower pre-market. Centene leading things off on the downgrade side of things. They report next week, and they're getting this BofA Securities downgrade. We know this company did have some guidance issues. That'll be one to watch. CNC. Then we have GTLB, GitLab with the Capital One downgrade. Exane, BNP Paribas again here downgrading Solar Edge. And last but not least, Philips 66 getting downgraded by Citigroup. Back to you.
So obviously, Unity had a price target increase, everybody. So Unity, but
It's moving.
yeah, they didn't technically get an upgrade. That said, a name on that list that did. Now the chips are in play because, hey, it's NVIDIA's world. We're just living in it. The news we got earlier this morning, had Jensen on this morning as well, giving us a positive update. And then you get some upgrades in the space. But ARM, I think we can all tell what this looks like. It looks on the daily chart. Yeah, that looks like a bottoming tail candle to me on this little pullback to the 50 period, or at least close to the 50 period. And then you're going to break it on out above 150 resistance. Now there is possibly overhead resistance into 152.5 that I think you need to break out. This looks pretty constructive. I wasn't looking at Nvidia, and you know SMCI was a burner yesterday to the upside. I might actually have ARM on the list. I'll put this one on the if nothing in Nvidia or SMCI sets up nicely to the long side, then I'll remember that I like ARM above 150. It holds this in the opening range. That seems like a turn to me. All it has to do is break out this channel. I think you've got room to at least the 2.5, and then you get through there off to the races. Kind of slow. It's been a reasonably structured stock where there's no crazy parabolic moves. There've been a lot of healthy pullbacks in its structure. So that's the kind of thing that really is a day trade. If it's off one of those key levels or making a new break, and you got it for a couple of days, it settles down, you take it for a couple, and then it makes another break and it goes in play again. But it's not something that's in play every day like Nvidia would be when it comes to ARM.
Yeah, out of those names, off the upgrades, the one that stood out to me right away was Palantir. Again, we know that it's been kind of attempting that 150 push. We got a little bit above that yesterday with a 150.61 high. And take a look at this. In the pre-market, currently gapping up a little bit over prior day's close and pushing back up towards prior day's highs as well. We know that coming into the week, we've had some aggressive strength that came in on the open, and we consolidated. So leg consolidation. Guess what I'm looking for? If we can sustainably hold above that 150, then I think I like that for a potential continuation. Don't forget that these are all-time highs, a little bit of a trending stock, trend through that 150 should be interesting if it can, again, hold with any sort of significance. This is already a 30-minute chart. Let's go a little bit higher, and you can see how strong this trend on Palantir has really been. We've actually held above this strong sell-off that we got at that 124s. Structure finally stepping up, higher highs and higher lows. That is some solid strength on Palantir. I'll definitely be looking for any sort of a push through 150 on Palantir today. That upgrade might give us a little bit of oomph.
Oomph. I like it.
He's saying a very nice note for PLTR price target increase as well, coming off what has been pretty good couple of weeks here for the stock.
Absolutely, Brendo. Breaking through that 150 level yesterday. Let's have a look at PLTR. Basically right at that 150 level. So it's just a matter of time until we make newer highs. Good look for them. Nice upgrade today. We'll keep an eye, Brendo, on PLTR.
Yeah, AMD trying to get going here as well. Was decently strong out of the gate yesterday. Kind of chopped around for the rest of the session, but back above 155 here. A little bit of volume just coming in for AMD.
Wells Fargo giving them an upgrade. I didn't have room for it on the upgrades and downgrades, giving them the nod. And by the way, Brendo, it's not just the H20 that got the nod sell in China. The MI308, AMD's kind of version of the H20, also allowed back. So good possible revenue tailwind for them going with China.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Nvidia is still leading the way here this morning, guys, but AMD worth keeping an eye on so far this morning.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. Nvidia leading the way. AMD, it's going to have to prove it to me after yesterday. Like yesterday at the open, AMD blasted up. It just looked like, okay, this is a typical AMD rally where it gets going and is stronger than Nvidia at the moment, because in the short term, AMD has a lot of catching up to do when you zoom out the daily here. Like, it's big time break a trend. We're still trying to get back into the, forget about like the highs in July. I mean, the October highs would seem like the next available target for AMD. And it did seem yesterday like it was off to the races. Then what happened? Joe had that short, 158, and it was just lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So until you can at least chew through this supply at 157, my gut's like, if there was a seller there before, then look for a seller to be there again, and maybe just preference, as I said, some other chip names to the upside. Like, I'll be a little bit more likely to look for, whoops, SMCI is not split adjusted there, to look for continuation in SMCI, which has some nice structure in it, or the leader of the pack, which we all know to be Nvidia. So like, it was the way in which, like, Nvidia was so clean off 169. And the difference being, obviously, Nvidia, a better company, all that kind of good stuff. The difference being with Nvidia, I liked the fact that it was so well structured that I think we're in a consolidation phase off the top, and I want to go dip buy hunting at that supply zone in around 169, 170 or so. That's going to be the play for myself, at least when it comes to the chip names on the bid. Clearly, ASML is not, like, it's not going to be positive when ASML is concerned about their growth for the next year. You would think that would weigh more on the chips, but ball don't lie. And for now, we're holding the bid. I still think that could give us some weakness at the open, which is why I prefer the dip buy into the prior support strategy, as opposed to, like, I had 173 breakout all day long. I was looking for that breakout on Nvidia. I don't know that I'm taking it today unless it's a bit later on in the session.
Yeah, that AMD yesterday was very, very interesting, as well as some beautiful reversions there. Shout out to Joe. Remember that he had a couple of those back to back as it consolidated a little sideways, making those lower highs, but a little bit of a hold on that 155. I'm definitely looking at that prior day high, 158.67. Honestly, I was looking for kind of sellers to step back in, and I think that's well within range as well. Kind of yesterday stepping it down in increments. Let's see, we have those levels a little defined, 156s, 157s. So yeah, a lot of kind of resistance from prior day, but if we can kind of blast through all of those, then yeah, that high of day is well within range. Nice little continuation potential off of the gap up. We've held that prior day low pretty well in the pre-market with a nice creeping trend all the way back into yesterday's closing price as well. So yeah, AMD for a potential continuation. It held this double bottom down here at that 142 really, really well. And I think I remember showing this yesterday. I think there was some sort of anchored in and around here that held it pretty well as well. I think it's that 15-minute one. Yeah, exactly. So I think if you're putting an anchored off of, I think there was an event somewhere around here, this double bottom is in confluence with that as well. So a lot of strength. We talked about this yesterday, even though the intraday is looking a little weak yesterday, stepping up on the higher time frame, looking very, very strong. Yes, Nvidia is the leader, but we saw yesterday AMD was acting distinctly different from the rest of its friends. So let's see if it does more of that today. I'm going to be looking for a continuation, but more than willing to step in with the sellers if they're going to show themselves again like they did yesterday.
All right, we'll jump into everything else we need to know here as we head to 9 o'clock again. a few is probably not going to be significant, but a few Fed speakers coming up this morning, 9:45 and then 10 o'clock specifically. A couple more later in the day, but let's have a look at the overall market here.
62.84, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So we still haven't really decisively taken that 6,300 point level, despite opening above it yesterday. So for the most part, right now we're basically at 6,300. If we break through 6,300, we're still looking at that same resistance level we talked about yesterday, 6,350. If we continue to sell off, we'll look to that overnight low, just 7 points higher in that 50-point area, 62.57, bro. Brendo, as our support level.
As always, if you have not done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Comes right to your inbox every day, has everything you need to know on it. That is moving around in the pre-market, a little bit on why, then you come hang out at 8:30. We get you set for the open at 9:30. Let's talk some crypto once again after that down day yesterday. I mean, all eyes on Washington still with all these bills that are allegedly going to do something, but nothing happened yesterday.
No.
Going to be a wait and see here, it looks like, for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and you had some big sell-offs, especially on Circle, down over 7%. Coinbase also took a hit, about 4%, as it didn't pass in the House as a result of a procedural vote. So about 13 House Republicans initially blocked key crypto legislation, voting 223 to 196 against the measure. By evening, though, Trump had met them in the White House, and according to him, 11 of the 12 holdouts have now changed their tune. Speaker Mike Johnson also reportedly joined the call as well and said they'll get the vote in as early as possible. Expect that today. Some of the key pieces of legislation we've been talking about here: the Genius Act, which regulates stablecoins. We're also going to get the Clarity Act. That was already passed in the Senate. It defines whether digital assets either fall under the SEC or the CFTC and as regulated as a commodity. Brendo, also on the table here, the CBDC ban, which would prohibit the Federal Reserve from launching a central bank digital currency. Trump declared the legislation part of Crypto Week. That's what it's being touted as this year. Vital, he says, to U.S. dominance in the crypto industry, and he emphasized the Genius Act would put the Americans light years, according to him, ahead of the Chinese.
It might be crypto 2 weeks by the time they actually get this passed. But IBIT guys coming back in a little bit right now, but still up on the day.
I mean, look, bro, they thought they could take the stock down. They thought they could bring down crypto with a bad vote. But, bro, what really happened is they just trapped some shorts up in here. You know, seriously, like, it feels like this could have been a huge trap. I know it's selling off a little bit here on Bitcoin, but a lot of people are going to, like, you're looking at this, you're looking at MAR, you're looking at MSTR and all that kind of good stuff. I'm going to be more focused on the ETH side today. And it's not just because this is, like, ETHA gapped further, held better, gapped further, and of course, being directly related to the stablecoin game is a little bit more akin to this move. So it's this, it's SBAT, it's Circle. Obviously, there's a lot of headlines to come through, a lot of volatility to be able to play in here. But what I want to see happen, like, I was mad at myself for not buying VWAP in the afternoon on ETH. And I'm willing to sit out down moves and down trends, like SBAT into the prior high, ETH specifically into the prior high. I'm willing to sit that out because I saw what happened early. And when it did the reversion, it was absolutely clean. And then you had a couple of breaks long. So I'm not trying to be, like, I'm not going to try to do anything off the open in crypto. And I find that the open has not been the best spot. I usually find it's after 10 o'clock where you can revert some of these moves. And if we get anything resembling the way this sold, ETH sold the last 30 minutes of the morning show yesterday, then that could bring us back into this prior day high on ETH where I'd be looking to buy. And if you're trading SBAT, I think you're looking for something very similar. I really thought I'd be considering shorts in Circle, and I might still. This is the one. If it's to the downside, Circle's the one. Like, I want to find a place into the short. Circle I probably like around 210 to 212 in here if we get up there for a bit of a fade play. But you got to be really careful with that. I'd rather be looking first. They bought up the dips in the ETH-related names better than they did in most of the other crypto space. So that's where I'm going to be headed if we get another downward push in the crypto game.
Yeah, bro, I really like this little bit of a pullback. 16, I was looking for that continuation to come back in, but 16 held pretty well overnight through that event. You can see that we were kind of trending a little bit back up, kind of reclaiming some of the sell-off that we had coming into the week. Again, a lot of I guess hype over the weekend with Bitcoin kind of pushing that 123.231 07s, which is a little, it's a little memey to me, but I like it. 16 hold. Let's see if we can get that continuation still within that consolidation zone from that aggressive stepping that we saw in going into the end of prior week as well. But yeah, interesting stuff. Again, when I click on the little news thing here, I was just like, okay, interesting point here. It says a trader has opened a 40x long position in Bitcoin worth 19.5 million at 117K with a liquidation point at 115. Another trader holds a 40x short position of 2.3 million, which is interesting because, like, yeah, a lot of people are it just tells me a lot of people are placing some strong bets on the Bitcoin move here. But yeah, let's see if we can see some continuations here. That dip was bought up pretty well. So I will be looking at Coinbase. I will be looking at some of these crypto related names. We know Coinbase has been trying to get through that 400 mark and it hasn't been able to for the past 3 trading days. Friday's high kind of in the pre-market coming into that 400 and flushing pretty aggressively. Monday's price action pretty consolidative. And then yesterday we see an attempt through that 400. 471 is the high and a nice little quadunk into the end of the day. If this 400 gets taken out today, oh boy, some prior day participants or sellers may or may not be a little bit sweaty is what I'm looking at as of right now. Currently trading at 392.30s. Now, of course, you also have other names like Mara and Riot and some of the miners as well. And of course, IBIT, not really looking as similar in terms of a setup through like a high like that 400 on coin, but you can see Mara high 2150s, nice little trend up coming into it as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff to watch out for, but I think Coinbase is set up pretty nicely if Bitcoin can give us a little bit of push as well.
That's great analysis, bro.
Thank you, bro.
After the positive news yesterday for Nvidia, the China angle coming back into play, we get a whole bunch of analysts with opinions on where this thing should be on the back of that. Mizuho, one of them, maintaining outperform. They released, FYI, a whole bunch of moves today. Did Mizuho, Nvidia, just one of them. 192 though, up another $20 on the back of that headline.
I see it, Brendo, especially if they get that nice tailwind out of China. And that's where Jensen is right now. He delivered remarks at a major supply chain expo out in Beijing. He praised Chinese firms like DeepSeek, Alibaba, Tencent, Minimax, I never heard of that one, Baidu. He emphasized that 1.5 million Chinese developers are currently building on NVIDIA's platform. His comments come a day after NVIDIA said it would resume H20 shipments to China following the U.S. government assurance, but NVIDIA did halt, excuse me here for a second, NVIDIA did halt its shipments to China. He did confirm, though, that the U.S. now has approved licenses for deliveries, and our deliveries are set to restart. And just, you recall, restrictions absolutely slashed NVIDIA's earnings to China by nearly half, contributing about $2.5 billion sales loss in Q2, with a projected $8 billion impact, Brendo, in Q3, with total Q3 revenue still pegged, though, at $45 billion. Huang contrasted China's open source push with the closed models of like your OpenAIs as well as some others in the United States. He highlighted Moonshot's Kimi K2 model, in case you didn't know about that one, Brendo, as an example of Chinese breakthroughs in the open source look.
Of course I knew about Moonshot. Come on. NVIDIA, as we said, guys, leading the semis so far today. Do we go higher once again?
Well, that's what I'm looking for. By the way, didn't that Kimi just recently take down, well, not take down, but beat up OpenAI in some coding tests, at least in a couple of metrics? So, hey, man, they're making some progress, and they need to continue to do so. They need them chips. They need those NVIDIA goods, right? Like, here's the thing. I'm a big fan of The Wire. I'm a huge fan of The Wire. And You know, it reminds me of, if you've never seen The Wire, look, man, it's a crime show in Baltimore where like the main players are like drug dealers and the cops and all that kind of good stuff. And all you remember about that is when they talk about you got to get that good package out there, and it doesn't. And Stringer Bell's like, yo, we got that best package. They don't come to us. We don't have to hold. It doesn't matter what corner we hold. They're gonna come to us. Nvidia is like the Barksdale crew in season 1. They've got the best, and they understand it, and they know it, and the demand is going to be there, period. And on top of that, they can get away with charging a boatload, and which makes their margins fantastic, and others can come with a cheaper price point because you're stuck in the ecosystem once you've been training your models with them. They've got you. They got you. Y'all, like, it's just, all these companies are like bubbles. You watch The Wire?
No, I have not watched.
Right, so you don't know Bubs. You're gonna watch The Wire someday, and it's gonna change your life. But as far as that concerns, so I love Nvidia. I already did say I do prefer trying to find this dip buy here, and I've talked myself into it. I am gonna take the breakout. I wasn't going to. I'm like, I was only looking at that dip buy, and yesterday, we went for the dips, but it never broke. It never broke out this top, so it doesn't really matter. And I had that order sitting for most of the time. I'm gonna throw it in there again. As well. And a good question in the chat from Slippo Sunshine. Where's Wallace? String, where's Wallace? That scene gets me every single time. Great show. Great show, Oldie.
Okay, I'll check it out. I've you know what? I never watched Office for the longest time, and people were like, "You need to watch this." And once I started, I kind of like binged a good chunk of it right through, and it was surprising to me. Yeah, no, I'll definitely take you on that. 172.81 highs from prior day, right? So a little bit of a gap up yesterday, still holding that gap coming into the pre-market today, which is very interesting to me. I know Neil pointed out that 169 hold as well. That was very peculiar in the pre-market. Again, giving us a potential indication that yes, there might be a little bit of demand still sitting here from yesterday twice, and then once again today in the pre-market. So yeah, let's see if we can get through that 172.81. Of course, market tailwind determined. It could be very determining by the market tailwind is what I'm trying to say. Yesterday, you had the ES kind of trending down and the NASDAQ kind of choppy on the side. So we see that action reflected here on Nvidia. But yeah, I'm looking for that leg consolidation, leg potential here on Nvidia. So that high of prior day, and even that pre-market high, 172.81, is very interesting. But the intraday high from yesterday is 172 halves area. So yeah, in that zone, let's see if the chips can take us through the rest of the week with some strength. So Nvidia definitely going to be watching that. We'll see what happens.
Just be aware, if you're following some of these banks after reporting this morning, some still have earnings calls on. BAC, one of those right now, is just hearing it's flying around here. Well, not flying around, but moving around ever so slightly around this 46.50. But CFO currently speaking on the call here, the CEO, Brian Moynihan, saying business case for stablecoin is yet to be proven. Legal clarity on stablecoin. I like how they're asking questions about stablecoin during the BAC earnings call. Right. But anyways, the call's still on, but I mean, not really much happening as far as the stock is concerned. When it comes down to it, better than expected earnings though. Right across the board here for BAC.
Absolutely, Brendo. Good for all these banks. I'm going to cover Goldman just because of the investment banking and the deal making that's really picked up in 2025. That was basically dormant last year. Q2 profit for Goldman, Brendo, up 22% year over year, easily beating the street's expectations. Likewise with EPS, 10.91 a share, beating that 9.69. Revenue climbed as well, 15% year over year, to about 14.58 billion, well ahead of the 13.58. So $1 billion beat there on revenue. That's a hell of a beat. Trading revenue also surged 22% year over year, really helping offset early quarter softness in deal making. Increased client activity, though, now around Trump's tariffs driven the market volatility did boost the trading desk volume as well as profits. Clients repositioned their portfolios amid macroists, giving banks like Goldman and JP Morgan a nice revenue map. And Goldman's investment banking really picking up here, jumped about 26% year over year, led by strong advisory fee generation. While global deal count did drop 12% year over year, the total deal value, though, Brendo, rose 27%, with larger deals over $500 million, seeing more activity, especially from tech and financial sectors. Kind of not surprised by that at all. Deal-making momentum seen continuing into Q3 this year, as aided by political volatility as well as the tariffs, and private equity firms, Brendo, face pressure to exit investments, driving deal volume and pricing, premium pricing.
On that front as well, Morgan Stanley earnings call currently on as well. The CFO saying their IPO pipeline is balanced between Americas and Asia. M&A backlog continues to build across regions, expects stable net interest income across Q3. So echoing those sentiments. Morgan, however, downside so far, guys.
Yeah, if there's one that feels a short today, it's looking like it's Morgan. You want, with the call, I've been through this before, with the earnings calls, the banks in the morning, you want it to settle down after they've all had their calls. But this is double tapped the top and is now breaking the support level. If it opens underneath 141, it would be it's like a classic like continuation short off of these highs back into about 135-ish. I'm more inclined to want to be like, you want to be bullish. Like, I feel like I want to be bullish. So if I trade a bank today, I want it to be Citigroup, because if you just looked at yesterday's, it's not like Wells had a bad report. There was just a couple things that would go wrong with it, and they were nasty. And then JP Morgan had a good report, and then it was blah. It was kind of flat, slightly downward trend. And then Citigroup, which I don't know that it was that much better, but it didn't really make a difference. It broke out and made a new fresh high. So that's the one I'd look for some continuation, maybe looking at that opening range back into the 90 area or so on Citi. So I'll probably sit them out, at least Morgan Stanley, until we get an opening range on it, and then might take a better look. But if I do trade something, it'd be show me any weakness in Citigroup, and the opening range high was about $90. It wasn't high enough on the list to make the note, but of the banks, it's the one that I'm looking at because it broke into a new price area to the upside, so it gives you that continuation breakout.
Yeah, no, I like that look on Citigroup, Neil. It is one of the only ones that kind of showed that strength, distinctly different in the banking space from what everything else was doing yesterday. But today I got BAC on watch, a little bit of an anchored coming in off of that report, that volume spike a little bit there. So just consolidating around a VWAP as of right now, intraday VWAP as well. So going to be patient, like Neil said, wait for that call to kind of finish, and then price action to also settle down, let some opening volume come in to take a potential move on this. But initial reaction was pretty decent. I was like, oh, okay, we're going to gap up a little bit above prior day's levels, but guess what? We kind of come right back in on BAC. Bigger picture, we've been downtrending as of recent times this month, going into these earnings, and an attempt at some more local highs at that 47 was made off of that earnings report. So let's see if we can kind of reclaim some of those levels, or do we just continue the higher, a little bit of a higher time frame sell-off that we've been seeing now, going up to an even higher time frame. 3 hours right here, you can see that is distinctly different, right? Shorter time frame, we're coming down, but even go a little bit higher, we've been bidding up with higher highs and higher lows. So yeah, that's what I'm watching. Higher time frame always is going to trump much shorter time frames for me, but let's see if we can catch any sort of opportunities here on BAC. And Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs also reported this morning. So Goldman Sachs kind of giving it all back up. I had this name as well on watch for that push up. I was watching it earlier on this morning around 7:30, 8 o'clock, but it's been giving back a decent chunk, beautiful reversion as well in the pre-market of that reaction on Goldman Sachs. And then Morgan Stanley, yeah, a little bit poised for the downside. Again, I think I have a similar idea as Neil. On this one, it does look like it is attempting to break some of this prior structure, some supports from earlier. We attempted to push this 140, only got up to 145, so that's nice. And then pulling back into what seems like some prior support as well, all the way down at 135. So let's see what Morgan Stanley and some of these banks have in store for us. I am watching all of them in my basket. We'll see if they do what we're looking for.
A long time. We're just talking about Cathie Wood and Unity. Jeffries with a positive note here for you. I was just double checking here. ARC's average price is $29 on this thing, which is literally right there. So she's either been holding it for a long, long time, significantly underwater, or just got back in.
Yeah, she's in the money now. Not that much though, Brando. 32.15 is where it's currently trading at. Yeah, Jeffrey's giving them the nod today, boosting the price target up from 29 to 35. They like what they're calling the vector. Where is it there? The vector model in for their digital advertising. It basically uses AI and helps generate ads based on the user preference. So good look there. Also separately, just for myself, I was telling Brando off camera. I mean, I use Duolingo, and inside Duolingo there is ads because I don't have the paid version, and those ads are made by Unity. And the cool thing about these ads is when they're games, you can actually play the game itself, try it out inside the ad. So I don't actually have to go and download it. And even if you're not going to download it, it's better to actually play the ad for 30 seconds, 20 seconds, rather than just watching the video there and dying slowly.
You said it, I didn't. I just went back to the past couple of days here. I mean, she's been buying Coinbase, she's been buying Tesla and selling Roku, but there's nothing on here anywhere in the past couple of weeks here for Unity. So
interesting.
Back to in the money, guys, for Cathie Wood.
I just can't believe. I thought she was in this. She's been in this for a while. Like I thought she liked it the whole time, and I'm trying to wrap my head around how, if you've been a buyer of this a lot, unless it was only at the bottoms magically, how could you have a 29 price? Like if you were DCAing and you liked it anywhere in the first 2 years. Anyways, it doesn't really matter what Cathie Wood has. Let's just talk about the stock. 29 is her price. That's remarkably good. Maybe she just loaded to, averaged in like crazy at the bottom, which I guess would obviously be working out right now. Look, it's breaking out, higher time frame. There's your 31, wick high action. It's got a decent sized short float, maybe not as big as it was back in the day when this was, as you saw in that chart from a couple of years ago, when this was much, much higher than this. So you're not talking about all-time highs here with Unity. You're just talking about some local highs. And 31 is now, it's a bit of a memory in that if we pull back there, you've got a few points. You got like 3 points to come back in. Well, that's the area that I'm looking for to be able to hold for a continuation play. Now, VWAP's going to stand in front at the open, so anytime I'm looking for a continuation long, it goes there first, and then into that 31 area. And before I throw you over to you, Obi, Zimbabwe with the super chat. Love the name. Good one. That's creative. Y'all ever enter a bad price and then just stare at the computer and scream, I command you to grow, and everything turns around? Crazy what the mind is capable of. I can tell you all of the tricks that I've seen traders do over the years to get a stock to go up. I've seen a trader hit his screen to make it go down. He hits the top or hit the bottom for it to go up. Obviously, that never worked. I've seen, every once in a while, jokes, I'll just try to move it with the force. That doesn't work either. Yelling, I command you to grow. Look, we'll see. Just for jokes, when I'm in a long at some point today, I'll yell that out and see if anything happens. Nothing will happen. Trust me, nothing will happen. And if it does, then I will start freaking out. But thanks for the super chat. That's a fun one there. But clearly, the market's going to do what the market's going to do. It doesn't care about your position unless you're just that big of a whale.
Yeah. So, guys, VinFast. VinFast is ramping up its India expansion, partnering with 13 major dealer groups to open 32 dealerships across 27 cities, including Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Kolkata. The Vietnamese EV maker is building a strong sales, service, and spares network ahead of the July 15th pre-booking launch for its VF6 and VF7 electric SUVs. They're targeting 35 dealerships by year-end, with a CKD facility set to open later this month in India. VinFast trades under the ticker VFS on the NASDAQ, so check them out. Some solid vehicles there. But yeah, no, Unity, interestingly enough, doing some increasing relative volume 13 times. Oh boy, and if you're telling me that Miss Wood's average is 29, oh boy, finally in the money, it would seem on this one, an aggressive strength coming in as well. So yeah, definitely going to be watching this one. Higher time frame, 3 hours. Let's go check out what kind of breakouts we're doing in the pre-market. Right away, I'm seeing this level 30.78. So this consolidation that we've been holding for a greater part of all of last year and a good chunk of this year, finally catching a little bit of a curl here. I kind of want to go up a little bit higher and see what we have in store. Looking left, if there are any levels of resistance that we might face. So you can see already strong volume week, red week right here. What is the high, you may ask, of that week? 33.43. So okay, so let's see if we can get past this 33 halves. That potentially a little bit of a first stop if we're going to continue to push a little bit higher. So yeah, prior support and resistance levels definitely going to be on watch. And again, this prior high that we're breaking out of currently in the pre-market is sitting at $30.88. So any sort of pullback, let's see if that resistance actually turns into support going on Unity today. But interesting is the relative volume that it's doing coming into the open. Some aggressive strength on that one. And again, you said it was a price upgrade as well. Don't forget that there are 318 shares float and almost a 13 billion market cap on this one. So yeah, pretty strong. Kind of down in the dumps from where it came from, but it seems like finally catching a little bit of a curl. Let's see how far Unity can get.
The moon.
And J to the moon as well, just took out the highs here. Not typically a stock that we look at tremendously anyways on the show, only really around earnings. Better than expected results, specifically from the drug side of the business, coming through for J&J, raising their forecast as well. Looks pretty good today.
Feels like the company is kind of like on the other side of that cancer lawsuit with the baby powder now, and they're just kind of focusing on this. It was a really good report, guys. Let's talk about it. So they easily beat here in Q2 2025 expectations, $23.7 billion in revenue. That's a 6% bump year over year, as well as $2.82 in EPS, exceeding Wall Street's expectations. They raised their full year 2025 guidance, now expecting about $91.33 billion in sales and about $10.63 earnings per share there, up from the prior guidance of about $91 billion, 91 to 91.8 and 1050 to 1070 EPS. Management really citing favorable Forex and strong operational cost efficiencies as some of the reasons for the shoring up of some costs. And where they made the money, innovative medicine, Brendo, that brought in a lot of money, $15.2 billion, growing at about a 5% year over year CAGR, and beating estimates handily there by $840 million. Some of the drugs you can see there on the screen. I'm not going to try and pronounce them, but you can screenshot that if you'd like. MedTech, also another good division for them, Brendo, brought in $8.5 billion. That's a 7% year over year bump on that category. And some of the market sentiment and the analyst take here. Hagerston BioHealth noted that J&J's diversification and steady growth could make it a resilient amid macro headwinds, and J&J may see tailwinds, Brendo, into the second half of 2025 from product launches, reduced pricing pressure, and fewer, hopefully for them anyway, policy disruptions.
I'll stick to my original argument here this morning on J&J. This is at an interesting spot if you want to add this to a long-term account as well, giving it $5 or $6 even. With momentum like this coming back in, guys, looks pretty good here for J&J.
Yeah, like if you were looking for somewhere to add like a dividend player to your portfolio, I would agree with you right there. For the day trade, I'll just throw it right to Obi, because I know I'm not looking at J&J for a day trade. I agree with Brendan on that front, but I know you're looking at this specifically for a trade.
Yeah, definitely. It's already, I mean, in the pre-market, I was like, all right, we're holding that anchored VWAP relatively well. Sure, we've violated a couple of times, but what's interesting to me is like, yeah, I was going to look for that opportunity for a little bit of a dip coming off the open. We're already breaking that 59 high currently in the pre-market, that more local high that we've been seeing on J&J. Strong relative volume, again, on an earnings day. So let's quickly take a look at some of these indicators that I have on anchored VWAP off the event. A little bit of a trend happening here in the pre-market as well. Pretty clean. Every kind of strong dip getting bought up, and that buying pressure coming in off of the open. So yeah, not really what I was looking for right away, but it did kind of do what I was looking for in the pre-market. And that's the thing sometimes. Sometimes what you're looking for is going to happen happen in a time frame or at a time that you're not expecting at, but the price action itself is definitely following through with respect to what I was looking for. But let's see if it's going to give us more of the same. That might have been it. 159.90s is the current high on J&J, and that prior high, again, let's see if that resistance turns into support. That's sitting at 159.23s. Higher time frame look at this. Again, 3-hour chart right here. Let's take off all of these indicators. You can see we're breaking out of a much higher time frame, kind of a multi-month resistance that's been holding in and around, what is that, 159 once again. So we're seeing that level. And look, that was resistance, that was support. So again, a significant level coming in at that 159, in my opinion, just based off of more recent support and resistance levels that have been pointed out to us by the chart itself. Prior highs, I don't know if we're going to get all the way to 165s, but well within range of what J&J can do. Currently, the spread is pretty nasty. It's been like 50 pennies to a dollar at times in the pre-market session. So yeah, gotta be a little bit safe with that one. Let it settle down, and let's see if we can capture any sort of opportunities on this one, Neil. We only got about 20 seconds left, so good luck to everybody off of the open during the morning session. And yes, sir. So yeah.
Let's get the opening bell here. It's hump day. Adair is going to ring it for us in 5. There were no significant imbalances, by the way, so that's why we didn't show them. But let's get this party started. And that was quite the aggressive bell ring. Why? Because this market is off to the races. Get it, Adair. As I said, there were no real big imbalances. Joby, by the way, we didn't get to Joby. Joby with a late break right into the open. And oh my goodness, I was just about to tell you there was size at 15. Well, yeah, there was some people selling the 15s on Joby. Tesla in here trying to bounce. I like this one fade about the 316 and the 320 level. Nvidia is going to be on play for me. It's one of those situations where I like both the dip and the break. And the break is off of the resistance yesterday. So that's what I'm waiting for here in Nvidia. Nothing really setting up just yet. I looked over at Unity to see what it's doing, or I looked up at Unity. And yeah, kind of inside the opening range, kind of hoping for that 31 dip. No dip there on Unity. We didn't look at that DXYZ also. DXYZ still on its recovery. I think I'm waiting till 35 to make a decision on that, as it's barely moving.
Yeah, this market taking an aggressive pullback here just off of the open, but Palantir, oh boy, there it is through that 150 instantly. I looked away at the futures for 1 second. We were trading in 149 halves, and I was like, all right, I kind of like this, but we just come in and clip that 150 pretty aggressively. Let's see if we can get going through this 150 here. Okay, so yeah, holding it pretty well. It's kind of chopping and churning around there. Let's see if we can sustainably hold that 150. Like I said, prior day high coming in at that 150. 60s, 150 halves. So yeah, some strength coming in right off of the open, distinctly different from that of the futures. You can see both the NASDAQ and the ES taking a little bit of a breather coming in on the day. Wow, J&J was the one, man. And Amazon with a little bit of a tank city. I'm seeing that as well. Okay, all right. So I guess that one a little bit of an interesting push to the downside as well.
You know who that is?
Now some size showing up at 149 highs on Palantir. So yeah, that aggressive push of that 150. What's going on?
That's Denzel Washington says that all the time. Okay, all right, okay. It's like one of the things that he says in almost all of his roles. So the second you said it, it was in my head. I know you said J&J is the one.
Yep.
Napa. I speak a little bit of French.
Oh, Unity.
Unity. Yeah, so I did this yesterday as well. I forget which stock it was, where I don't know if we're aggressive enough on the break of the 50. Because I crossed it to, and this is like, the only reason I'm telling you what I crossed it to is to let you know that I didn't get filled. I crossed it to like 63 on a 50 break. I feel like that should have been good enough, but didn't get the break on Unity. Obviously, it never dipped into 31.5 either. Tesla's still not doing a heck of a lot yet. It's getting close to that 316 with the market coming in, but Unity absolutely off to the races. Maybe this is going to give a little bit of classic dip after that break, and we can maybe play into the opening range bottom or the prior high here. Not seeing a heck of a lot with this market coming down that's super, super strong out to the Unity and a little bit of Tesla, but worth noting, that you've got IBIT or Bitcoin at least holding up, despite the fact that the market's pulling back in a little bit here. I know we got a super chat in there. I'm not in any position, so I can be a little bit patient with it. I think my last super chat was missed. You're right. Sorry about that. NUWE at the open. When there's my head's on a swivel here for the names that I'm going to be trading, but we did not get to that, and apologies for not getting to it. NUE is halted with a $22 tap. That means the theoretical auction price, if they open it right now, would be $22 off the page, as this is halted right away off of the open. Suffice to say, this is not an early play on this. This was literally a penny stock before, so be careful with it. Likely to have multiple halts, no questions asked. But the first one looking very good. 22 tap. Should be a 5-minute halt because it's simply a volatility halt. If it's longer than 5 minutes, then that, of course, means it's likely a 10-minute halt.
Yeah, no, this 150, I guess we did get a push up into those 150 halves as of right now on Palantir. Pulling back in, VWAP's all the way down into 149s. I'm going to give it a little bit of room here. Let's see, again, can it hold? Oh boy, there is a flush on the NASDAQ, so that's not looking too hot for some of these names. Again, we know how strong, again, what was it? Palantir's beta was around 2.6. I think that's what I remember it being. I think we said 2.59 yesterday or the day before. But yeah, not really following in step too crazily with the market, but the market coming back into some of those levels from yesterday, 23,000 right there on the NASDAQ. But the ES holding up relatively well as well. Look at this volatility coming in on Palantir. Rips up 25 pennies at a time. I think that's absolutely crazy here. 149s still kind of struggling with this a bit of VWAP. But J&J, oh boy, that thing is holding up quite well as well. I was talking about 165 as that prior level, and guess what? We kind of came all the way up into that 165 area, just shy of it, before kind of taking a little bit of a breather. Let's see if we can get that continuation here on J&J as well. So let me pull that up for you guys here. So yeah, no real size. You can see it's a pretty light book here, but yeah, wasn't really watching it as closely. Like I said, it already kind of did what I was looking for in the pre-market, and that continuation came in real hot right off of the open there. But this NASDAQ is coming in just as hot to the downside as well. I'm going to be continuing to watch this Palantir to see what's going on there. J&J to the upside. Wells Fargo catching a little bit of a push as well. Morgan Stanley got that dump right off of the open, so beautiful continuation off the open. BAC, yeah, a little bit of a chop, but continuing to push as of right now. What's up, Adara?
Oh, you do have it.
Keep an eye here in ASML. Apparently, the company's CEO is saying that tariff uncertainty invites further caution, and that customers are at the point where they're trying to understand where tariffs mean, or what tariffs mean. Sorry, so keep an eye on ASML. Also, worth noting here, I'm seeing apparently DJT on watch. Truth Social, as you can see, getting a bit of a pop. Apparently, filing for a trademark applications for an AI-powered chatbot. So keep an eye on DJT, Truth Social, as we send it back to you.
Ooh, DJT going to be in play. So didn't get it on the way up, so we'll have to get, look, talking about Unity, obviously, you can see my position. Should never bury the lead like that. Didn't get it on the way up on the breakout, but I am taking it, just a simple consolidation break play. You want to have it in the initial break. I had 75s as an average, giving it into that 32, and then it wanted to retest that high, which is about 33.5. That means I should be getting an offer out there in the 33 zone. It's wild to me that Nvidia didn't have a bigger range, but the first place I'm going to go to after showing you Unity is going to be Tesla. Tesla, it got close to 3. That's close enough on Tesla, 316 to slap the fail. I'm not shorting it at that price. I think I should have had it. I know I should have had it. It's like a one thing at a time when you're at the open, and the stock I was at the moment looking at was Unity, because it had made the breakout, but there's that flush off the 316. So I'm not sure we get those 320s again the last 2 days where it's faded. In this particular case, it seems like it's just gonna be that 315 to 316 area that we're working off of. So I gotta be a little bit patient. If we pop up there again, I have to remember something, and that is the NASDAQ first move down, Tesla first move up, and trying to put in higher lows. So even though I like that fade zone on Tesla, it's actually relatively strong in this moment. So you just got to be careful with that every single time you see it. You are seeing a few things. Pew, I had a pun in my head for if this thing ran. So when I looked over and saw it down this much and halted down, it kind of caught me off guard. Wow. So volatility halt here in PEW, which I'm just going to call it PEW because it's a lot of fun, but obviously this is grab a gun. Down at $17. And what's the tap on here? 16.5. So it's going to open up pretty much just a little bit lower. That is a hefty reversal. We call that a Christmas tree reversal. This is why we talk about take profits when you get stocks that do this, right? Like look at that round trip. It's day one of it trading under the symbol, and it already round tripped. That didn't take very long.
No, the thing with SPACs as well is like you have to you got to remember the price action that happened before the name change as well. Those prices, obviously, again, it's just a name change most of the time there. But yeah, something to be wary about for sure. Look at that wick up on the market. 150 still churning here on Palantir, but looking pretty weak as it pulls back into its VWAP. And oh boy, there's some aggressive sellers pushing into the book. I'm seeing some I guess aggressive size as well. Oh boy, what was that? That was 85,000. Okay, no, that was on a dark pool. Okay, I was like 85,000 into the lit book. Yeah, that'll drop it down 50 pennies real quick there as well. So 149.60 is currently trading, and 149.80s is VWAP. So yeah, coming back in below VWAP. Let's see if we can kind of hold this with any sort of sustainability here. And the pullback towards VWAP on J&J as well. You can see J&J holding that 162 pretty well as well. What's Tesla doing?
Well, I can tell you Tesla's now gonzo. Remember I said Tesla got to be careful with that because the initial pullback was clean to VWAP. Right in here. But as the market was going down, it was going up, which means it better show you something distinctly different if you're going to try to short it the second time through. If you miss a trade, you have to evaluate it. Does it look right the second time? And in that particular moment, it was clear the relative strength was in there, so I didn't grab it. Unity's trying to come back up, but these chips aren't really bouncing the way you'd like to see it. Like, I know we're looking at Tesla over here, but look at Nvidia. Inside range, absolutely nothing happening. So I'm sitting on the edges for it to do something. It's doing nothing. AMD, I don't know what that just was. AMD with a little bit of a pull, but it's still inside the range. Nothing happening over there in advanced micro devices. And as far as the crypto names go, Circle is squeezing higher. All right, where's that ETH going?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, I was thinking ETH dip buys. It might just be ETH is trying to break out too. All right, so I trade ETH for the first time yesterday, usually trade IBIT, but look at this VWAP hold, all pre-market on ETH. I thought we'd go dip hunting into the prior high, but there's another way to play this. If it just bounces even a little bit off of VWAP, I'll try the long there. Looking for some strength. Clearly Circle's gone squeezing. It's the stable coin names that are gonna make the biggest moves, and I think that leads me to ETH over IBIT if I have to trade one of the two.
Yeah, I think that's a good look there on Circle. We were looking at that one as well. Kind of coming into those anchored VWAPs from the highs as well should be interesting there for Circle. I'm going to be waiting to see if it can potentially come in, but I think it was around those 212s, 213s, those prior highs. 212s, yeah. So it's I guess it's almost kind of there. So just let's see if it can kind of crack some of those levels. I'm sure I'll have some alerts that are going off if that does come into fruition here. The market's still holding pretty strongly to the downside as we come into the last 3 minutes of the first 15-minute candle here, and we'll let that kind of carry itself forward. We'll see what we have in store. But yeah, no, the only stock, Tesla to the upside, Apple as well, Neil, with a little bit of strength, Softy to the downside, Amazon to the downside, Nvidia chopping sideways, and so is Goggles as well. I don't know what Meta is up to, but Citigroup, oh boy, we're looking for that continuation on Citi.
Before you said Goggles, Alphabet, everybody, worth remembering this about Alphabet. See this chop zone that you're seeing right here on Alphabet at about 183.5? Yesterday, there were no big imbalances at 350. However, at that, right when the imbalances came out, there was a consolidation zone where Google just dropped like an absolute rock into the close. So that was legit. Breaking out from this level would seem to be a little bit significant, because one thing to keep in mind is any big cap companies that do buybacks, you can't do buybacks in the last 10 minutes, which can exacerbate down moves because sometimes you don't have that dip that comes in there. That's something Chris Brecher used to talk about all the time when he would come on the aftermarket show. So anytime I see like crazy price action to the downside, it's like, well, maybe they want to maybe they want to buy it up the next day. So watch out for Alphabet here. This could be like a double top break. Anyways, I just wanted to share that information for everybody out there. Unity, I'm not going to do the Unity thing every single time. If it gets to, how about this? If it doesn't get to 34, I don't do the Dave Chappelle thing. But I want it to get to 34. Everyone loves Dave Chappelle. It's one of my, it's one of my favorite. Look, the Rick James sketches are just among the top. So let's just, and everyone agrees on that. People might not agree on what the best Key and Peele sketches, but
yeah, no, I was gonna say we were talking about some Key and Peele sketches yesterday. Those were definitely good. I think those guys are absolutely amazing as well. And of course,
but you said
Chappelle's the what's that?
But you said it though.
But you said it.
You said it though, right?
Said it though. I said. I don't know.
I can't.
Oh,
that
boy.
we can't say. But the Circle gets the square right now. Unity's going a little bit. Circle is going a lot. Up 6.5 points. It feels like they might have really trapped some shorts in there on Circle yesterday. So congratulations, everybody. We got another super chat in here. AMD retest 152. What do we think? I am thoroughly disappointed with the chips right now. I'll show you Nvidia in a quick little second. Oops. In my head, I own ARM shares. That was 100% muscle memory. I did mean to pull up AMD, but sometimes I just pull up ARM. No, look at the disappointment. I thought AMD was a short into here. That was on my note, 157. Didn't really get close enough, but there was a seller all up in this range yesterday on AMD, so I think it's taking a bit of a breather at this moment. And the chips are doing nothing, everybody, so I think you got to stay clear, at least until they settle somewhere. Adara?
Excuse me, keep an eye here on PEW, that's grab a gun. This one was a special acquisition situation, formerly as CLBR, Colombier. We know that as well here, grab a gun, which again, this is first day trading as PEW. They also announced that Donald Trump Jr. is on their board. Apparently he was also there for their bell ring at the NYSE, so keep an eye here on PEW. I want to mention as well, TDTH, this is Trident Digital Tech Holdings. I could not find any news on this, nor could I find much information about the float, but it's broken through that $1 level. We're at day's highs. I think about a 51 million share float. I don't know much about the, let me check this here. So $51 million market cap. I don't have any info about the float or the short float. Back to you.
Oh, so, shoot, I got something in my, grab a gun. The puns will run wild with that, but the new position for me is going to be ETH. It's just bouncing off the volume-weighted average price here. So I thought a couple of things. One, if the stablecoin ones are going to go, then I want to have this again after day 2. I didn't want to only take breakout trades. And if it didn't dip into the bottom, then we'd go dipping into the volume-weighted average price. So that one is starting to head back higher. It'll be, look, it's a scalp trade into the high until it breaks out. And I like inventory into the high. That way, I'm already long if it breaks the top, and I can scalp like a third out and then see how much we can hold on to. But if you start breaking prior bar lows, which is a tight stop, then I can just jump out, reevaluate, get into something else. Unity, I might take a quick look at reloading that, but it's not quite at my price yet. Rigetti, on the other hand, oh my Rigetti. Mom, spaghetti, whatever. Sharif loves that one, so I shouldn't really steal that from him. 15% Rigetti is up, Sharif. And it just bounced off VWAP clean. And it's at a big level on the daily. I'm not just talking about May highs. I'm talking about this lower high from January. You're talking about these January resistance here at about 1525. Chew through that and you got something. But you know what? If you're at 1475, that means you haven't broken 15 yet. So there's some room to go in here. I think if you join this, I'd rather join this leading into that top as opposed to joining it on the top break. This, one of the small caps going. Joby as well, having a pretty good session. And Tesla, oh my.
Yeah, man. I think after we talked about that Rigetti in the morning, and me not having it, I got vomit on my sweater already. So we'll see. Again, some of the best trades, kind of you miss them. You miss them.
That's just gross.
Oh well, come on.
Can't be puking on your sweater. Like
I know
the work environment here.
My knees were weak. I don't know. You know, sometimes it just comes out. I don't know. But getting in a little bit of a bounce on top of 23,000 here on the Nasdaq. as, again, more consolidation here on the Palantir in and around that VWAP level. But it seems like we are getting a little bit of a downtrend, the same area where sellers stepped in yesterday. Seems like, yeah, a little bit of dominance, seller dominance coming in at that same area today. So, yeah, I'm kind of keeping it light, waiting to really kind of push into this trade. As of right now, I can, again, size lightly so I can give it a lot more room for when it actually, if it actually comes in, taking a little bit more through that 150. But again, Palantir, I've noticed over the past few days, it's been pretty difficult to find the bid, even though the bid is technically there because of the higher time frame. If you look at the weekly, what's that? Blame the algos? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we just got to wait for buyers to step in, right? Again, I'm not really doing a great job for being patient for that to kind of show up here just yet. But again, like I said, willing to give it some room. And oh boy, there's some destruction coming in as the futures take their second leg down all the way to these opening prices. Let's see if that can sustain as well, Neil. So
even if the futures go down,
yes,
we are still the knights who say ETH. 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 We are the knights who say ETH. Yeah. Oh, come on. Don't hit the... Come on. See, first of all, I'm going to drop all... From now, now I'm going to drop even more movie references that you don't get, Fabian. All right? And if you don't get that one, of course it's Monty Python.
Yeah. He knows that.
Okay, look, I know it's the knights who say me, but ETH, as the market broke lower, find that relative strength, baby, because what we have was a break of the high. I said we'd get out a third and let it break the high, and if it gets to 420, I'm going to sell something at 420. I don't care what the stock is. It's always a level. Just remember that. It doesn't make any sense, but 420 is always some kind of a level. If a stock breaks out, there's always sellers there as day traders. It just, I don't know what it is. Like, it's self-fulfilling prophecy. So we bounced off VWAP once. The only question I have is, can we bounce off VWAP twice? Because as the market comes in, and believe me, the market is coming in here as we speak. This is a legit down. This is a legit down move. We still have overnight support that we can deal with in and around 22.95. But I'm sitting here in two longs that are in the money, and you've got to be cautious with that when the market is saying otherwise. The other thing worth watching, and I'm just going to point out, Nvidia has still done nothing. Inside range still on Nvidia. Tesla did not get to 320. That's pretty close. One more push, and I think I would have shorted Tesla. Now, you'd say, well, the 319 is close enough, but the argument for myself is the reversion has been when it breaks 320, it reverts. So the fact that it's not even breaking 320 is more bearish, but I was looking for it to break that 320 level to short Tesla, and it didn't quite get there. So ETH looking pretty strong. Let's see if it can bounce off VWAP. I do want to make sure that, as a bit of an indicator, like what's IBIT doing? Because if I'm in ETH, Bitcoin is breaking lows. Remember, this is why we picked Ethereum today. Is IBIT breaking down and not as strong, but at least this is holding up. So sometimes you just got to switch it up. That's the beauty of the markets, and crypto is the same thing. Usually you can find something relatively strong or relatively weak that you can jump into. You just got to dig around a little bit. But
I'm really rich.
We could still lose this bid, and I got to drop out if the market keeps this up.
Yeah, this market's coming in real hot there. So yeah, where's the bid at? Nowhere to be found here.
What bid?
So yeah, no, I said I was going to give it a little bit of space on Palantir. We're holding that 159 right now. So again, a little bit of sloppy trading on my part, but again, managing risk relatively okay for now. Let's see, where is the next opportunity? That's really what I'm looking for as of right now. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. Again, those banks that we were talking about still kind of all over the place. We got Morgan Stanley just chopping within its opening range. We got Citigroup as well. It's a nice little quadunk on that one. So giving back some of the move from yesterday, and then Wells Fargo taking back some of the move from yesterday. We saw that strong selling coming in to Wells Fargo as well, and that's coming in with a little bit of strength off of the open today. So not yet are those sellers kind of starting to step in. So Nvidia as well. So yeah, a lot of these stocks, a lot of the Mag 7s pulling back with some aggression here. You can see the TQs also pulling back. Oh boy, indeed, as we pull in higher. But Tesla is the only one, Neil. Tesla is the one and only that is aggressively continuing to push a little bit higher, distinctly different and disconnected from the rest of the market as well.
We have a poll here, which I feel like I don't know what the answer is going to be. By the way, Pew is now halted upside, everybody.
Wow.
So, hey,
Shake and bake.
it caught a little bit of a bid. The poll is, do you own a Pew machine? Which obviously I'm sure everyone understands what that is. 73% saying no. Okay, 73. It's a yes for Joe over there. But we also just had a super chat I wanted to make sure we got to because I just saw it in there. What are we? ETH is actually holding up. Pew just opened up at 16. And we have Alex Upshur. I think ABAT is ready for another look. Government grants, etc. What are your thoughts? So ABAT, you want to talk about Abbott? Oh, sorry, American Battery. American Battery. I'm thinking ABT. ABAT. You know what? I don't know. Like I don't know them. However, ooh, this is something. Where's the volume on? Why would there not be more volume up at the $2 level on this stock? Because this is something here on. Listen, I know this would be a name that Sharif would be interested in if it could actually break out above. So somebody's selling it pretty much exactly at 2. There's literally no size. It's only done $1 million. Not doing good relative volume. So I don't know what gets it there today specifically. But if it can hold on at $2, that looks good on the daily chart. Just technically speaking, because for these small cappers, unless I actually know something about the company, which for a small capper, like 90% of the time, none of us do, let's be real. I can't really tell you more than that. Unity, yeah, we're coming right back into that prior high. I'm trying to keep focused on the higher time frame here and remind myself that Unity, the last time it broke away from a consolidation, that's $2.50, and it just rallied for 3 days in a row. So I want to give this one some room, but I should be selling, and I should have orders in front of the 33 at least. Like I know I'm saying I want it to get to 34, but I'm going to get an order in front of, again, in front of the 33 level, just to try to take something out. And then if it gets up to 33.5, I should have an order too. So I should have orders out there, just locked and loaded, ready to go. As far as this market, it's just not looking very good right now, which is wild to me that Unity's holding up and ETH is holding up because we're stair-stepped to the downside. I know I'm only long, but like I don't know what to tell you. That's just kind of what's working in the current moment for me. ETH bucking the trend of the overall market. We're stair-stepped to the downside, so I guess all that exuberance is going elsewhere. It's in... I haven't checked some of the other crypto names, so I don't want to speak out of turn. I know IBIT was going down and ETH is going up, and that's all I'm in right now. So hopefully you guys have found something to the upside. Because if you got Tesla, and if you got Circle, or if you have ETH, or a couple of small caps out there, you're doing fine. But everything else is looking kind of heavy here.
Yeah, really heavy here, yeah. I mean, I was expecting a little bit of a bid on Palantir. It seems like, again, aggressive selling back into the range of yesterday. So I'm definitely a little bit wrong on this one as it continues to show selling dominance on the day today. So yeah, you're going to be watching this 148. Definitely wrong on this one. Where is the next trade is potentially what I'm asking very soon here. And I'm not really seeing anything too crazy right now. So I want you guys to let me know, what are you guys trading? The Palantir short, absolutely nice. It's obviously coming in. That's the other side of this trade. So shout out to anybody who had that. And oh boy, there it goes right there, flushing through those 148s here on Palantir. That's an aggressive flush into the bid there. So yeah, again, maybe some dumps coming in with respect to the rest of the market as well. You can see the futures, strong flushes, aggressive flushes coming in as well. Where will it capitulate? Nobody knows. I have no idea, but I got to do better at trying to get in on the right side of the V on this, and I'm definitely not doing that as of right now. But again, going to be patient. When and if the bid does come in, I would like to get involved pretty aggressively as well here on Palantir. Might not be today, but that 150 consolidation is looking nice here as of right now on Palantir. Again, higher time frame consolidating in and around that 150 area this week for a potential push. Again, we've seen Palantir on the weekly and how aggressively strong it has shown us to be. So still looking for that. Let me know in the chat. Again, what are you guys trading? I know that PEW is going pretty crazy as well.
Look where Google, it did it again on Alphabet. Did it again. This is exactly where it dumped yesterday at the highs. And then once it was through that spot of the imbalances, it absolutely, it's not really flushing yet, but it's certainly flushed on that initial candle. This looks incredibly weak, everybody. There was just a note saying the Goldman call is happening. The Goldman Sachs call is happening. And they said there's room for dividend growth. It is just holding underneath the lows. The banks don't look all that great this morning, especially, let me just double check. Oh, Morgan bounced a little bit, so I guess it's not all bad when it comes to Morgan Stanley. But you're getting a lot of pullback right now in the market early, but it's not happening to Apple.
Nope.
So Apple, like I said, you've got to find where the relative strength is. ETH, Tesla, small cappers like to a certain extent, Rigetti, Unity, Apple on the big cap. You just saw Google. I was showing you guys Alphabet pulling to the downside and retracing to those lows. Apple distinctly different. But even as I say all of that, Apple's had this supply zone at 212 that we were talking about, Obi.
Yeah.
Like
it's creeping up into there, right?
This is a long consolidation for Apple. And that's great. Eventually, at some point, you break this, and we're all going to love it when Apple breaks out from this level. But it's not a guarantee that that happens anytime soon. So if it gets up to 212, like, what are you looking to do? I did short this once yesterday at 212. It really should have been twice. It gets there again, I probably take a shot, especially with the market sentiment going your way as we speak. So yeah, just be careful. You've got to be very, very particular about what you want to be long here today, at least early off the open. That's for sure. Because I'm not seeing anything else that's I'm in love with to the long side. I went over to look at some of the fintech names, like a SoFi. And it's like, okay, yeah, it held up on a breakout. So like, just thinking because if ETH is strong and like, is there anything else that's casually related to crypto that might be strong? And I looked over at SoFi, and by the time I looked at it, it had lost VWAP and was all of a sudden breaking that upward trend. So I don't know if I would touch that. I'm just going to stick with Unity. And ETH, my next offer, is sitting above the 30 level. I didn't get that dip into VWAP the second time, like this little one here. We only got the first dip into the volume-weighted average price on ETHA. It does that ETF does the best volume. I know there's other ones, but it does the best volume. Let's go to Adara. Time for a little happening now.
This is quite the look here on the NASDAQ. We curled throughout the pre-market. We were poised to potentially continue that move to the upside. Unfortunately, these first two 15-minute candles were sharp selling. No economic data right now. Fed's bar apparently just starting to speak. If there's any notable comments there, I will let you know. But we did get some economic data this morning in the form of PPI. Year over year and core PPI year over year, all actually lower than expected. So interesting look there for PPI, tons of earnings. We'll go over some of the ones on watch briefly. ASML, massive move to the downside, and it's only continuing to sell off. What happened here was they just made a new day's low as we speak. What happened was even though they did beat here on EPS and sales, the CEO did warn of weakness going forward more into 2026 than 2025. They are still forecasting growth in 2025, but growth in 2026 might be an issue. Here is Morgan Stanley, one of the many names here in the second round of bank earnings on watch. We also had BAC and Goldman Sachs reporting this morning. Then we've got PEW. This is grab a gun. First day of trading after its acquisition with CLBR or Colombier. This name's interesting because there is some involvement here with Donald Trump Jr. And speaking of the Trump family, keep an eye on DJT as well. Truth Social, of course, is part of Trump Media and Technology Group, apparently reportedly filing for an application there for an AI chat bot. Before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take the moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use discount code TTV to save on any account, and scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout as we send you back to Neil and Obi.
Thank you very much, guys. Guys, check it out in the chat. Do you own a PEW machine? So make sure you go in there and vote. Don't forget to like and subscribe because you won't be able to vote if you don't like and subscribe, or subscribe at the least. But yeah, no, answer in the chat. Do you own a PEW machine? Now, I don't know what that is, but I have no idea what that is. But I think that Joe is Joe might know. I see him dancing. So I think Joe definitely owns a PEW machine. Maybe. You have a few. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah. Okay, so like literally PEW machines. Yeah. Of course. Like I think we definitely have some at my household. My dad loves hunting, so he goes with his buddies every now and then. So yeah, we definitely got a few PEWs. Sorry.
What does he hunt?
I think last time they went for elk. Yeah. That was
See,
last.
I'm always finding things out. That's one thing that didn't get discussed or we haven't talked about there. Yeah. So I know the vote.
Fishing and hunting. He's huge on fishing and hunting, and that's where I get a little bit of my outdoors.
As long as it's not ice fishing.
He's been ice fishing a couple times. He's not a huge fan of it, but again, it is what it is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Fishing, we love fishing.
Fishing is fishing.
Yeah.
Ice fishing is just different, and I know it's an un-Canadian thing to say. My sister-in-law and her husband, that they're into that stuff, and I politely decline every single time. But I have a serious question for everybody out there. There's 1,100 votes on do you own a PEW machine, which is great. I love the fact that we have that engagement. There's 828 likes and 1,100 votes on do you own a PEW machine. Come on, we can do better than that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you have questions in the chat or anything, that's what I'm saying. Fabian's right. They're rookie numbers. That's light work. We got to get that real work in there. So let's get the let's get the YouTube algorithm to grow the community, everybody, because I think it's a fantastic one. It's the best one out there, everybody. So hit the like and subscribe. If you have any questions in the chat or there's a symbol that we haven't looked at, you guys got to let us know. And Racer Maxine says this SBET. Forget about ETH for a second and Unity. SBET. I'm a little. So I thought if ETH is working, which it is, then this sucker would be squeezing right now, right? Like that would be the logic. And look at this is where it's come from. Don't at me when this thing eventually returns to some form of normality. But big gap up. It's just not sustaining the breakout over here. I feel like it's the right place to have been in crypto to look for these names. That's why I'm in ETH. Well, that time frame doesn't help. But I just trailed out some when it broke this 3-minute trend. I still have a piece, but I trailed some out thinking it'd come back into VWAP and reload. But this is breaking out. To me, why isn't SBET going? That's looking pretty solid, at least for now. Don't really have any big levels, obvious levels, but one thing you can do, and I do this, especially when you're trading crypto, is just, well, actually, no, I want to look at it. I'll just look at ETH in general. We'll just pull that up on Bitstamp for whatever reason. Is look at a higher time frame. 4 hours is going to be good. I'm just going to look at a daily and keep that simple. You can still eyeball this for the 24-hour markets where the big levels are going to be. And until you get to about 33, I know it's an area here. We've got to 32,000. 33 is where resistance is. So I will be looking at the 3,300 level if by some chance we get there. And that would be a take the trade out because I think you're getting to a topping zone on ETH. But yeah, holding on to this trade, it's working out for me. And with the market barely bouncing off the lows, like this ES holding up a little bit better, right? The NASDAQ trying desperately to hold on to the absolute bottom. That said, it's still a ways away from our range low. So you could take another leg lower, and I still think you catch a bid down there on the NASDAQ. But for now, make sure you're in some relatively strong names. Unity just pushed back into the high, so it holds the volume-weighted average price. Lo and behold, it should be no secret what I like to do in an upward trend. Sometimes I'm in early on that press because I wanted the breakout. Once it confirms here, trend, and then there's your trend line, and there's a volume-weighted average price. My simple thing is, if I'm going to long a stock, I'm 100% long this VWAP. It's a trend line on the third take. It's holding the volume-weighted average price. That's an auto buy if you like to trend up, in my opinion, because that's just a trading strategy I like. Only 2 names I'm in, but there is a fail. I have to slap a fail. I've only traded 2 things and they've worked, but this is a massive fail on Tesla. I should have just taken it and not let it. I wanted 320. That's it. I wanted 320 short on Tesla, and look, it told you that 319 was the level. You have to listen to the stock sometimes. Like, you can have an idea of a number in your head or a line on a chart or whatever it might be, as this is the resistance, that's the support. It doesn't always give it to you. Sometimes you have to be willing to nibble in here. And one way you could play it is you could just have half the size or something because you don't like it as much as $2 higher. So I can still have my stop through 19, short it around 18 to 18.5, and just do it for a smaller size because I don't like it as much. But Tesla's starting to give up the ghost, and that's one of the stronger names in here too. I got to consider if Unity doesn't break this high, the way this market is going, if Unity doesn't break this out and give me 34, I might want to jump out of this on a fail break. So Unity 33, 40 something. If we fail this breakout, I'll probably jump out of that long. ETH we'll hold on to because that's looking structurally sound still.
Yeah, so the market can't really catch a bounce. There's no real bid here on the market just yet, and it's coming into 10 o'clock. So it's been about, I guess, about 40 minutes, almost 40 minutes, 2 more minutes, still 40 minutes, since the open, and we've only been selling off. So where is the reversion? That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm asking. Palantir kind of knocking on the door of 149s again. So like I said, kind of a chip chop consolidation here as it kind of grinds up. We're looking for that market bid, not really coming in. So yeah, definitely not the best trade here just yet. But like I said, I'm looking at these banks at the same time, and none of them really are doing what I was looking for. J&J, though, holding up quite well. You can see, I'm observing this. It's holding that VWAP. We pulled back to 161s and then reclaim that VWAP as well. The initial push was aggressively choppy and pretty spready as well. Sometimes that spread pushing is just random, from 30 pennies to $1 at times, just like, just fluctuating in and around those levels here. So the market, let's see if it can finally catch a bounce. Let's see if Palantir can give us a retest of those highs there, 150s potentially. It's recovered about, I'd say, about 30 to 50, close to 30, over 33% for sure, coming into that 50% reversion area here. VWAP coming in at 149.27s. That's coming in right now as it trades 149.20. So oh boy, yeah, that was a little bit of a round trip there on my part, but finally starting to work out a little bit. Let's see if those sellers are going to come in right on top of VWAP once again, as they are getting a little aggressive in and around this area. So that's what I have on watch. But there is the market bid finally coming in with some aggression here. Let's see how much of a bid we can really catch today. Those sellers, man, oh boy, bro. Those sellers.
The sellers were in control, bro. And then all of a sudden, things have changed. Finally, Nvidia is starting to do something. It didn't get to 169, but if you know the way we like to play, we got our third contact on the trend line. Technically, you could call it the opening wick here as well, really. So you can draw the trend like this. It's very likely to close this bar above. So it's a little bit of a chase. So I only got in half because it's like the prior bar is all the way down here at the 30 level, and then it was breaking out at the 50. So that's what I ended up grabbing. We'll likely close this easily above 170.30, but this bar hasn't closed yet. So technically speaking, this hasn't really closed above the trend line yet. But when I saw the market picking up, I said, okay, fine. The market's bouncing. I like that setup anyway, so I'll just get in half. And if we do close the bar, I'll find a second entry into the volume-weighted average price. Unity is now flying. It did break out that high, so I think we're looking pretty good there. Oddly enough, in that market bounce, Tesla did not really do much of anything. I still have eyeballs on Tesla. I'm favoring, I'm going to do this. I want to keep this up for when this bar closes. But I'm favoring Tesla to the short side. If this bounce in the market cannot sustain through the volume-weighted average price, or at least show some kind of strength more than a couple of minutes, then Tesla back off of this 315 to 316 area would be one place to look to the short. I'm not doing it yet, but if the market reclaims the lows and Nvidia comes out and everything starts looking weak again, then Tesla's a spot that I don't have to wait for the 320 necessarily. I can always just jump in off of that 316. So I will now get my bid in the 30s. Here to try and grab the other half of this trade because it did close above the trend line. Ideally, I get something in the low 40s, or I'll go for the 30s now, but maybe I want the low 40s as well. Unity made the high break, but it didn't really fly off of that high break. So there's the high break on Unity. I don't want this losing trend back in. I said if it failed to break out that I would jump out of it. I'm going to give it a little bit of room here. It's so strong here in Unity that I want to give it just a little bit more space, up 12%.
Yeah, no, this market's taking a little bit of a bounce here. So about 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, and we've reverted a decent chunk of this move here on the Nasdaq and the ES. So there is the bid that we were looking for, potentially coming in. Yeah, coming in about 30 to 40 minutes later. But let's see if we can kind of reclaim some of those levels. Let's see what Adara is up to.
Keep an eye on Shopify here, SHOP. Do you have Financial Times reporting that OpenAI is going to be taking a cut of the ChatGPT shopping sales in a search for revenues? Kind of chopping around right now here. It's unclear exactly what the impact of this headline is going to be, but either way, SHOP is reacting, I guess, the online shopping related element of this headline. So SHOP on watch as we send you back to the guys. Make sure to like and to subscribe. Back to you.
Very much. BMNR, I see that you're looking at that. Again, that stock was that was the one that trades on the Amex, yeah. And oh boy, that was one for the books last week, man.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. But this time it's because look, right now you've got Peter Thiel announcing it was like 10%? No, 9% stake in BMNR. And I hope you guys heard the thank you, Adara, because I did hit the key. I didn't hear it myself, but I'm going to just make the assumption that it actually went off. But BMNR now blasting. I'll get to Nvidia just lost the bid, so I'm not sure about this market, but this just blasted through, and I wanted to make sure we showed it because 50 almost exactly is this high from the pre-market at $50 on BMNR. I don't trust these types of things for breakouts right here because I think if you've rallied 10% into a break, that's a trap. And I don't like springing that kind of a trap, especially on a name that I've never traded before. But Nvidia, I did get the other fill. There's our stop right underneath that prior bar. It's right here. I know it's a tight stop, but that's just how I do it. And maybe it holds 170, but that's a different trade. You know, there's a trend break to the prior bar, or there's a support trade off 170. You got to pick. I don't want to do two things at once. So if we can bounce off 70, I might take another shot at it. But I'm still not in love with some of these longs. Like Unity's been good all morning, and even then, it's starting to lose trend. As a matter of fact, now that I look over, that one's done. I just looked over. I saw the market press back off the volume-weighted average price. I looked at my Unity chart and saw that I eyeballed it. I didn't even have to redraw the trend line. I knew it broke this just by looking at it on the chart. That's an easy out off VWAP for me. I wanted to give it a little bit more room, but if we can come back in, maybe hold a 32.6, 32.8 off the volume-weighted average price, I can jump back into it. I think with the market looking weak, I don't want to look gift horse in the mouth. I just want to bag the win and look to something else. And if it continues to go, fair enough. Everyone's strategy is going to be different. I'm going back over to ETH, which I'm still in. The long was off 24 initially at the volume-weighted average price. I want confirmation that it's going to hold again, and then I can jump back and add some into this trade. So a couple of relatively strong names that I don't mind adding to on the long side, but the way this market's consolidating down, like I said, you've got to pick your spots for longs because not everything is really holding up. Like Nvidia just lost 170 again. Tesla's still looking relatively weak. Find something, if you're going long, like Rigetti would be a good example here, that's at least holding its upward trend.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's a good point made there, Neil. And yeah, no, I kind of I was like, all right, well, we came all the way back to VWAP there, 129.20s, and we pulled back a little bit there as well. So I'm like, all right, well, it's very, very clear now that sellers are going to continue staying a little bit in charge on this name here as the market attempted to take a little bit of a bid, but coming back down. So yeah, I definitely lose a little bit on that one there. As soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, I should probably take that advice. advice. I was looking at a little bit of a winner there, that average coming in at 148.90s, and I was looking for that VWAP to start blasting through. Didn't really come in there, but holding a relatively higher low as of right now compared to the low of day here on Palantir. But yeah, those sellers coming in real hot. Where is the next trade? I think I'm pretty much done with Palantir for now, and willing to look other places. But yeah, those banks, not really. The banks were some of my top ideas today, and didn't really do, like I said, didn't really do what I was looking for. Let's go back to my morning plan and see what I have missed, because I've definitely missed a little bit of opportunities while I'm, kind of just messing around with this here Palantir with some sloppy trading for sure. So, okay, so yeah, I had XHB. So why did I have XHB on watch? Let's take a quick look at that one first. Here, so XHB, wow, J&J's finally starting to curl and push as well. That market tailwind might be playing a little bit of a part there as well. So XHB, this whole sector was sold off pretty aggressively yesterday. So what I was looking for today was continuation if we were holding that prior day's low. Look at this aggressive selling pretty much all day on the home builders ETF. If you look at anything like a Home Depot, like a Lowe's, very similar kind of sentiment was shown here yesterday. So XHB not doing what I was looking for. I was looking for UNH as well, Neil. Again,
Apple's
aggressive selling coming in yesterday as well on this one, looking for that continuation. And I hear you saying Apple is going wild and Apple's back into that 112. Hello, how are you doing? That is potentially the next push there. So let's take a quick look at Apple here. That trades, of course, on the NASDAQ. Let me pull up the book for y'all here as well. So where's it at? Okay, Apple on the DAC right here, and oh boy, look at that rip up. So we talked about those highs, that maybe potential supply zone being around the 112s. Is today the day that we finally take it out with some sort of distinction? Neil, I have no idea, but I'm now starting to watch this book. Let's throw on that size filter as well so we can see anybody who shows up with any sort of size here on Apple as well. So yeah, Palantir catching a little bit of a bid. So yeah, I did punch out, but got in a little bit less here as we potentially make some higher lows. But like I said, it's clearly showing me that sellers may very well be in charge. I'm willing to get a lot more in if that VWAP can push once again. Like I said, I'm more than willing to continue to try to find the bid here on Palantir as it attempts to push a little bit higher. But the bid is definitely coming in. Circles at that 12?
The crypto, look, if it's crypto related, it's strong right now. Like the market's trying to bounce off the lows. Circle high of day breaking out. I've already talked about ETH, so I won't go into it again. Robinhood breaking the highs. Like if you picked something in this space for that recovery after the vote yesterday in the afternoon and then again in the evening that went away, it just seems like we're going Squeezeville here. So that's where the strength is. And of course, Apple's looking very strong in a host of small cap names. But as far as Circle goes, like this is an obvious resistance spot. It also happens to be the 212 level is an anchored VWAP from the highs. As well, so it's not as if like it's going into a supply zone, but the anchored VWAP would be lower, obviously, as we get volume down underneath. So it's right around this 212 level. So that's a pretty obvious area for potential pullback. So anchored VWAP from the highs of 300 is about that 212 level on Circle. And the last time, and this was also a test of that anchored. It went parabolic into it, and this was on the 9th. If you're just trying to follow along, on the 9th, parabolic into the anchored VWAP, and then pulled back. It was doing the same thing here. If this trend breaks at 212, it's kind of an obvious play here for me. You've already got one test and then a lower high. This would be a scalp into the volume weighted average price if it breaks the trend. For myself, I did pay for locates earlier so we can put this trade on, as I do see some things. Yeah, Nvidia just lost a bit again. The market's not looking overly healthy. Might get the scalp trade here. I'm overall bullish in some of the crypto bounce, but this is, we were waiting for this. We waited for this level specifically on Circle to see if it could happen. But let's see what's going on in small cap world, because let's be real. Unless you're long something in the crypto space, it's the small cappers that have been the long for you today, this morning. Adara.
Not sure if IWM necessarily would be along. It did something pretty similar to what we did with the market, though it actually started selling a little bit earlier, but that rounded bottom pre-market is present in both the Russell 2000 and the NASDAQ and the SPY. Let's talk here about some of these small cap tickers, including APM. This is Aptorum Group. They've halted a couple times already today, announcing this morning that they are doing an all-stock merger agreement with Diomir Biosciences. So through this agreement, Diomir is going to become a wholly owned subsidiary of APM, but they're still going to have their own listing. So APM is actually the acquirer, it sounds like, in this scenario. Then we have QS, QuantumScape, not a quantum name. They do solid state battery solutions, always important to make that distinction given its name and ticker. But QS, no news on this. It is not necessarily a small cap. It's about an $8 billion market cap. $11 ticker with a 17% short float and lots of retail attention. Last but not least, ABAT, American Battery Technology. So yesterday morning, they announced they received a $1 million Department of Energy agreement for, I guess, advancing their lithium hydroxide production. That's a second day catalyst, but good look here today for ABAT after grinding solidly all day yesterday. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this awesome content.
Thank you very much, Adara. Apple it looks like it finally wants to break through that 212 with the way that it's pushing, but I'm watching it. No real sign of selling right now, but yeah, that bid is definitely coming in here with the rest of the market. So yeah, I'm glad I kind of got involved back into this PLTR there. But yeah, like I said before, not necessarily the best trading to start off with, but sometimes, you know, you get back on the horse a little bit later, as long as you're getting back on the horse. And oh boy, there is that aggressive push on Palantir, man. This is what I was talking about. It's just like, you ever heard that concept? I'm sure you've heard that concept. Who am I talking to? In trading, where like you have, it's like sometimes you can feel the price action being pushed down in a very, very unnatural way. So I've heard traders use the beach ball pushing into the water kind of analogy. So it's like when I'm sitting there and I'm like, I know I'm wrong on this. I know I'm wrong on this. I know I should be keeping it tight and stopping out. But I'm like, this is so unnatural. It feels like aggressive bids just pounding into it. And guess what? I didn't know it at the time, but when that bid steps back in and you get that aggressive rip right back up, it was a little bit of like, what's your opinion on that? To me, it's exactly like that. I'm like, I was there. Like, I would say relatively okay with reading the tape and kind of feeling like, okay, well, this is clearly being slammed down very aggressively into yesterday's lows. So you know what I mean?
It honestly plays both ways, but look, it's the actual opposite result for me in Unity. Like that kind of, it seemed a little bit distinctly different, pressing to the downside, trailed me out of a good long, as opposed to, oh, it seems like it's wrong, the stock is gonna go up. I played that one wrong, thinking it was gonna give me the pullback into the volume weighted average price, and all it does is just resume an uptrend there very cleanly. But at the end of the day, look, if you're a trader, you've just got to make the best read you can, take the wins you can for sure. And over at Trade the Pool, with their swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risks, thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example, one of the Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits. His top performer was NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in over a $6,000 gain alone. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off, as Unity has done it. All right, I may have been jiggled out of it, but I promised if it got to 30, I would say Unity. Let's go to Adara.
Here's Alibaba. Keep an eye on these Chinese ADRs. We have comments coming through from U.S. Trade Representative Jamison Greer. He's talking a lot here about reindustrializing the U.S. Of course, that is the goal of the Trump administration, and that's been their stated goal with regards to implementing tariffs. But he did say, I think one thing to remember, he just said China's cumulative tariff rate is 55%. Alibaba was already pretty weak, but it looks like we might actually break this low of day here as we digest this again. 55% cumulative tariff rate on China. It is worth noting we haven't seen a tariff letter yet on China from Donald Trump on Truth Social. It's unclear if we will get one because the system is pretty unique how they're releasing these. But either way, Jamison Greer reiterating a a cumulative 55% tariff rate on China. Back to you.
Yeah, that's not nothing.
China.
China.
The timing on some of those is absolutely beautiful, man. Yeah.
Well done,
That reminds me, I
Adrian.
gotta set up my
Andre. I
stream
keep
deck
saying,
today.
Andre reminds me of my roommate from university. Anyways, Alibaba, that 115 on Alibaba. Yesterday it was a good breakaway to the upside. Today, it's the failure. Like look at the price action off of 115 in Alibaba. When it breaks away, you go long. When it breaks away, you go short. That doesn't seem that hard. So maybe it's just, I'm going to add this to my list, and because I literally have 115 written down from yesterday, so I don't have to change anything on my iPad, but just short the pops in Baba. Unity continues to fly. I did not get the reload on ETH, which I think I'm just going to hold. To me, this is a hold and try and continue the trend here. You got the big gap up. It's relatively strong compared to the market. Everything else in the crypto space looks pretty strong, so I want to continue with that. Traders community saying CoreWeave testing yesterday's highs. Oh boy, the squeeze it's still squeezing, whether it's Circle or CoreWeave, no matter what you think about these. When they get going, and everybody that thinks they're headed right back down to the bottoms gets really confident in their shorts, that's when they get bamboozled. That said, yesterday said 150 was sort of the spot that we would look for. Maybe the seller is starting to gain control again. I think you've got room here if it breaks the high, but then you're running right into this supply zone, like those 150 into 153, 154, I think. So just be careful with it. Still got some room. And as we were talking about Circle, just because the crypto names are in play, if I'm picking one of these that I'm going to trade today, it'd be Circle over CoreWeave, as it's going right into some of these highs. You're now breaking, so if it closes a 15-minute above 212, which it couldn't do that before, above that VWAP from the highs, or sorry, a VWAP from the highs. If it can do that here, that would be breaking the anchored VWAP from that all-time high on Circle. So if it does that, and it's going to close this bar in about 30 seconds or so, I've flipped the script from looking for a short to looking like a reversion short into a continuation long. Looking very strong here. Crypto for the win.
Yeah, no, a little bit of a stab on Apple there, kind of getting stopped out 212s. So it seems like I said, kind of consolidating here. Maybe we are poised to finally push through this 212 area right now on the day today. And oh boy, Neil, guess what Palantir is coming back to? 150s. So yeah, that reversion coming in real hot there. I got to do, again, my decision making not the best off of the open. The better entries down here at the 148s. And then the second entry that I had as well, when I was like, all right, I'm done with this for now. And then I see what I like, I get right back in. I'm like, all right, well, maybe now we do it. And this time, decision making a little bit less effective here as it pushes back in. So this Apple, I'm willing to give it a few more tries here, but this consolidating near the highs within the first hour is definitely a little interesting to me. But again, like I said, the high of day right now, 212.40s, currently trading at 212.10s, and you can see the market. Yes, we did bounce back. Didn't really revert about 50% here on the NASDAQ. As of yet, but it seems like finally we're starting to catch some back-to-back greens here on these 15-minute candles when it comes to the NASDAQ. And 150, Neil, coming right back in on Palantir. So a little bit of FOMO on my part, but again, I get what I deserve. I shouldn't really be trading necessarily like this. And here is the squeeze, Neil, on Palantir. So this will actually, oh boy, that's what I mean. Beach ball held down. When that pressure is gone, guess where it's going to go? Oh, boy.
The beach ball reference is a weird one in particular because there's a lot that you could use for that, but I am liking it because I absolutely love the beach in a general sense. I'm going to try to get into this Circle trade, but I got to show you, we just took the high, well, I mean ETH just took the high and continues to rally. As I said, I'll look at a higher time frame for you in a quick little second or go back over it a second time, but we continue to go to the upside. It's interesting that it's giving you a dip in Circle back into that 212 area while that's happening. So I want to see if we can close this above the 212. If we do that, I can add. Otherwise, so this the prior high is an area from 211 to 212. So that in square is gonna circle is gonna have like a 30, 40, sometimes a 50-cent spread on it. So this type of a stock, like I would never put like, oh, I'm just gonna stop it out at 12. Like this is an area where they sold between 11 and 12. So I usually just midpoint it and say I'm willing to get out if we break out that 11.5. Just to give you an idea, I always talk about where we're wrong in terms of a stop order. In that particular case, like it's not just going to be this wick. Like if it breaks down under here, I'll just get out. But until we close a 3-minute above 212, I don't want to add to this. And I could do it on a breakout as well. So crypto going higher, most things in crypto going higher. ETH has a bit of a, like this is a stupidity candle. I don't actually.
What are those?
I'm not a chartered market technician. I don't really know. I don't know if I have a name for this. Like what I just mean, it's like a parabolic candle. Like it's the biggest candle of the day for reasons unknown to me. And I take positions off when this happens because it's like a program buy. And if I see it hold up at the 50 level, which right now there's a bit of size at 24.50 over there on ETH, then I'm just gonna try and get out if it fails this breakout through 50. So I'm eyeballing the 24.50 level. Bit of a refresher at 49s right now on ETH. If I see that win a little bit more, I'll probably just punch out of this position. No, it just broke through the 50 level. Wow. The second it looked like it was gonna lose that 49, it just punched through the 50 level and is absolutely flying through. I'm just gonna cancel my stop from the bottom because I obviously don't need that stop anymore. And I'll just give it back through 50. If you want to trail me out, fine. And remember, the reason why we like ETH over IBIT today, bigger gap up, lower drop on that crypto bill, whatever the heck they're calling it. Daryl will give you the name because she has a perfect memory, and I won't. We just like to trade here. ETH finally going. Darwin, bullish engulfing candle on the ETHA daily. Thank you. That's a good look. Adara.
Let's take a look here at KOPN. This is Copen Group. No news on this that I could see. It's a small cap. Looks like we would actually be holded potentially now around that $1.80. Sorry, I guess we're still open here on KOPN, but it is worth noting about 2 million shares I couldn't find, 2 million shares traded right now in the day. Couldn't find much information on it. And again, no news, but this one has rallied in the past. I want to talk as well here. We're getting some comments from Kevin Hassett. This is the second trade-related official in the Trump administration that we've heard speaking today. Kevin Hassett saying that the Fed has been very, very slow and that inflation data has been fine. So they don't necessarily need to be this slow. Again, just more data or more commentary coming in on inflation and the Fed's response to inflation from the Trump administration, specifically the team that does work on these trade-related issues. It's also, I think, worth noting as well, a bit of a fun fact, Kevin Hassett, who's currently the leader of the National Economic Council, he is being seen increasingly, apparently, as a very likely contender to take over Powell's position, or at least he could be put to that place. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. A little bit of a reversion coming in from that same area on Apple from yesterday, Neil. So glad I got a little bit involved in that one. But again, that 211, I find that 211 halves a little interesting. VWAP's all the way down at 211.11s. Hello, Lucky. 211.11s. We're trading at 211.70s right now. So let's see if that'll potentially come into fruition. But again, with the market, with that look at that quadunk happening on this wick. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle? Oh boy, there comes in Apple. Here we go, Neil. Let's see if we can get that VWAP test as well. You know what? I like the number 42 as well.
It's a great number.
So I think 42 is a great number as well. Let's see if we can get a little bit of that as well as, again, the market taking a green to red on the futures here as sellers step right back in. I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling I'm trying to manage a little bit of tilt right now as well. Again, I know you guys don't hear too much of that on the show, but I am pretty tilted at myself for how I executed on Palantir, and it was giving me the move that I was looking for. But guess what? I did not respect the market-generated information, and that is on me, Neil. So it is what it is.
It certainly is. And look, if you're looking for indicators, trend lines, or somewhere you can find those engulfing candles on higher time frames, shout out to Darwin in our chat. eSignal has still got the first month free. These are waves, so you can take a shot. at a professional platform to allow you to back test your strategies, to allow you to customize your layout with the data, the reliable data that you need to trade your specific setups. API access, you can automate your trading style if you would like to do so as well. So everything all in one spot, including an opportunity to short Tesla into 320 with eSignal. 1 month free, so you try it out. If you don't like it and it doesn't work for you, that's fine. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Link is in the description. Shout out to them. A couple of things happening. I don't have to explain Tesla 320 again, but I do have to mention 2 things on Circle and ETHA. So remember I said we got to that top. If it shows me an exit, I'm going to take it. We did. At the same time that ETH put in this top and trailed back in through that 50 zone that it blasted, Circle, for obvious reasons, I think, Circle caught a seller. There was size at 15, and it caught a seller as well. I never got the add to the position, but it looks like a consolidation level right now on Circle. A bit tricky up at this high, because if it loses the bid, you can easily drop down into 208, 209. That's like $5. So I took the scalp trade. When ETH took me out, we rang the register there. I rang the register on Circle as well. But Tesla did come into 320. There's 320. There's your wick high. There's a short at 319 and a half. I'm looking for the volume weighted average price here on Tesla. We got it last time, but remember, Tesla is a strong stock in a rebounding market. So yes, it got to my level, but I have to respect the tape. I have to respect what the market wants to do next. It came the last couple of times it's come into 320. It's given you the juice, but this is different. At the open, 320 fail. At the open, 320 fail. This time, we've just rallied higher lows and strength into this 320. That is not the same activity that we've had before. So if it can hold on to 318, I'll respect that. I will respect it. I will not be, I'm not going to add to this position unless it shows me lower highs and trend continuation. Like it did it before, where it showed you some lower highs where you can add to the short, but this is a one and done for me into the volume weighted average price on Tesla. If you're patient, sometimes you let the strong stock come to you. Why compromise on your setup for a short if the stock is trending long? It's the same thing. If you really like a long at a specific level and the stock is trading down, let it get to your price because clearly it wants to trend to it at that moment. So we're into Tesla for the first time, rang the register on ETH and rang the register on Circle. I find myself for the first time today only in a short position in what has been, it's not like it's been a strong market, but let's go see what sectors are trying to bounce us here with Adara and Sector Watch.
There's only one that stands out to me here in terms of bouncing or already strong sectors. That would be health technology. Looking at some of these names here, I just pulled up some of the charts. Eli Lilly's been strong basically since the open. Johnson & Johnson also strong since the open here off of earnings. Amgen and AbbVie, 2 other larger weighted names in the sector, also doing really well. So health technology, pretty strong. Other than that, a lot of these sectors are kind of wavering. There's some notable weakness in producer manufacturing, specifically in these names that make chips, LRX, CX, and AMAT. This could potentially be due to the fact that ASML's forward guidance was a little bit weak. 2025 guidance, they're still expecting growth, but they're not quite sure about 2026. Consumer services pretty mixed here. Energy minerals weak across the board. We did about 10 minutes ago get those EIA numbers. Consumer durables mixed, but of course Tesla looking really good here, trying to lead the sector to the upside. Finance pretty mixed as well. BLK, nice day 2 earnings move to the upside. Coinbase, pretty recent member of this index, is actually to the upside here as well. But Morgan Stanley weak on day 1 earnings. Same with Bank of America. Then we get into electronic technology and technology services. These are both kind of mixed today. A lot of this, I've said this word quite a few times during the segment, but this whole market is pretty mixed. I do want to talk about electronic technology, though, because these chips are really weak, and that could be part of why this market is struggling today. Broadcom, Micron especially here, AMD all to the downside this morning as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. That 15-minute candle we were talking about, oh boy, Apple coming slamming back into VWAP. What a reversion that's happening, that's doing right now. So absolutely beautiful on that one. The gift that keeps on giving. Sometimes those supply and those demand zones, when they show up again, sure, they're not going to show up similarly every single day or every single time they come into it. But again, Got to be looking for things that you want to see to get into the positions you want to get into as well. So again, getting a little bit better at doing that. As of right now, VWAP 211.11s, and guess what? We're trading just around that level right now on Apple. So beautiful reversion to VWAP happening there. Getting a little involved here in this Palantir, much lighter as the market pulls back in. We did come in and clip that 150 once again and pulling back. So let's see, is that a false break of that 150? I don't know, but we, again, morning highs all the way at those 150, 60s. Couldn't quite get to yesterday's high of day either. So again, ones to watch out for. But the market, those sellers, man, those sellers are coming in hot off of the open, and they're stepping right back in, currently going into the middle of the day as well. So yeah, Nvidia with a nice downtrending push there. Again, we heard about Jensen being in China. It's today? Yeah, today's Wednesday.
Yep.
So yeah, today's the day that he's there. And I don't know, is this sell the news event? I have no idea, but it seems like the market itself is selling a little bit more aggressively than Nvidia itself. But yesterday's low is coming in around that 69, heyo, that we talked about this morning. So let's see if that can potentially come in here on Nvidia as well. And okay, so we got a super chat here from Pablo saying call in T. So I think you mean that's TELUS, right? Let me take a quick look.
No, that should be AT&T.
That's TNT. Yeah, TMUS is
It's TELUS in Toronto.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's
T, the symbol in the TSX or the TMX is TELUS, but obviously
okay,
you're probably. I'm assuming you're talking about AT&T.
yes, AT&T. Well, yeah, we're going to assume you're talking about AT&T here as that comes in. A little bit of a strong flush here. What is that coming in on? I guess that's a 4 a.m. candle here. So yeah, I don't know, man. Again, I just like to look at the charts and see how they're building up. Higher time frame, I think, is the best way to go, especially for bigger picture moves. You can see strong trend here. So yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. But again, the first thing I'm going to put on is maybe just a simple trend line to see, to define where I'm potentially, I guess, totally wrong here. So I think, again, looking at this trend we've been holding since, I guess, April of 2024. Just that's the more local low here where we start to step up a little bit faster. We can see that anchored, it's been holding anchored pretty well from this earnings report from the beginning of the year. That's anchored to January. If you guys see this green line right here. So you can see, yeah, sure, we kind of push deeply into and through it, and maybe holding some prior anchors as well. This anchor coming in from the earnings from the end of last year as well. So yeah, I think there's a bit of a range here, and then bigger picture trend line as well. So I think 25s, 26s, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to give any sort of advice, but this is what the chart is showing, is what I can kind of talk about. So I don't know if you have any comments.
Sorry, though, I just had to. Look, I've been staring down Tesla's tape because I said in the chat, this is not going to be the one that I give back on. The longs have been better, whether it's Circle, there's so many things that were strong this morning into the relative weakness, and when you to find ETH, Circle, and Unity, it's like, why give back? I know I like the 320 level, and you could have scalped it. That's fine. You absolutely could have scalped it, but it didn't follow through. But why give back shorting something when the jam that made money today was going long in the strong stocks and sitting it out on anything that looks super, super ridiculously trendy? Which there was a moment when we lost the 320 twice where this looked like a perfect entry point that you break this channel and we're going right down in. That's what it looked like. And the buyers came right in off that prior high, zoomed, and once they did that, it's like, why even bother? You know this is too strong. Just get out of its way and look for the next opportunity. So obviously Tesla is continuing its trend higher. I'm not going to fight it. And it could go down from here, and if it does, congratulations to anyone that still likes that 320. It's 1046. I'm not going to rush to get back into anything, but I do want to point out, look, I've been focused. I went to Circle and ETH, but let's be real. Robinhood making a 52. Oh, sorry. Correction. Robinhood making an all-time high breakout. Ooh. Sometimes you get patterned into saying certain things on the show. But what I should say is correctly, all-time high breakout in Robinhood, why anything crypto-related is getting a fantastic bounce. Also remember, a couple of days ago, a couple of sessions ago, when we had that note from JPM about fintech names payment processors having to pay up for data, that was walked back a bit. There was some criticism saying it's not going to be as big of a deal, and then you had a nice consolidation for Robinhood during all of that. Then it got the dump yesterday on the crypto bill. So what? Trap some more shorts around the same level as that JP Morgan headline, and then it breaks out the top today. This was where you wanted to be when it came to the strength. It was that trap short in everything that flushed on that crypto bill failing that was gapping higher. You trap new shorts and you broke out the top. I don't care whether, maybe not IBIT. You know what, maybe not IBIT. It's just not doing anything, man. I don't know what to tell you. I love Bitcoin. I own almost exclusively Bitcoin when it comes to my long-term holdings in anything crypto related. So this is what I want to be moving today, but it's not. And that's sort of the thing. And that's why yesterday, for the first time ever, I decided to trade ETH. And then today, for the second time, I decided to trade ETH because you have to be in the things that are strong at this point. Tesla's trying to break that 320. Unity's on VWAP, I'm hearing. Really? Okay. Well, not yet. No, it's not. I just looked up. I'm like, Unity's not in VWAP yet. But it is getting there. So last time I got trailed out of Unity early, I want to see if I can get another leg going. What I don't necessarily love about it as much as I did early is it was relatively strong when I was buying the dips on it. Now you've got a difference in that the market is trying to show strength and it's pulling back. So it's going a little counter trend from what it was doing before, which is fine. It's sort of, that just tells me it's doing its own thing. So what I want to see here is, are we going to hold the trend line or are we going to bounce off VWAP? And I don't need to, this is the time of day you want to be patient with your entry points. At the open, you can get aggressive and sometimes sloppy with something that you know can go, but this isn't the time to do it. So I'll be very patient with this entry, with this level. Just living, I want to answer this question, then I'll get to this GameStop here. Darwin asking about it as well. But Tesla, you're not shorting because the news, or more, oh, you want to know why I got out of the short? I just felt it was too strong. I made a judgment call for myself that in this moment, based on what I saw here at about 318, 319, the trend was too strong, so I just got out. It's technically flat. I made a small amount on it because I might have made like 10 cents on the trade, but to me, it was getting out flat because I felt too much strength. And I want to see more. I needed to see more to convince me that this is the right thing to do to short the 320 on Tesla when it's so strong and the market's coming back into the upside. So I just decided I didn't want to lose there. Like, not on that trade, not in that particular moment. I might come back to it when it looks better. This game is really, I don't have any puns for it, but it's going again. We saw this before. Let me get that futures chart out of the way. We saw this the last few sessions ago when it broke out. When I got pulled back, I'm like, yeah, whatever, that thing's done. Because it pulled back, found support, and then yesterday it rinsed that support. So you figure it's done. I did not see this in the aftermarket break out. I feel like if I had done the aftermarket show last night, maybe I would have noticed this, but wow. So it does the pullback, holds, liquidity grabs underneath that 160 support level and breaks it out in the aftermarket. If you're a small cap trader, that's a great look because you've gotten some early longs out. You've probably got some shorts initiated in here as well. And some of them might not have covered because that was an aftermarket move. All of a sudden, you wake up in the morning and this is at 220 and it's breaking. That said, remember the high from yesterday or from previously was 280. So I don't know how much more you want to give it before you be ringing the register on game, but that's a bit of a miss. You like a liquidity grab like this for a long, especially when it immediately gets bought back up and you can take the long breaking out over $2. Let's go to Adara. Get it, Adara.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, keep an eye here on this US dollar. This is the 30-minute chart, and I mean, look at this uptrend. However, this we have to put everything in context. The daily chart is still very much removed from these highs, but we're almost breaking out of this downtrend. I think we need to break this 99.5 level. This is the high that we made on June 23rd. If we break out of that level, it looks like we really will start to make these higher highs, which is what we need to break out of this very rough look for the DXY. I do want to mention as well here the CME Fed Watch tool. We know that today we had commentary coming from Kevin Hassett, who is the current National Economic Council leader, and he's also seen pretty heavily as a potential candidate to take over as Fed chair, to be appointed by Trump as the new chair of the Fed when Fed Chair Powell's term ends. Today, Kevin Hassett said that the Fed has been very, very slow with rates and that inflation is fine. It does not look, though, necessarily like we have that agreement when it comes to the Fed Watch tool, because even for September now, we've gone from a 60% chance of a 25 basis point cut down to about a 54% chance. So now it's a bit more of a 50-50 as to whether we get that cut. For July, it is absolutely not 50-50. 97.5% of participants are expecting no change in rates. So July seems like a lock. Let's see if September gives us any surprises. Back to you.
I agree with you, Professor Love. A rise in the dollar can't help U.S. stocks. That is traditionally the play. But you know the types of stocks that don't need any help from the market, from the dollar, or for any kind of higher level macro news? Ali G in the chat.
Hey-o.
Big ups to Ali G. Big up to my.
Big up.
Yo, I love Ali G. E-Stain's massive. What about SBET and BMNR? Those stocks don't care. Well, I mean, in a general sense, they don't care what's happening. Look, everything does care about the economy and all blah, blah, blah. Obviously, a big enough move in rates, a big enough move in the dollar. In this particular case, a big story that could hit regarding crypto legislation. Of course, those things matter. You see what I'm getting at, though, is that the market's trying to go, and SBET is already going. I'll get to BMNR in a quick little second as well, but SBET breaking those highs. It's interesting that, like, I for the life of me, I'll be honest with you. I actually think that move in SBET is disappointing because look at the move in ETH. Like, ETH really went. Like, you saw that gave us, like, from the 24, that gave you 3 points, and whoa.
Yeah, some's coming in.
Now it's starting to sell in. But it wasn't that big of a move in ETH.
Oh, my God.
So that's what just happened on the NASDAQ. Sorry, guys. I'll finish that in a quick little second. But you just had a heavy sell candle in the NASDAQ. You just had a heavy sell in Nvidia. I just saw, like, all the bids just started dropping in one moment. I mean, I wasn't even in any longs, and I could see that on the tape and everything I was looking at. So I didn't hear anything in my ear. Adara will come in if there's something in a quick little second. I just heard her jump off the desk. Let's go right to Adara. Big sell action there.
I want to read this report to get more details, but I'll read the headline for now. CBS apparently reporting that lawmakers are saying that Trump has indicated he will fire Fed Chair Powell. Now, I think a huge caveat is he's been saying he'd fire Powell for a while, and there's been no action on that. Then he'll go back and say he won't. So I think this is really, really key. But again, apparently CBS is reporting that lawmakers have indicated, or lawmakers have said that Trump's indicating interest in firing Fed Chair Powell. Furthermore, apparently he asked Republican lawmakers whether he can or should dismiss the Federal Reserve Chair. So that's a slightly different tone. I am going to be looking here for more information on this report because right now I'm only seeing the headlines. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, no, that selling came in pretty aggressively, and I was like, whoa, what's going on there? So that Palantir coming slamming right back down into 149 as well. Yeah, that was aggressive. And yeah, I'm questioning, is this another taco trade? I have no idea, but that flush coming in real hot and getting bought right back up. Oh boy. So the question becomes, do I get right back into Apple here or not? I don't know. I'm going to let some of this action start to dissipate.
Oh my
These
goodness.
candles are absolutely crazy. Let us know, Adara. What's up?
Yeah, I found this article, and I want to clarify. Apparently, it did come out at 10:52 a.m., but when you just see it on Google, it says 3 days ago. So I think this is brand new, but the 3 days ago aspect is a little odd. I'm still reading through the report. I want to get more details, but either way, again, so when you Google it, before you click on the link, it says 3 days ago. On the actual report itself, it says this was released at 10:52 a.m. today. So a bit odd. I'm going to read through this report quickly and provide more information, likely on the midday show. So stay tuned for 11 a.m. if you want to hear all about it and hear my deep dive. Back to you.
So you've got some pretty interesting, we only have about 3 minutes to go, pretty interesting candles. Like Apple, which Obi was showing you, is trying to hold, if this closes holding VWAP and breaks back out, then the taco trade seems confirmed to me. Nvidia, I tried, this is my only loss today, was trying Nvidia on a trend break. Look at this candle, all the way down to 169.30, but couldn't get back through the 170. I mean, if this, like to me, it was breaking trend. It was breaking day trend again. So now if it takes out 170, it would be the taco trade for sure on Nvidia. So I'm going to have my eyeballs here on Nvidia. As again, with only 3 minutes to go, can he fire him? Can he not fire him? Doesn't matter. Trade the price action. Tesla got back to 320 in a very slight pullback. That remains incredibly strong. ETH goes right back into the highs as that it just continues to churn. Higher and higher and higher. But you're at a decision point here for the NASDAQ. Are we retaking the lows on some big stocks? Or are we breaking out this range high? You break out the range high, then the taco trade to me has some confirmation. And of course, that's just I didn't coin it. It's just Trump always chickens out, like somebody else said it. And we just kind of roll with it because it makes, essentially, if there is news that tanks the market from the president, then it's buy the dip. Essentially, that's what the essence of that. So if you hear us say taco trade, then that's really what we're talking about here. If you bought it on the candle, great. But now that it's already made that move down, I have to wait to see what is next. But it's also 10:58.
Oh boy.
So I want to remind everybody, especially because I know Joe wants to know what this is. This is not going to be a lunch that I think we get excited about. But before we find out what's for lunch, we've got more at the desk from Adara.
Oh,
hopefully good. Hopefully good.
I just read through this report, and as I indicated when I read the headline, there's really nothing new here. We do have Fed Chair Powell, of course, Donald Trump wanting to fire him, but not able to fire him. So there's really, read through this report, there's absolutely nothing new. We also know, in case you guys didn't know, the Supreme Court has actually ruled that they're not even sure he can fire him. They've commented that. So the likelihood of this being legally challenged, if it does happen, is incredibly high. There are, again, a lot of these sources here are people from the Trump administration who've already said they are interested in Powell getting fired. So I think the bias and where this is coming from is really important as well. Apparently, though, the new aspect of this is, I guess on Tuesday night, we know that Trump was visiting with these Republican lawmakers to get support for the crypto bills. Apparently, he made some comments to these lawmakers yesterday night during this. They basically, apparently, they were interested in firing him. Again, nothing new. We know he wants to do this firing, but the difference is apparently these lawmakers were saying to CBS that Trump said he 100% will fire Powell. Now, previously he said he wants to, but he doesn't think he can. Yesterday, he also said about Powell, you talk to the guy, it's like talking to nothing. It's like talking to a chair. No personality. So, yeah, those comments came out yesterday. Again, I just wanted to kind of give you guys a quick recap because I read through the article. It doesn't seem like anything huge or imminent as of right now. Back to you.
So much there. Worth noting, I saw this in the chat, and shout out to everyone that pointed this out. It was Afua, good brand in the chat, pointing out that finally, all morning long, it was ETH and other things related. Biggest volume candle of the day was actually confirmation to the upside. Bitcoin, or IBIT, finally breaks out. We did get above the 119 level, so big time movement there for Bitcoin. And it's the first time that it actually looked relatively strong and it held up that strength for now. I think you still wanted this to settle down. It's new news. I'm not going to rush into anything. I want to tell you guys what was for lunch. I'm not overly excited about this. Grilled herb chicken, roasted baby potatoes, braised cabbage and carrots. It's a very vanilla, like bland, or like, we got grilled herb chicken, and then roasted baby potatoes, braised cabbage and carrots. Like it's a very average
basic
lunch. This guy wants to go for brisket. I'm getting a salad anyway, so my salad's gonna have chicken almost for sure. You see Obi's face when Randy said brisket, so I know what you want to do over there. But what everyone wants to do is stay tuned because we're going to the Bash Brothers. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. It is Joey Options.
Yes.
Professor today, Professor Sharif as well. Go get him, boys.
Yeah.
What the heliante? What the heli berry?
Boom!
greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Right there is your boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. And yes, we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other side. All right, man. Shout out to the OG Darwin, always dancing up a storm. Anthony Loco. We got Gorev, Sports and Stonks. Bob the Builder. Jeremy Newman. Jake Roberts. Snake. We got E. We got Donkey Trader. Mavi Earth. Siesta Mike 44. Travman. Dangerous. I'm so dangerous. I love that song. Narsty, Ginvesting. Okay. I know. CEO, Mixel Ventures, Oscarito, Death Trader, Ari Rosen. We got 2 New York Senses, Sebastian Ontiveros. Probably butchered that last name. I do apologize. A Day in the Life, like that. Just Ron Trejo. We got JJ. JD is best. Shout out to Pablo Picasso. That's a fantastic one. I gotta.
That's great.
Bravo. Michael PD Ryder, the OG, Charged Up 101. We got All Class, Adam DeLuce, Frank Trades, GTR Yay. Yee or Yay? I know I'm ancient. Eric Garcia, Dude 5, and Doria. Shout out to Doria. First time I'm seeing that name. Welcome to everybody, guys. Yes, we just got big news right now from everybody's favorite orange character. I mean, Donald Trump. And he is, according to CBS, reports Adara looking at getting rid of Fed Chair Powell. And the second that happened, I looked over there to your boy Joey Options. I'm like, go long Bitcoin. We know why, because don't want the president to mess with the money supply, so they're going to a finite asset, i.e. Bitcoin.
Yeah. Great shout out there. And when Sharif did mention it there, guys, it was a big time move, right? It was right around this neck of the woods when he mentioned it. And it's like, boom, you get that ABCD pattern, and that worked out really, really well for that thesis there. So nice look. Maybe we get a retest, and maybe we can start to participate on there. RGTI is really breaking out. That was one of my picks here on the day, but I missed that train. So that train has definitely left the station. So we'll continue to look for other things. But right now we're just sitting in some NVDA short from right here. And then, yeah, we got that nice volatility spike to the downside. So that worked out relatively well. I was talking with Jag in the chat. And yeah, that's what we're cooking out. I don't have much left. I literally have 10%, and maybe we can run into 80s here on NVDL, or we try to get a little bit of a reload and look for those targets there. But RGTI, Bitcoin really starting to zoom. That's looking pretty good. But as for the overall market, the Qs and the SPY are pretty choppy here today, guys, so keep that in mind. Very, very range bound. In my opinion, there it is. A lot of overlapping candles. You do get that initial weak drop to the downside. So the 5-minute orb traders, that one worked out really well if you're playing the break of this 5-minute candle, and then you get that flush to the downside. And then now we're starting to kind of bid back up. So keep an eye out on that. But that's what we got going on here. Yeah, Joey Chill. So I seen someone say Joey Chill in the chat. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're big chilling today. We're short NVDL. Why am I short NVDL, Sharif? It's honestly the same narrative. And I've been mentioning this from before. I'm trying to build a steady playbook off of this stuff. Oops, I didn't want to pull that one up there.
I didn't even mean
to do that. Honestly, yeah. So
good.
What we got going on here is this. Right, open interest. That 175 has cooled off.
Okay.
There was over 144,000 here, so a lot of those closed, those 175, but 172 and 170. I'm just looking forward to close below those prices because those short contracts do not want to close in the money, but Bitcoin really moving here now, Sharif.
All right, guys. I haven't punched in a position yet. There's a lot that I'm looking at. I think I'm going to punch in. Okay, well, let me just see here for a second. YHC is the one I'm looking at. Up about 47%, 650 high, has now pulled back off that 650 into 580s. And the reason I'm interested is this is a 10 EMA bounce. I'm going to give this an opportunity, even though what I'm seeing over here has been that this has breached the 10 EMA on the 5, at least on that initial pullback off the open. It was a bigger pullback. It was a 3-candle red pullback, but we got 2 red candles right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this an opportunity to come down into the volume weighted average price at 561. So I will dollar cost average into the 2/3 of a dollar. I won't DCA into the 3/4. I'll wait for the 2/3. That is if it loses the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm talking about YHC. All right, so first entry for me in a position on the day. We're going to go ahead and we're going to layer the orders as we typically do to take advantage of any price spikes, and that's kind of what we're doing now. Let's go ahead and set up. All right, so we already got a beak wetter there. Let's see if this one wants to continue to go. But as I said, I will DCA into the 2/3 of a dollar. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to wait at 69. All right, so I know the 2/3 is at 66, but I like 69 better. So that's what I'm doing right now. So that's the first entry there. Now, there are other ones that I'm looking at. BRNS. This thing lost VWAP. And so when I pulled this up originally, it was this candle right here that I pulled it up at, right at 1050. And this one topped into 191. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. It went from 191 to 125. Math nerds in the chat, what kind of a percentage retracement is that? I can do it here, but I want you guys to do it. And then all of a sudden, the next subsequent candle, we didn't actually make a lower low, but you couldn't really get the opportunity to punch in on this 11 o'clock candle because the speed with which this 11 o'clock candle went from 130 to 196 was prohibitive, and it is now halted at the high side into 196. Be on the lookout for burns, BRNS, but just don't get burned by it, Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. Brazil, apparently, according to a statement they made, the Brazilian government sent a letter to U.S. officials about tariffs on July 15th. That would be yesterday. Apparently, in this letter, they, quote, react strongly to this decision to impose 50% tariffs on Brazilian products. For what it's worth, the Liberation Day tariff on Brazil was only 10%, so massive increase there. Brazil also said it is open to discuss trade with U.S. authorities for a mutual agreement. Also, guys, worth noting, Circle just did a massive breakout into new day's highs. Back to you.
Circle, ... Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Do you have your cootie shot?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, I got it too.
Yeah,
I got it during COVID. I didn't want to, but they wouldn't let me travel.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me go anywhere. I had to.
They wouldn't let me travel without it.
At Bell, too. They're like, yeah, you need to get it.
Oh, you were, yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. All right, so we're doing it freaking live over here on YHC. We're in at 84s. I've scalped up all the way into 19s on YHC. It's a 10 EMA hold, but alas, what's important here is this current 5-minute candle has a lower high. The only way it changes trend if it prints above 638. So I'm looking for a 639 print. So we take a bunch of prints here on that price spike up. I'm still interested in DCAing into that volume weighted average price if it is to lose the bid here. But I will go ahead and wet the beak a little bit more just to take out some more into this high end area, but we're still holding actually more than half the position. So let's see what this one does. YHC in my focus right now, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, so this is what we got going on. We're still looking at this. Bitcoin has absolutely gone parabolic. That's something positive that we want to see. And that's why, like, for me personally, you guys know I sold a couple of those contracts, and it's like, just hold on to some of them, right? So you still have some skin in the game. Obviously, it's not going to equal the amount that if you had the full position, but it's like, all right, lock in some of those profits, listen to what the market's telling you, and then just hold some of, just in case it does decide to reverse or do something else. And I think that's going to be the case here. So now this gap has been completely filled, and you can see that we're starting to slightly reject it here, guys. So keep an eye out for this specific support level that we experienced. I believe this is going to be Friday's or Monday's post-market right there, and then you lead into Tuesday morning, and then boom, you get that massive flush down. So that's what we got going on. We'll continue to monitor Bitcoin for any form of pullback, and then maybe we'll look to get involved there. But this was, I think, the really, really key entry. You break through VWAP right there. You can see that you put in that definitive base. And then once you've cracked VWAP to the top side, the volume slowly starts to pick up. And then boom, you're breaking through some of these pre-market highs and continuing to climb higher. But this ABCD pattern, the retest of VWAP you hold, that's where you want to get involved. And that's when Sharif mentioned it. So that's a missed opportunity. I was thinking short on Mara. Why was I thinking short on Mara? Let's pull it up from a daily standpoint. Unfortunately, I did miss that one as well, but I just stuck to what Nvidia was doing. But here it is. I think this is going to be a good potential short right here on MARA, but if it cracks that high, then just hop out because it'll probably climb higher. Hey, we got William Larson. What's up? Hey, Bash Bros.
Really rich.
QQ, if good news comes out from the crypto bill today, do you think SBET will take off or sell off? What do you think about that one?
I don't know, man. The crypto bill is good for a couple of reasons. Well, there's several different pieces of legislation. There's a Genius Act, kind of, which regulates these U.S. dollar stable coins, and then there is the other, what's it called? It's the one that the Clarity Act, excuse me. That one defines whether a coin is an equity, or sorry, it's a security, excuse me, or a commodity. The CFTC governing body or the SEC. And then the third and the final one, there was basically a prohibition on a central bank digital currency. It was one of the one of the points that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene insisted be included to get her vote in the House. So I think that was actually going to be part of a different piece of legislation, but for whatever reason, it was a sticking point. In any event, I don't think any of those really have to do directly with ETH, but as you've seen, and as Neil pointed out multiple times this morning, ETH is breaking out and it's a little bit stronger. Joseph, ETH is up 6.8% on my watch list right now, about to take out 3250. So I don't think they really have anything to do with it directly. That doesn't mean, though, it doesn't catch a tailwind from just the overall, positive news, let's just call it that, for crypto in general. So you're catching a tailwind right now, because I'm watching ETH. ETH is still very, very strong on the day. We had a momentary breach there, Joseph, of 120,000 on Bitcoin, coming back down now to 119,500. So, look, I'm not the biggest fan of ETH, but what do I know, man? The thing is, it's making big boy moves, and so it doesn't really matter what I think, guys. And the technicals still, I was looking at the chart that Neil pulled up this morning with Brendo, still kind of like in that mid-range. You know what I mean? From all-time highs and local lows.
Yeah, for sure.
It really hasn't broken out too much.
Too much, no. And I know we talked about it with a little bit with Michael Noss, and I think 136 is totally doable. Let's just see how the strength continues, right? But the reaction that we've seen here earlier this morning is a positive sign. So maybe we can get some aftermarket, or even during the intraday session, we can get a little bit of a move higher here. And I mean, 130, we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. We'll take that one there. It's just unfortunate we don't have any more sizing on it. Let's actually pull up spot itself to take a look at that daily chart, because I think it's really important to note. I seen this yesterday, so why did I sell a bunch of my contracts? Well, just because of this candle, right? Maybe it's not the most isolated pivot, but you got to look at it from a technical standpoint and say, all right, buyers had the ability to push price all the way up to 123.5 roughly, and then it pushes it right back down. And then you open up here, and then you get that flush. But when I was looking at this yesterday, you open up here, and then you get that flush down, but buyers push price right back up, and that kind of closed as another hammer. So it was like almost like a double tweezer hammer pattern right there. And I'm, okay, did I make a mistake? But no, I can't honestly get mad at myself for locking in profits. I think that's what you have to do. Obviously, I was expecting a bigger move and maybe more of a clean path to 130, 135, but this is what I had to face. And that's probably, in all honesty, that's the worst case scenario. Like whether you're short or you're long, whatever you may be, and I see this, I'm like, that is not a good sign. So I'm glad, even though if it does work against me, I did lock in some profits and then left a little skin in the game as well too, Sharif.
All right, guys, I'm continuing to hold my YHC trade over here. Look, this current candle still hasn't made a higher high. What it has made is a higher low. So the 1105 5-minute candle did have a low of 580. The one that just closed, so the 1110 candle, come on, man, hover over, piece of crap. All right, it looks like it has a 591 low, and we're still zigging and zagging. We just got up there into prior bar high at around 611, but we're not making any new highs. So I'm starting to keep my eye on this one. I've moved my stop up now to break even on 584, okay? So if it does dip down into my entry, I get stopped out, but I still leave active that order, that resting order that I have there shadowing the volume weighted average price. I just don't want to DCA into it. I just rather break even, and then if it comes into VWAP, holds up, I buy again, okay? But really, I should be focusing on a couple of other stocks. I want to talk about them. BRNS is on the warpath to the high side. It just printed a new high day, 278. It's got five candles of higher highs and higher lows in a row, including that one red candle there that you see on your screen. Everything else has made higher highs and higher lows. Sorry, Assassino, I was not plugged in.
Oh, another
Give me
big
a
flush
second
to
there,
the
Adara.
downside
Go
there.
ahead. Oh, well, we're going to send it to Adara because I think she's got news.
Absolutely.
I don't know what that news is. Unfortunately, I am waiting, and if I see anything, I'll let you know. Apparently, there's, some comments from Marco Rubio, but it's just about Syria, and it's unclear if it's like pressing news. I do want to let you guys know here, though, Donald Trump is set to welcome the Prime Minister and Crown Prince of Bahrain for bilateral talks. I think that's supposed to happen at 11:30. I will let you guys know how the talks go. Of course, I'll be watching them. I'm still not seeing a market-wide handle, but I'm seeing a GME handle. Apparently, the company is teasing something is coming on X, so keep an eye on GME. That something is coming. It's not a lot of information, but keep an eye on this stock. Regardless, if there's anything like headline-wise to explain that market-wide move, I'll let you guys know. But I'm not seeing anything.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, there's a super chat. Shout out to Rustam. $2 super chat. Thank you, Rustam, my man. This channel is super good. No, Rustam, you are super good. Thank you very much for being kind, and thank you for the kind words, my man. I hope you're printing up a storm today, but just be careful on these here markets. As you see, there's a lot of volatility today, and well, obviously volatility is fantastic for intraday traders, but just be careful with that. I do think Adara has breaking news on what just happened. Get it, Adara?
I do, Sharif. And what happened is, again, it's not new, but it is a new wording of the same headline. Now we're saying that I'm seeing reports that apparently a White House official said that Trump is likely to fire Powell soon. Who is this White House official? I don't have a name, but I can bet I would be pretty confident people are going to be asking Trump about this during his bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Bahrain. Again, that's expected to happen, I think, within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So I will be following that without a doubt. I'll let you guys know if there's anything of note there. But yeah, I'm sure reporters are very likely to ask Donald Trump about this. Again, earlier today, CBS reported that Trump is expressing interest in firing Powell. Now we have a White House official reportedly saying this as well. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. A lot of volatility there, Sharif. What do you got cooking up, brother?
I'm getting amped up. So I did what I said, guys. Got stopped out break even, added aggressively a much larger position into 69. We've taken out half the position so far. We're not in the clear. So it did defend that level, okay? It did defend it, but it really hasn't rocketed up. And now the spread is opening up. Anything below that 540 level, I get stopped out on this one. So I'm keeping my eye firmly fixed here on YHC as the market is all sorts of crazy right now. Let's go ahead and take some more out here as it pops back to 585. Look at that. The spread won't allow me to print, despite the fact that I gave it a 5-penny offset. There we go. Now we get printed to the high side. So now I feel a bit more comfortable having de-risked the position now. Now let's see if this one wants to work its way back into the $6 area. Look, I mean, just because it bounced off VWAP doesn't mean it's going to make higher highs and higher lows. YHC feels like it did react to that bad market news. And if that's going to be the case, I don't know if I want to trade this. I don't trade small caps because they move with the market. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's because they march to the beat of their own drum. So I don't need to keep an eye on what the hell Donald is saying, what the NQ is doing, or how many chips Jensen is going to sell in China at any one time. These small caps don't really care about that. So I don't want to see correlation between YHC and the overall market. And I did see that because as soon as we got that news line, it did drop quick as you freaking like. Sorry, Joey, options there. I know I startled you, but
Actually, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So we added a little bit here to this NVDA trade. Nothing substantial, but let's see if we can get this breakdown. I mean, the Qs are moving lower. SPY seems relatively weaker than that, but I mean, yeah, we're just gonna sit here, be posted, be cool as a cucumber to see if we can get a low of the day, but there it is. So I still have a little bit of this position remaining, so that's why my average is up here now, right? Because once you add it, it obviously gets lifted. So let's see if we can run into 80s, 60s, and then I'll just take off what I've added, and then sure enough, leave the rest for a runner to see if we can get a break of the low of the day into 80s. But if NVDA isn't going to start to sell aggressively here with the overall market, then we might be in trouble. So then I'll just cut this at VWAP, even though I I am free rolling right now. I'm going to give it a little bit of room. I don't want to just hop out at my average because I want to use a defined risk profile. That will take away a little bit of the realized gains that we have if it does come stop me out there, but that's all right. We'll find another trade. And I think Baba's a pretty good short here as well too with Dara.
Get it.
More context here on this Trump firing Powell story. So again, a White House official had said that Trump is likely to fire Powell. Now, apparently, the other aspect of this headline I'm seeing is apparently this is going to happen likely very soon, that they don't have a timeline. So depending on how expedient this reported firing is, that could certainly be of note. Keep an eye on crypto. As mentioned, crypto could be a nice counterplay for this, but the market itself breaking into new lows. Will Trump fire Powell? Will he not? We'll have to wait and find out. Back to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Joseph. And then I'll just pack my bags and get them out of here, right? This guy, bro. This guy. Liability. I love him, but he's a liability. All right, we're having a good time here, guys. YHC, the spread is continuing to open up here, 3-4 pennies at times. This displeases me. So I'm continuing to pack my patience, but we have a decent buffer
the market
from
moves like the waves.
Oh. Okay.
From the entry point, subscribe.
There you go.
That's a better one, right? So we have a decent buffer between the entry, but now what I want to do is I want to move up my stop. I gave it a stop below the $0.50. That is no longer of interest to me. What I will do is give it to current or prior bar low. That is 554. So we're going to go ahead and set up at 553. Kind of random, obviously, especially with that whole dollar being right there, but I don't care. So we'll go ahead and set up just like that for this remaining amount of shares. Let's see if this one's got the cojones to get back above $6. It's still putting a downtrend and has been putting a downtrend since the 5-minute candle that closed at 11.55. I'm talking about that bad boy. That was a topping tail into 650. It was a double top, followed by lower high, lower high. Lower high, lower high, and do you see where I'm going with this? Another lower high. Alas, it's still in a tradable zone for me, so I will continue to hold it. But that's not the only one I'm looking at, guys. As I mentioned, I've got others over here. I'm interested in game here at the 2 1/3, where the volume weighted average price is GAME. Very interesting area here, an aggressive sell-off off that 282. That could be a buy here at VWAP. And then I'm also looking at HUBC, 394 high, dips back into the 10 EMA, has a hammer candle forming currently on the 10 EMA with a bottoming tail look there, currently trading. There it is. Look at that buy. Look at that aggressive buy as I was talking, right up into 385. Let's see how this does. I'm also keeping an eye on VERI, not a big percentage mover, only about 17 3/4, but a very respectable chart pattern there, holding the 10 EMA. This looks like a buy program. Let's see what this one does at the 10, and if it loses the 10, the 20 and VWAP right now are overlapping, so that could be another interesting play there. And then BRNS kind of concerns me. As we've spoken about before, the topping tail candles are not the end-all and be-all. They are not the end of the matter for these small cap gappers. They usually signify a more localized selling as opposed to an all-out reversal like they would be maybe on an Apple or an Amazon. But that's what I'm keeping my eye on here. Does this hold VWAP? Well, it hasn't really respected VWAP on the day. What it has seemed to respect is the 10 EMA, and the 10 EMA is at 190. And that 190 also happens to be this area top of the topping tail candle. So I don't think I'm going to be buying here unless it really shows me that it's going to hold up at VWAP. I think I'm going to look for that 190 area because it didn't really have a whole lot of respectful interactions with VWAP earlier on. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. BRNS OP is going to lose its spot here on the side chart anytime. Criminal is a holdover from yesterday, one that we traded, and even Obi had eyes on this one, which I kind of like, so that I'm not the only one looking at these small caps. CRML, a holdover from yesterday, but certainly not the best looking one right now in the market. And one that I said very little about, APM. This is, I think, one of the biggest movers on the market today, if not the biggest. It is the biggest, 273%, at least above $1. And it's putting in a respectable pattern here with certainly a buyer in and around that $3 area. Look at it, trying to take out that 375, but be on the lookout for a bamboozlement. I've seen this story before. When we make an area high, we drop down, we hold a key level of support, like VWAP, for example. And then we start putting in this consolidation pattern. And then you see basically an area top to this consolidation pattern. In this case, it would be 375. And then so you say to yourself, at least I say to myself, If that 375 gets taken, I'm going long. I know there's a seller there who's waiting, and if he gets taken out, then I'm going to go in. Well, I've seen that story before, and then you go into that, and that's the candle that drags everybody in, and then it ends up dropping back down below 3, in this case, below VWAP. So I'm on the lookout for these type of patterns. I've been seeing more of them lately. APM, good, but not fantastic, Joey.
Good look there, brother. So yeah, Riri, no, we will not be doing that. That's for sure. I'm looking at IBIT. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on for another trade here. Let's see if we can get 80-60. I told you that's my primary target, but we're just kind of chopping around right here. So that's frustrating. I want to find something that's a little bit more orderly and I think can get more of a boost, because shorting NVDA is not easy in my opinion, considering how much strength is behind this stock, right? So this is honestly, this isn't even really one of my A++ setups. I'm like, all right, we're running into this resistance zone. Support zone that can possibly act as resistance, and we had a steady downtrend. So that's why I got in right at the volume weighted average price, and I was fortunate enough to just get this move to the downside. But this little consolidation right here, slightly frustrating, as you can see that we're not being able to break that 80-83 level, and that's going to be equal to 169.80 on NVDA itself. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on GS. This thing has been super choppy on earnings day one. We do have Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon currently speaking on CNBC, so be aware if you are trading this stock. He did say that he thinks there's a reasonable chance of 1 or 2 cuts, I'm assuming this year, but he said he's not certain of that. So David Solomon, Goldman Sachs CEO, apparently expecting some uncertainty of any cuts this year. Again, he's currently speaking. Be aware if you are trading GS. Back to you.
Fantastic look there, Adair. Thank you very much for letting us know.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, the market's definitely catching a bounce. I mean, trading the NAS today is not going to be easy whatsoever. You get this flush down lower, then you have this just horrible price action through here, and then you get a volatility spike. You gain that all back. So just keep an eye out on this stuff, guys. With that being said, let's take a look at the VIX, right? Because if the VIX is starting to climb, be aware that that we're going to see some more volatility, and we're going to start to see kind of more fluctuations, and that average true range most definitely start to expand. So there it is, 1672 all the way up to 1748 on the 5-minute with the VIX, guys. So keep in mind, if we do decide to continue this selling, this is going to continue to climb. And I was talking with some of the boys last night. I said, is it time to buy some VIX calls?
What they say.
So I'm looking at that. Yeah, it's a kind of a mixed bag, maybe possibly some on the cash on the sideline. Some are waiting for something else to happen.
Fair.
But I think the VIX calls, I mentioned this, sorry, Adara. I think the VIX calls is a pretty good strat. But one thing that I like even more is VIX puts. But it only happens so often, like every 5 or 6 months you get that massive volatility spike, but we all know that the VIX tends to cool down. So if you buy longer dated puts, I think there's a high probability setup there that you can build a system up.
That's a fantastic point, Doug.
Yeah. So
I want to bring Obi in on this after too.
That I'm looking to do. But Adair, what do you got for us?
Here's GME. This thing is really breaking out. I mentioned that they posted on X that something is coming. There's also a little video here. I'm not going to play it because I'm not sure if I can, but it's pretty retro style animated little video here. GME teasing some kind of update, but they say stay tuned for updates. So we don't know anything yet, just a teaser. Either way, GameStop pushing to the upside initially, didn't move much on this, but now getting a bit of a push. Back to you.
Yeah, for profit, buy dips, short the VIX. There you go, bang. That's my new motto, my new life motto right there. All right, I'm gonna hop out of this NVDA hot garbage because it doesn't want to break down or anything along those lines. But yeah. I like the VIX play, to be honest with you. So we'll keep an eye out on certain things. Gorev is long hood. I want to see what hood's up to today. Is it still north of 100? I haven't even looked at it, to be honest. RGTI and RGTI, Bitcoin, and another name were my top on my list. But there you go. A nice hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price on Robinhood. Still holding. This thing went to 104. Let's go. This thing is crazy. All right, we love this. We love Robinhood. And another flush. This is crazy. And new flush to the downside. What a massive rejection. Oh, wow. Thank you, Gora, for making me hesitate on that out. And then sure enough, here we go. We're heading right back down here. We're going back to Adara, guys.
She's laughing. I can tell when Adara starts laughing when she gets the call. I know it's going to be good. What is it, Adara? Let's hear it.
I know it's going to be really boring, but there's just more reports that Trump wants to fire Powell. That's really all it is. About 7 minutes ago, an individual by the name of Josh Wingrove shared a post on X. Now, Josh Wingrove is a White House reporter for Bloomberg. He said that, I guess he also is reposting a Bloomberg article here. Donald Trump is likely to move to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, again citing a White House official. It's worth noting, and someone mentioned this in the chat as well, Anna Paulina Luna, who's a congresswoman, she also posted on X last night that a source tells her they're very close to firing Powell. Again, did not cite her source, so pretty unclear there. But either way, there's been quite a few people circulating that Donald Trump is interested in firing Powell, and that Bloomberg tweet, again from about 7 minutes ago, is getting recirculated heavily on X just right now. I also want to let you guys know, again, for people wondering, can he fire Powell? Powell has said himself that he cannot. As I mentioned earlier, the Supreme Court has said they're not sure if that's legal or allowed, but the one loophole they can have is to fire him for cause. Now, we do have Bill Pulte, who's been a very, very vocal critic of Jerome Powell. He has tried to get the Congress to find a way to fire Powell for cause with regards to the Fed's renovation project. Apparently, Fed Chair Powell is unclear about their issues with the renovation project, and he even asked for a probe of the renovation project to see if there are any issues. So it's unclear if that's going to be a tack they're able to use to get him out. But either way, I just wanted to take a minute to talk and provide some more context. We're also waiting for Trump to meet with the Prime Minister and Crown Prince of Bahrain. If I have details on that, I'll let you know. But right now, the stream just shows the White House. Back to you.
I just gotta mention.
Yeah, man.
Don G. Dangler. Yeah, that's what it is, Ob. Polymarket odds for Powell getting fired are going insane, he writes. 10% to 50%, 5-0, not 1-5, in 15 minutes. Oh, baby. Look, I love market volatility like the next guy, but come on, Donald, this is crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. Honestly, like, look at all the volatilities that we've experienced here in the market in the past couple of minutes. I mean, this is just, we're almost reliving kind of this whole tariff news and everything like that. And Dara's like, we're going to be going there momentarily because I got to hear what she's, hit the oh my God, siren. But yeah, just keep selling. You know what I mean? We're not asking for too much around here, Sharif. So
she's losing it up there, bro. Are you hearing this?
So let's see what we got. I'm waiting for Assassino. When we get back from Madeira, we're gonna go over the super chats here, folks.
Oh my God.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I have some details here on the Trump-Powell situation. I do apologize, but the market is moving. It's pretty volatile, and this is the only news we have today, so I will talk about it as it continues to move the market. Again, I do apologize. New York Times, now citing two individuals, has said, reported that Donald Trump apparently waived a copy of the draft firing letter for Powell to Republican lawmakers. Now, I don't know if they actually saw the letter in full. The report only says he waived the letter towards them. So pretty unclear, not a lot of details. But either way, it seems like not only is he interested in firing Powell, he's apparently indicated that he's written a letter. But yet also the same New York Times report says that Trump hasn't made a decision yet. So he's written the letter, but it doesn't sound like a final decision has been made. Again, very confusing. I do apologize for the continued interruptions. Thank you.
No, they're definitely not interruptions whatsoever. We need to know all this. We, like as Sharif always says, we need to know what this guy's up to.
Yes, yes, Fabian, that is so good. Fabian, I need it immediately. Neil likes it. Slow clap. All right, so if you're old and ancient like me, you know that's white man can't jump. You know that's your buddy there. We go and sizzle. We go and sizzle. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
What a good day.
I don't even know what that means.
Don't worry about it, bro. That's old school movie.
I don't even know what that means, but
oh my God.
Good, brother. I mean, like, come on, man. Just give us the 60 print, Sharif. We're not asking too much.
We go and sizzle. We go and sizzle. Sorry, guys, we're having a good time. All right, I can't wait to get that one. That
Nikki
one will
says
be
he can
used
jump.
more.
Nikki says he can jump. Love how happy you guys are. Yeah.
Well, I know. Look, the movie is called White Men Can't Jump. I am not making a pronouncement on the veracity of white men's jumping prowess, okay? Dara, like, I got nothing to do with the movie. I just happen to like the movie, right? All right. Shout out to Denise. I love that movie, man. That movie is an absolute classic. I think, man, that it's like, like there's movies every now and again that are like cultural movies that touch at the heart of stuff. I think that one certainly did, man. Especially because it was like not that far after the LA riots.
Oh, really?
Remember the LA riots? Well, you were all of like
that's
zero.
Like the 90s. That's the early 90s. That was in 92 or something.
Something like that. Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure it was 92.
92. Right. Yeah, that stuff was chaotic. And then, I remember watching videos on how they attacked the poor truck driver there, and then they threw.
He caught a whooping there.
Yeah, but my guy was just, he wasn't even doing anything. He was just minding his own business. That's what I don't like, right? When people are just obviously just trying to live their life, and then the guy gets absolutely brutalized. Hopefully he got a good settlement and he's still alive. Yeah, well, I mean, that was like 32 years ago. But there it is, guys. Screen. All right, so there it is. That reload on NVDL started to work out. I only have one out left here, guys. We're going to see him. We're going to hold it for the dream, and that is going to be 80. But I told you already, just getting back to my originality of just less trades, more precise opportunities, and here it is, man. I'm waking up. We're live. I rode the bike.
I gotta
go ahead.
Trump reportedly trying to fire Jerome Powell by August 4th. Adara, is there any more information on that you can give us? You can weasel in.
There is not. I honestly, to be honest, I wanted to save everyone the trouble of having to hear me come in again with just like a one-line headline, so I wanted to just give it to you so you could mention it.
I appreciate that, Adara. Thank you very much.
Let's go, man. Look at this breakdown that we're experiencing right here. August 4th weekend, you can't do that. That's Caravana weekend. You have to wait till after that. That's insane. There's no way you can fire him at that point.
I want to go to Veld.
You want to go to Veld that
I want to go to Veld.
All right, my guy. There we go. We are all out of NVDA here now. What a monster move on that reload as well, guys. So a nice look. Boom, we enter. Pop, 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 Powell. Boom, 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 boom. All the way down. So there we go. Nice look. We got a lot of super chats, a couple of them from our good friend, Big Spile. He's lighting it up. This channel is super good. Thank you, Rustam. We much appreciated that. I'm out. Okay, Rustam Bilyav. Once again, $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend, for that one. I am out with 1.5K profit today and still with SSI, $5.40, still holding OSRH. Let's go. Get it. Print that money. That's what we like to see. $4.99 super chat from our guy, Big.
There he is. There he is.
Come on, Big T. Don't be a Taco Supreme and give Jape the pow. I want to fund the Toronto trip on these puts. Let's go. Summertime Toronto trip. Joe Homer. Okay, let me read this first. Well,
I know, you got to be careful there, you know what I mean? Well, it's okay. Yeah, it's just a bath bomb.
Okay, yeah. In that, so Joe Homer, while you're soaking in that lavender milk bath this weekend, okay, that's crazy. But we can watch the movie, bro. All right, so I can't even tell you the last time I took a bath, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm not a bath guy, so
I washed my dogs
in the bath.
Yeah, I never actually used the bathtub ever.
Ever. No, I like my stand-up class stand-up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm good with the standing up. I like standing up for most things. You get it. Come on, now innuendos. Where you at, Joey?
What?
If Trump fires the Fed Powell, both the currency and the bond market can collapse. Come on, trade ideas we're trying to read here. Sorry, guys. The advertisement blocked that. Anyway, there we go. Can collapse according to Deutsche Bank. Yes, Adara, that's the first thing that I said to Joey. We have to be super careful with how the executive overreaches possibly into the domain of the federal bank. So that is a bit of a tougher look there. But we're doing it freaking live on YHC, man. Got in at 569. I took it out there at near the high of the day at 539. So YHC ends up being a banger. We get in twice, guys. First time, not as good. Second time, better. But the reason I got in here, I really want to make this point very clear. This is a volume-weighted average price retracement. So I had a resting order there, and when it dipped down, it triggered. I'm quite happy with this trade. It looks like it's still going here to the tune of 60%. I don't like everything about it. I don't like the 8 penny, 9 penny, 10 penny spread. I don't. It's done 10 million shares, and it's up 60%. Yet it still has a prohibitive spread at times. As you can see there, it tightened up to 1 penny. So it's not always the same look. Now, as we tell you about the good, let me tell you equally about the bad. So I got stopped out of this position. Now, mind you, I had a much smaller position, and I was also able to take some beak wetters up here. But this one, I'm talking about HUBC, loses the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It is now holding up on a 2-candle basis at the 20. If it shows me that it's finding support at the 20, I will punch back in. The 20 is not a moving average I use right away. I keep it on there to see whether or not the particular instrument I'm looking at on the day is respecting it or not. For the moment, it is, but I'm not going to punch in quite yet. So HUBC, certainly in my purview over here. So is VERI. Now, VERI looks actually quite good over here with a 1 penny spread. The issue is, though, on VERI, even though it's finding support in this candle over here, ended up being a bottoming till hammer candle. Look at the lower highs, man. They're still in play. That 180 break, subsequent candle, 180, subsequent below that, 177, below that, 176, and now we're basically stuck at 176 again. So it's continuing to make lower highs. I don't want to necessarily be punching in aggressively when it's doing that. I would rather draw a trend line, and then once it's broken through that trend line decisively, punch in and see what that one has to offer, Joey. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. I also want to mention quickly here, APM on the NQ, I believe. This one, as I mentioned, this could be a bamboozler, right? It's got kind of a head and shoulders looking pattern. Not that I really execute too much off these chart patterns on the, what's it called? The small cap gappers. And again, this one I'm concerned about because once it breaks through that 375, 380, I've seen this story before where they kind of bamboozle you into, you know, luring you into the trade. So my suggestion for you on APM, if you're going to get into APM as a long, look to get in at that 20 exponential moving average. Again, not a moving average I use all that much, but this one is showing me respect. Look at all these bottom wicks here that touch the 20. And most notably about these wicks is they're making higher lows. So this one could be, you know, upon further analysis, if you get in at that 3 1/3, 3 1/2, at least you've got a bit of a buffer there for the false breakout. So I'm probably going to weasel in to APM over here if it gives me an opportunity to at the 20 exponential moving average. And it looks like I did get forced out bottom wick over here, Joey. Oh, crap. On HUBC, hey, man, you win some, you lose some. I had to throw my stop somewhere. And this one ends up going negatory for me.
That's all right.
Not on the day, though.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Without further ado, I bring to you the Eminem Show, one of the best albums ever. I like that one. Yeah, that was a good one. I grew up on that one, which probably wasn't the best idea. But hey, you don't really know what half that stuff he's saying means. But
honestly, that's accurate.
Right?
That's accurate. You don't even really know what's going on.
You don't even know. Yeah. But the thing is, though, which is crazy. Sorry to kind of digress here, but. Down, baby.
No,
yeah, that crazy. But what he's actually saying is like, it's not good. It's actually very, very violent.
Nelly is a household item.
Yeah, but we're going to Adara there, guys.
Get it, Dara.
Keep an eye here on TSLA. This is kind of more tangential than anything else, but it is worth noting Bloomberg reporting that XAI, which is, of course, also owned by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, is reportedly in talks to lease data center space in Saudi Arabia. So, again, Bloomberg reporting that XAI, another Musk company, is set to potentially lease some data space in Saudi Arabia. Back to you.
Your boy Joey Options is a liability, my boy. He's a liability.
Now this is the liability right here. Don't listen to what they have to say. I'm an innocent soul. But guys, yeah, this is the trade, right? And it's similar to what we had going on with AMD. I do think that this market is slightly toppy. That's just my opinion. You can't go essentially almost 100% return in Nvidia without having any form of a pullback. But one thing I want to note, this is why I had a bearish outlook on some of these names. Let's zoom out and take a look at the daily for this here. Is this right? So you have the kind of this island gap, as Sharif would like to call it there. Island. No, I'm not giving those guys any credit. They're doing weird stuff out here. But there it is. This indecision print. We don't crack this at the open. So that's why I just had a slight bearish kind of bias on it today. And we are going to Adara. It's us.
We're doing the crypto
segment.
All right. So look, let's just get to the main crypto headline right now. Look, if we get Donald Trump actually firing Jerome Powell This could be a very big tailwind for Bitcoin. It has been part of the reason Bitcoin made a big move as of late. You know, the market doesn't want the executive meddling with the Fed because of the money supply issue. So I'm very interested to see exactly how Bitcoin trades if we do get that confirmation that Jerome Powell will be relieved of his duties. So I'm going to be very much interested in that. That's kind of what I'm looking for there. But to add to that, Joseph, we have Crypto Week, 3 pieces of legislation making their way in the House of Representatives right now. 11 of the Republican holdouts that didn't vote the way of the way that they wanted to yesterday on the Genius Act are actually met with Donald Trump at the White House yesterday. Apparently, according to him, he's flipped 11 of their votes. So there's one holdout.
Hey, beautiful stuff there as always. And we know over the past couple of weeks, guys, we've had record inflows into the IBIT ETF, which is really important. And if you pull up my screen here, you can see that definitely had a positive influence on what's going on here in the actual spot Bitcoin itself. So you can see that we went from a $2.1 trillion market cap. This is the market cap here, guys, up to roughly just under $2.5 trillion. So that's a big time move. And we know that Bitcoin was one of the most successful ETF launch of all time. So a really, really positive look. And I think that we're going to continue to climb here in Bitcoin. And maybe it's meme coin season?
Yes, sir.
Hey, maybe not. We'll find out. Adara.
We'll do some more crypto talk here because this Ethereum has just been looking really good. This is the daily chart. I think 15-minute chart as well. We're in a nice, steady uptrend. It's worth noting that, of course, there are these other plays in the space. We know Ethereum was discussed pretty heavily this morning as well with Obi and Neil. And let's take a look as well at XRP and some of these other plays. XRP on the 15, a little bit choppy, but looking kind of similar to Bitcoin. We make a high, we push a little bit lower, and right now trying to curl back up. Let's see what we do with that level just above 3. We'll take a look at Solana and Cardano as well to provide some other opportunities. A lot of these looking really similar, a little bit of a rounded bottom. Let's see if they're able to fulfill that pattern. Cardano looking pretty similar. So Solana, Cardano, Ripple, all poised for a breakout. Let's see if that comes to fruition. Ethereum, meanwhile, it's been broken out. Let's see if it can continue that momentum.
Yeah, well said there, Dara. All right, let's get to APM over here. So I've got 307s on. I had a good position on this one, and I've scalped out a substantial amount over here as it zigs and zags now at that $0.75. Now here's the deal. This one did lose the 10 exponential, and it did lose the 20. But the 20 and the 10 were awfully close to one another. So I was like, look, this is a breakdown here. This feels like a stop punt. And I was absolutely right, because look at it rocketing right back up into 3 1/3. It's taking out all my orders over here. So here we go. Now show me 34. We almost had 35 there. This candle, if it closes, wow, right up into 40s. If this candle closes, it'll be a hammer candle. I'm still going to hold a piece. I won't take it all out. I'm going to look, in fact, to add to this one if it can take out 375. It's taken out all my orders right now. There's only one order left here in the mid 40s. So be on the lookout here. APM, what a hold off the volume weighted average price. I have bottom wick on this one. This one feels good. Now we're going to wait to see if we can add some more because we don't have that many shares left. Full disclosure, we're going to look for a 375 break and take decisively. Not this garbage that I saw over here where it makes one candle makes a new high only to end up finish red and dropping like 60 pennies. That's the kind of stuff that gets you in trouble. So this was looking like a little flat bottom breakish. So now that I've taken out the majority of the position, I move up my stop to break even. In fact, I'll just give it like 1 penny room. So we'll wait at 306 instead of 307, and we'll go ahead and wait there. So this one will be a break even trade if we do get pushed out to the downside over here. Now, there's other ones moving, man. HUBC, I feel awfully stupid on this one. I mean, I had to put my stop somewhere. And the reason I put my stop at 69 was not my love for that number, but no, really, because it was prior bar low. Look at this bottoming tail candle here, which obviously saw a buyer at 70. So I said, look, the buyer at 70 stepped in there so much so that the candle ended up closing at 79. Put your stop at 69. Well, that was the wrong thing to do because this thing rocketed right back up, right into the 3 mid-80s. So this one hurts a little bit over here. HUBC, it's a very small loss for me on the day, but it's still, it just bugs. It bugs. Anyway, Adair, go ahead.
Just be aware here, Donald Trump has started this bilateral meeting here with the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Bahrain. This just began. I'll let you guys know if there's anything of note being said here. But usually, I would say pretty much every time I've seen this, they will take some questions for the most part from journalists and reporters. So if there are any questions specifically about the potential firing of Fed Chair Powell, I will certainly let you all know. Also, this headline, not super market moving, but I think very much worth noting. Bloomberg reporting that Scale AI is going to be cutting 14% of its staff after that Meta investment. Back to you.
14%. There you go. Very interesting stuff. Shout out to Alexander Wang. But yeah, okay, so Jimmy in the chat, sorry that we missed this, but trust me, people don't forget. So here we are. We're going to take a look at Apple. Yeah, you wanted to take a look at the options chain. 215, some overhead resistance right there. Once at that 215 strike price, 65,100 current open contracts can most definitely act as potential resistance. Let's pull up spot itself to see what we got going on spot. But, ooh, wow. Okay, Apple 212.44 was the high. What do we got there? Okay, so there's the resistance coming in prematurely, 212.50, and then we put in a high of 212.44. So what are the chances of that? You can see we have a congestion zone, 65,000, 29,000, and 46,000. You're not going to see anything that other than up here. So that would probably be max pain on the week, but I don't think that Apple is going anywhere close to $230 by the end of the week. But anything can happen. As someone who once taught me, this is the jungle, and be prepared. Things can come out of the blue when you are in the jungle, and that's what the market is, in my opinion. It can be chaotic at times, so just always be cautious and always have a head over your shoulder, because you never know. You get those volatility spikes. People were just mentioning, okay, I got my face ripped off on the volatility, blah, blah. I seen somebody in the chat say that they blew up their funded trading account today on a volatility spike. I'm sorry to hear that, but this is what's happening when we are getting these deals done. Donald Trump is most definitely going to be bringing volatility into this market.
Hold on, Joey.
Oh, you're trying to work on that one there. All right, he needs that one. I hope my head is always over my shoulders. Yeah, welcome to the jungle. Exactly. Will the jungle welcome us at least? Here, there's fun and games. Yeah, okay, so now everybody's just singing the song there, and I'm reading them like they're...
It's pretty. It's so pretty. We go with...
So good. I love how Wesley Snipes, he leads up. You see how it's pretty, it's so pretty. He just adores himself, this guy. You guys got to watch this movie, man. It's, if you haven't already. Sorry to interrupt you, Joy. I just had to make sure that bad boy was working. You know what I mean?
Wesley Snipes played Blade, didn't he? He was Blade.
Yeah,
that's like the first Marvel movie, isn't it?
He did a bunch. He had he was a monster in the 90s, man.
Yeah,
I mean, absolutely. He had Money Train. That was again with Woody Harrelson there. What else? He had White Man Can't Jump. Man, he had a ton of them. Neil, give me. Yes, J-Lo was on in Money Train as well. Remember they fought over her? Man, why is it always those two fighting over a girl? Because that was kind of like the same situation there as well in White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah.
Blade, Art of War.
The Art of War.
Who else, man? Demolition Man. How am I forgetting Demolition Man? With obviously Sylvester Stallone. Dude, Demolition Man predicted a lot of the insanity that we got with COVID.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. More to come on that, Adair.
Yeah, I don't like Sly too much, but that's all right.
Wow. I already got up once.
Just be aware here, we do have Donald Trump now taking questions, during his meeting with the Prime Minister and Crown Prince of Bahrain. I'll let you guys know if there's anything of note, but the fact that this question period has begun is significant. Back to you.
U.S. Marshals, New Jack City. What else, man? The dude ran the 90s, right? He was jacked. He could act. What else, man? He obviously had different looks. Like you had him with blonde hair in Demolition Man. Adair, are you okay? Are we going to need to get someone up there? Adaira's losing it up there. Tell us, Adaira.
So Donald Trump was just asked what his justification would be for firing Fed Chair Powell. He said he's too late. He's always been too late. That's why his nickname is Too Late. So it sounds like Fed Chair Jerome Powell, I guess if Trump fires him, the reasoning will be that he is too late. We're going to have to wait and see any more updates here, but it was his actual response to what his cause would be for firing Powell. It would be that he is too late. Back to you.
He's not lawyering up here. Because if he had lawyered up, his counsel would have told him, you need to actually have for cause, not your cause,
you can't
legal cause.
Saying all this stuff.
So, Adara, you got to take it easy, Adara. Okay, Adara, just come in. Tell us what happened.
So Donald Trump just said that he was surprised that Fed Chair Powell was appointed. This is interesting when you consider the fact that he was appointed by President Donald Trump.
So there you go. Jerome's probably like...
No, but seriously though, so if they were going to get him for cause, you've heard about what they're talking about there with respect to the upgrades, right?
Yeah.
Like, Okay, so we got breaking news. We got to go back to it.
All right.
Yeah, so the other thing, too, the reason this market's bouncing right now potentially is Trump said he is not planning on doing anything when it comes to Powell. So it sounds like he at least has said he's not planning on firing Powell, though he did say, again, as I mentioned earlier, if he does fire Powell, his reasoning would be that Powell is too late. So all that being said, he said apparently he's not planning on doing anything. He just said that. So we'll have to wait and see. But tons of stuff happening here, guys. Back to you.
Jerome's probably like, I don't need any of this.
But no, he's a stubborn guy, bro.
Is he?
Yeah, look at him, man. He doesn't budge on the rates. He doesn't quit. He doesn't answer the questions. He doesn't even respond back to Donald.
No, I mean,
he's a stubborn guy.
It was a couple years of essentially. I think every meeting that we had, it was essentially the same answer that you get: data dependent, dual mandate, maximum employment, 2% price stability, and I think that's what his narrative was through this whole quantitative tightening cycle. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. But if that was me, I would honestly be right onto True Social. If I'm Jerome Powell, I'd get my PR team to be like, hey, do it. Shut up, Dan. And just be like, shut up, Donald. Like, just stop talking. We know you don't like each other, and just leave it at that. Like, he's obviously not going to be able to do anything, so just stop obviously poking the guy. He's not going to cut the rates. It's that simple.
You listening to this, dude? Dara.
Trump just said that being the Fed chair might be the easiest job you've ever seen if you're smart, but it's hard if you're a dummy. He also said that it doesn't sound like he's interested in putting in Scott Bessent, though he did say that Kevin is a fantastic guy. He could be referring to either Kevin Hassett or Kevin Warsh. I'm guessing Kevin Hassett in this case. So as I mentioned earlier, Kevin Hassett is increasingly rising in the rankings in terms of who could be the new Fed chair.
Don't close the door yet.
Okay.
Did you hear about the rumor that Scott Bessent could actually be Treasury Secretary and Fed Chair, and apparently there's nothing legal to prohibit that?
I did not hear that, but it does not sound like Trump even is interested in that. And we already previously had the White House as well saying that Scott Bessent's not going to be the option. Scott himself hasn't closed the door, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. He also called Powell a knucklehead again just now.
But we all know that Donald Trump, you can't really predict what the hell he's going to do. That's his main strength, is his unpredictability.
Yeah, which actually Bessent said himself. Bessent himself said that his strategic unpredictability is one of Trump's biggest strengths.
Yeah, so, well, that kind of feels like it is the case, to be honest with you, Dara. Havana Woody, really, can Powell actually make a rate change without the entire board voting to? So that's a great question, because everybody, or well, not everybody, there's a majority of the members that actually have to vote for it. But in reality, though, it is a Fed chair-centric board, and everybody knows that. So it's as the Fed chair does, usually as others do. So, you know, I get that there are other members as well, you know, in the technical sense, but it's very much led by the chair. So this is really interesting to see. I think I don't know personally, I've never seen this unfold in this way. I think we're in uncharted territory.
Yep.
How the market digests this and how we end up moving along is going to be super interesting to watch, but never a freaking dull moment when this guy is in the White House.
No, it was cool for a couple of months, and then now we're getting the volatility to pick right back up. So we know what was going on with the tariffs, and then now we're getting him, and he just wants to fire Powell. But Dara, happening now in the neos, that's the end of the day.
So all of these questions right now with this bilateral meeting here with Trump and the Prime Minister and Crown Prince of Bahrain are entirely focused on Powell. He was just asked, is it true that you waved around a letter for Fed Chair Powell and for firing Fed Chair Powell? He said, I didn't wave around a letter, but I did discuss the possibility of firing him. Now, he was asked, would you fire him? And he said, maybe, but not immediately. It's something they're thinking about right away. Either way here, I do apologize. This whole happening now segment is likely going to involve this topsy-turvy market. We did have that drop coming in, I guess around 11, just before 11:30 a.m. when we started hearing reports that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., is imminently preparing to fire Fed Chair Powell. Then we got this pop back up in this most recent candle here, back to 556, after we had Trump saying that he's actually not imminently firing Powell. So we're going to have to wait and see. Trump did mention just now that the possibility of firing Powell for cause. In terms of market-related news, I mean, certainly keep an eye on crypto. Ethereum, especially strong here. We know that crypto week is still in full swing, even though there was a bit of a setback yesterday with that delay to get this motion moved forward for these votes, for these bills. Now, before we send you back to Neil and his lesson of the day, we're going to take a time to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant Funded, Challenger Pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save in any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Tons of earnings to look at, tons of markets, tons of catalysts, tons of stocks. But for now, we're going to look at his Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Dara. I'm going to keep this as simple as possible so you guys can get back to doing what you're doing, which is great, which is covering the news. When we have events like this, the more whipsaw action and the bigger the volatility is, there's two things required. One of them I'll get to, which is really easy, is shift your focus maybe to just getting quickly in and out. And if a stock reverses on you, don't even think, just take your profit and run in these moves. Quick example in IBIT. When we've got the first Trump Powell nonsense, we bounced right off VWAP. What was the mistake made? I'll hold on to a piece for the dream. I held on to 10% to watch it stop that candle. No. When you're in this whipsaw action, just take the position out and wait for the next run and make the next trade. And then get out if you're shorting at the top. Take it one station at a time or two stations at a time. Don't let it come all the way back because you've got to make quicker decisions when you have that whipsaw action. The second part is, the bigger the moment, the bigger the volatility, the bigger the volume, the more important it is that you can take a breath and make sure that you are calm in your trading. It is so easy to get hyped up, and I know we get hyped because the markets can be exciting when they're moving like this. But the bigger the moment, the more it requires you to stabilize yourself in the midst of all of that chaos to make quality decisions. I know it's counterintuitive when you see the excitement of going on in the show, but if you want to stay profitable, you can't just start making decisions when you're in this in this haze because the market's giving you that feeling. You want to make sure that you can calm things down and slow things down for yourself. Whatever process works for you, go ahead and do that. So that's the two things I want you guys to know. But the first, from a trading perspective, sometimes you've got to flip the switch and go into extreme scalp mode. Meaning snipe in, snipe out, and adjust your trading pattern until things calm down. So there's your lesson of the day, short and sweet. Obviously, the market's going to stay relatively volatile. Keep an eye on the 10-year bond yield. The market caught a bid when we got to 4 or 5 and reversed. That was kind of the signal that we bottomed out. So if you're not watching yields, you probably should be. Back to the midday.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I just crushed a couple of pieces of chicken there that we had for lunch. I thought they were pretty good, considering maybe we'll make it a little bit more positive talk, considering what I know a lot of people in the chat are getting frustrated, but that's all right, guys. There's always going to be some other opportunities and cleaner price action. I mean, the market is relatively choppy right now, and what's going on between Donald Trump and Jerome Powell is going to bring some volatility into these markets, right? So just be prepared for that. I like what Neil was touching on there. Is just you go in scalp mode. Another way you can get around this volatility is you got to go cut your size in half and just give yourself extremely wider stop, right? So as the average true range starts to pick up, starts to increase, that's when you want to slightly size down, give yourself a wider stop, just so you're not subjected to being in some of these volatility spikes, right? Because if you have those really tight stops and you get those volatility spikes, then you're done. You're just going to get chewed away. So smaller size, wider stop. And I think that's going to be the name of the game. Max Rogers says, tacos for dinner. All right, breathe in, breathe out. Great opportunities. Yeah, I think so. And I was talking with a couple of people in the chat. To be honest with you, August was absolutely horrible for me. But there's always something positive we can take from these things, right? Like it was obviously not fun being in part of that volatility, especially if you're a long bias trader like myself. But it also helped me flip my game around to the point where it's like, okay, be accepting of the price action. And if you have to flip and if the shorts are really working out for you, just continue to hammer them. So I think that's really, really important to note there, guys. Adara, what do you got for us?
Just be aware here, Google on watch, GOOGL. I put this headline on the screen during Neil's lesson of the day because it just came out there. But Google announcing as of about 2 minutes ago that more advanced AI capabilities are coming to Google search. Back to you.
Yeah, I really like Google search, Adara. I think it's time. Our good friend Sundar said that they're going to be switching things up, and that's going to lead to longer prompts and more, obviously, activity on that. So we'll wait to see. I mentioned this before, that this is going to be a really big earnings report. I'm looking for the backing of cloud here. I think that's going to be big time important, but obviously search is going to be probably the hyper-focus factor in this earnings report. We'll see what's going on with that. I'm glad that they're starting to interpret Gemini in the search engine, and because I think that's really important. And when you have, I mentioned this before, Blue Link Society, where you're used to scrolling, but now you can just go on Copilot, ChatGPT, Gemini, and just type in these one-word answer, and get that one-word answer or that one-link answer. Then things can most definitely change. But I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with Google.
You're not worried that your friend Copilot's going to get a little jealous?
No.
Of you liking...
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Copilot doing big things too.
I just busted out some Mandarin back there to your boy Michael.
What'd you say?
I told him to eat more meat.
Ooh.
Dolce ishe roll.
Dolce.
Come on, guys. Where are you guys at in the chat? Did I do that well, or am I, still a little bit? The big smile, ear to ear. What really kind of kept me pumped about that is he understood what the hell I was saying.
Yeah?
So my accent's not too bad. All right, guys, here we go. Stephanie Wang, did I completely screw that up, Stephanie? Let me know. I mean, I think I got it okay there. At least it sounds like what the app says. All right, we're doing it freaking live again on YHC, man. Got in on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and this is rocketing up back into that 40 area. We've taken out some shares here on YHC. This is the third time I am in this stock. It keeps putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Next beak wetter goes at 45s. We'll see. It's showing me 43s. Let's see if we can get that 45 quick as you like. Showing 45 there on, showing 46 on the ask side. And there's the fill. We'll continue to wait for some more there. How'd I do? If you don't eat, you meat. You can't have your pudding. Shout out to Dijon Mustard. I like that one. My guy, yeah, yeesh, yeah. All right, man. All right, okay. So it looks like Stephanie says not bad. Okay, so I'm not that bad then, I guess. Close enough, Li Jiawei says. Look, I'm getting better, man. I'm committed. I'm 100% committed. At the end of this month, guys, at the end of this month, it will be 1 full year. Never having gone more than 3 days without practicing. So I don't always get 7 days every week practicing, but sometimes the minimum I'll do is 4. On average, I'm doing 5 to 6 most of the time, and I'm super pumped about it, man. I've never kind of learned a new language aside from French, and I don't really care about that.
What's your streak at? Is it still cooking up there?
Pardon me?
Your streak?
Yeah. You want proof?
Yeah, no,
I know you
hey,
want
man,
proof because you're that kind of guy, bro.
No, I just asked.
You're that kind of guy.
I take your word for it.
I'll give you all the proof you need, my guy. We're gonna doing it live right now. We're gonna show everybody. I don't know why it's taking so long. Maybe because it's a 13 Pro Max, right? Old ass phone. There you go. What does that say, Joey?
Yeah, nice work there, bro.
136 days. Yeah, man.
Add me, brother, and I'll play you in chess.
I have Ramram on there. You know what Ramram's name is on Duolingo?
No.
Sharif is a hater.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right,
so
showing the love,
fine there, yeah.
So add me on Duolingo.
I will.
And anybody too. I'll play you in chess at any given moment.
I don't want to play chess.
Why?
Joey. I don't care. I don't care. Joey's the best because Duolingo now has been trying to get you to do math and chess. They're offering math and chess now, and they like force it down your throat while you're doing the lessons. They're doing these ads, and your boy over here, like I see him like taking a break as well. He's fair completely, but he's chess boxing. I don't know about that. Would you do chess boxing?
Obviously.
That'd be great. That's a good vacation game. You know what I mean? Like those big chess boards on the resorts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would absolutely do chess.
That would be fantastic. What's your rating? Joe Iggy wants to know.
I don't even know how to find that.
Oh, I doxed Ramram. Yeah, I know. Why? It's okay. She's never on it anyway. I don't think it matters. The app keeps telling me, invite Sharif is a hater back. Invite her. Send her an invite. I'm like, there's no point, man. I just can't talk to the app, though. Soon, when they're all AI apps, will be good. Jeffrey Epstein's ghost.
Yeah, what's up with that name?
Yeah, that's a name there. Sharif, shave the mustache. No, but you know what I'll do? Boom! Into the YHC at the high of the day. We'll take the profits there, guys. This has been a good day, my guys, on YHC. This one's on the rampage to the high side. Be on the lookout. Joseph Wilson, we're continuing to print high of day right now. It's on a breakout, 72% and going right now on YHC. This is the chosen one, at least for now, but be careful. I'm going to say it. I sound like a broken record, but I don't care. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Trade them accordingly. Joey.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. We're just looking to pick something else here. And I mentioned this before, right? It's all about precision for me as of late. And I just want to continuously put on those good trades. With that being said, there is some opportunities that are presenting themselves. I've seen Apple has an inverted hammer candle right below VWAP, but then also Baba has this candle right here. So that can be a positive short. Maybe we get a retest. As long as we don't crack this, then I'm going to be looking to get involved. You can see an additional one right here. And then with this retest, it's just that small liquidity grab, couldn't push any higher, and then moves slightly lower. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, so we get the GDP print coming from China, 5%, a little bit north of that, whatever it may be, and you go on this monster run here in Alibaba. It was up 8% at its highs, and then bang, look at it right as you open up, boom, you flush half of that move, and then now we're right back in towards yesterday's opening price, even a little bit south of that. So for me, it's just that it's so hard to be invested in these names and for me to justify buying any of them. And with that being said, I'm not going to bash them, or I don't want to bash them anymore, but that's just me. I don't want to get involved, but what I do want to get involved with here is a little bit of IBIT there, Sharif, to see if these support levels can hold. I think this is going to be a really, really big moment. That's the key thing, right? So you want to get the lower end of the range, and you have to give it the low of the day, and that's when you're really, really wrong. But one thing to note, these are consistent lower highs, so I would suspect that maybe even if we do break through the volume-weighted average price, we might sell a little bit lower, and that's just us listening to what the market is telling us. So maybe I'm talking myself out of that specific trade. The market is going to be in play today considering how much volatility spikes we've had. So just give it some time, and I'm sure that we'll find some orderly price action. So here you go, opening drive, really weak. Then we have all this choppy, weak price action. You get those flushes, another volatility. This is a volatility spike. You move back up, another volatility spike, and then eventually you print this hammer candle right at the lows, and now you get this bounce. But let's just do some basic TA. Consistent lower highs. So if you run into the top end of this trend line one more time, look for any forms of indecision and then look to fade that until it sits on top and climbs higher and breaks through some of these pre-market highs. I think that this market can be a continuous short throughout the session, Sharif.
All right, Jag D Mag wants me to look at quadruple U, and that I shall do. This is one that Mitch, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, did point out to Brendo, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Mitch is on Tuesdays. And this is a nice breakout area here from local highs. So just before we go on, UU, Quadruple U, is Energy Fuels Inc. They're a global critical mineral company. They produce several of the raw materials needed for clean energy: uranium, vanadium, heavy mineral sands, HMS, rare earth elements, REE, again. So all that stuff that, China is basically hanging over our head, right? With the at least temporary restrictions on exports for rare earths, etc. So this has been a hell of a breakout. You had an upward channel already forming here, guys, which was already bullish in and of itself. And then you got a breakout in addition to that from the upward channel. And I'll submit to you that upward channel has been intact now for some time. Let me adjust this trend line over here because it looks all wonky. Yeah, that is a hell of an upward channel. So very bullish in and of itself, having an upward channel. And then you get breakout on volume. Have a gander at that volume profile right there. Your boy Joey Options would certainly be looking at that. And it takes out, look at that, increase on volume on the breakout. Look at that upward channel, Joey. And then you get the breakout of the upward channel.
That is a bit,
yes, Superman. That's so good, dude. Yes. So that 750 break, this is a hell of a name. By the way, I like the name. I like the sector. And we saw the MP move yesterday with Apple throwing $500 million into MP, quadruple U, another name. This has been on my uranium watch list for a really long time because, well, they do uranium as well. They have uranium. Let's look at the intraday chart. I think we're kind of consolidative a little bit intraday. Come on, so embarrassing. All right, so I'll have to wait for this piece of crap to load, but there we go, it's loaded. So quadruple U is the ticker. I love this hold over here. Now, most people would be thinking, oh, look at this 785 area, VWAP hold, maybe. But to me, it was a hold of the pre-market high. I love when there's a very clear area of resistance, up flat, and then you get a drop like the V-shape like we got here. You end up clearing it, no problem, right? Almost doubling the distance between the top and the breakdown level there. Almost double. It's basically almost double. And then it comes back down and tests that exact area. So look, comes back down to 785. I'm an interested buyer there. However, be on the lookout here for a break and take of 8, especially if the market moves and the sector in general moves. Look for that high day break. But this is a name that I'd be interested in for a possible swing or maybe even an investment. Quadruple U, look, man, we're not going to be able to rely on the Chinese, nor do we want to rely on the Chinese, right? Just for our own national security purposes. Forget about, the consumer aspect of things. Think about the military applications, right? Think about the dependency that we had during COVID on PPEs, on in Canada, we don't have our own vaccine production, so we were completely reliant on others. I think that has it's a wake-up call for when shit hits the fan. What's going to happen, right? And you got to be ready. So I think that this is one of those things, one of those industries where these rare earths and everything else, these commodities are going to be basically, you're going to look to reshore them. And so that's I really like this play, dude.
Didn't our old guy try to invest a bunch of money in a vaccine plant here?
There is one opening in Montreal. It should be, it's viral vector though. It's not even mRNA. It's the old type of vaccines. And I don't want to hear anything about COVID. I don't give you-know-what about COVID. But what I was really interested in hearing about was them using this mRNA thing for other stuff, the cancers, the other issues that we have. That's kind of what I was hoping for. And we've heard like almost nothing about that. At least I haven't.
Yeah, fair.
Right? So that's my thinking there. Anyway, I want high-speed rails. Who's that? Is that you, Chilean Nightmare? Was that you, Ram? Assassino, that's you? So who said I want high-speed rails? Fabian? It was Fabian. Fabian, why are you lying to me, bro? I want high-speed rails too, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a high-speed rail or two. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm big time ready. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, Sharif, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market.
Better be ready.
Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing.
You know what they say, right? Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Exactly. Hey, that's it. You know what else they say?
What do they say?
Failing to prepare.
Preparing to fail. My guy. Yes, sir.
So
yes,
that
sir.
one in there, guys. And make sure you're doing your pre-market analysis and everything, because if you're not preparing, you're preparing to fail. That's for sure.
Well, straight up.
All right, we're going to Adair here momentarily. I might possibly like the shorts on the TQs here. As you can see, we rejected this level, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one and maybe get involved in some small size.
Get it, Joe.
So do you guys know reporters have been asked to leave this event? So I guess it's over. Donald Trump said his final remarks. No more questions happening here at this bilateral meeting with Trump and the Prime Minister and Crown Prince of Bahrain. There's something really interesting being said within the last bit, which is why I haven't commented. Pretty light right now for news. A little bit of a calm period now. Back to you.
Fair for that.
Thank you. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, guys, let's take a look at the TQs here. I want a long IBIT. Yeah, I'm kind of just stuck in between a couple of names. What do I do? So I want to get involved in with this potential short. We were looking at this not too long ago. You can see that we have this trend line and we're rejecting it once again right here, but we're also hovering right around the volume weighted average price. So keep an eye out for this one. But then I also want to get involved in some Bitcoin long here potentially. But we have that definitive trend line. So I'll be patient on this name, and until it cracks and sits above this trend line, then I won't be getting involved on that one. But I do like the Qs a little bit more, so I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that. NVDL, we're all out of that one, guys. That worked out pretty good for us. And I was just basically using the options chain in order for me to base these shorts. I told you guys I've been looking to do this for some time, and now this is forward testing, right? It's like you can do all the back testing, go back. Unfortunately, you can't see the open interest previously, obviously, because all the options go to option heaven after they expire. But that's good. Yeah, that's where they go, man. So, so that's what I got going on. But NVDA, lots of OI, and I wouldn't be surprised if we close below 170 on the week. And I think a bearish case would be below 165. So, I mean, we got 105,000 contracts there. At that 170 strike price, we have 140,000 contracts, so that's a substantial size. And I'm talking about like earnings reports size and everything along those lines. We've been monitoring this names and its open interest for quite some time now, so it's time for us to start putting these trades to work. So that's what I'm looking at, potential short. The Qs is working out here, Sri, so I'm going to get involved here.
Okay, sounds good. Let's bring in the side chart over here because this trade is going to haunt me on the day. This is going to be my only loser today, at least so far. I mean, the day is still young. I can lose more money. HUBC. I executed so poorly on this one, and now it has kind of shown its hand here with an attempt yet again at that 394 high a day. This current candle that we're currently on has a 393 high. So the sellers still, not allowing this one to breach the high of the day. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Any retracement, though, into the 20 exponential moving average, which is the yellow line on the chart, I'm a buyer. Okay. You have gotten defends here at the 10, but, it's a bit of a crowded trade there. So I'm going to keep my eye on HUBC. Definitely interested in getting back into this one. BRNS is one that Bovin has been telling me about basically all day, and I haven't executed anything on this. There was a couple of reasons. One, it had a bunch of topping tail candles. Then when we started the show, it lost VWAP, so I kind of lost my concentration on it. It regained it, and then it showed its propensity to respect it. What do I mean by that? So it lost it over here. It definitely held that $1.90 area, which was quite interesting. I think that's actually an area I pointed out, but I didn't execute on that. That's, again, on me. But it ended up clearing VWAP, getting back substantially above VWAP. And then it started using VWAP here as an area defend. So this is an interesting look right now on BRNS. I'm just looking at this a little bit further. Is this VWAP respect or 10 EMA respect? I think I'm going to punch in here.
Do it.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to get in here. It's right at the area. There it is. Okay, so here it is right now. Let's flip to this one on the 5-second chart, just so I can see. By the time I do that, it's going to be gone. I just know it. I'm going to get in over here, and I'll give it to VWAP. So we're going to give this one the old college try. Now, this one has it's been basically very wicky, in other words. I mean, if you can't really see that on this chart, look at this. It's had multiple topping tails, bottoming tails as well. So really emphasize your trades here on the closing print, and a lot easier said than done. But I'm keeping my eye on this one. I'd like to DCA into 230. If 230 is given up there, then I think I'm just going to get out of this one. But we're going to give this one a try. BRNS, it's got a 292 high. Let's see if this 10 EMA is what I think it is, and maybe it ends up holding as support. So we'll put a beak wetter in the high 40s and then the mid 50s, and then I'll set up in the high 50s, knowing full well that I don't mind adding into that 5 1/3, and here it comes again. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, Joey, as it comes back into that 230. I want to say anything below 220, I'm going to have to end this trade.
Absolutely. All right, guys. With Trade the Pool swing trading programs, you can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and put in a $6,700 gain. Trade the Pool is giving sweet traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off.
I wouldn't mind
The Pool. Yeah, maybe I like the swing trade idea. So, you know, you throw around some more money, swing around some more money, I guess we can say. So, guys, yeah, where's my stop on this one? We have an average of 83.92. We're going to give it to the high around 50 cents or so of this range. If it cracks that range, then we'll just hop out. And I would suspect that the market is going to continue to climb higher if it does and break that downtrend. Now, what has broken the downtrend, obviously something that is working. I'm in the opposite side of this, but I'm going to be looking to add into TQs a little bit here. But there you go. You break that downtrend on IBIT and maybe possibly going to break through this key level. I think 67.70 flat is going to be very, very interesting and something that we need to keep our eyes on. Now, let's take a look at IBIT. We were talking about, we had Crypto Watch not too long ago. What we need to talk about is the influence of options on Bitcoin. I think it's extremely, extremely important to do so. And I'm really curious to what you guys think about this as well, all right? So, we know we had the launch of IBIT last year, or 2 years ago, maybe even now, a year and a half ago, whatever it may be. I remember I was buying it, it was in March or whatever. I'm not going to get the exact date. But then following that, months later, IBIT became optionable. Ooh. And what can this lead to? A slight cooling in volatility. And you can see from when the moment of the releases, the IPO of IBIT, and then also the ability to have an optionable entity, derivative, sorry, is what I was looking for, is really important. Why? Because now that can protect your downside. So before we've seen these massive swings, and I heard Sharif mention this yesterday, you'd have those 50% pullbacks. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case anymore because the ability that even the retailer traders have is to hedge their position. And what is the point of hedging? To protect your downside. And that's why we're not seeing those crazy volatility spikes in Bitcoin. So keep your eyes on IBIT's option chain because it can tell you a lot. Right. Dara, what do you got for us?
Stories worth mentioning here. PayPal on watch PYPL announcing a partnership here for e-commerce with Claude, which is an AI. So keep an eye here on PYPL. Google also on watch here. Bloomberg reporting that the company is going to be unveiling its new Pixel hardware on August 20th. AI is apparently going to be on focus at this event. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right. Do you have anything?
I have nothing positive to say to this individual. So I'm not going to say anything else.
Who is it?
I don't know. Something just kind of irked me right now.
Okay, that's fine. I went a little bit of a rant yesterday. I want to clip that rant too. It was a nice little rant.
Like, what is it? Like that doesn't even make any sense.
You want me to take him out?
Why would you say no? I want him to stay in here. Yeah, I want him to think about that.
I don't even know who it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, now I see. Okay. All right.
That makes zero sense.
All right, man. All right. Let's just take it easy, guys. Yeah. All right. I'm in BRNS. Okay, so let's talk about this one. I'm keeping my eye on this one. This is going to have to hold up here. I'm well aware that this one is wiki. I've tried to account for the wickiness. Is that a word, guys? Or its propensity to wick, to become very wiki. Get it, Adara? So. We'll see what this one does. I've put my stop where it is. I always feel like the algos are listening to me.
They are.
Like me and my negligible shares that don't matter a diddly squat. And then here I am like all self-absorbed thinking the algos are listening to me. They
all the love in the chat, man.
About me, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, but obviously that remember Justin on the floor when we would be talking about stocks, we'd be like, shh.
It's like, guys, they don't care about our little share orders here. No, but seriously, though. So what I'm looking for here is basically a couple of wicks below that volume-weighted average price to hold above the 20. So far, we're getting it. I'm out of the money by 6 pennies. Show me 28 on the level 2. I'm in at 34s. This won't be any more DCAing into this one. It's going to have to start rocketing back up. But I do like the higher low situation. Now, how low it gets, and does it end up stopping me out with a possible higher low? I won't give it to the prior bar trough or the prior trough low, which is around 185. I just won't. That's just way too much DCAing and way too much room for me to do that. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up. If it doesn't, we'll have another L on the day, but we'll still be positive. We'll see what this one wants to do, hold up or what. It does feel like it is still selling off. What I'm looking at on my top chart, my top screen there is the 5-second chart, and this is losing the bid. This is losing it quite aggressively, and I will get stopped out here if it drops below 14. Let's see if it catches a bid. It tried to work back into that 30 penny area. It's not really doing it, so it looks like definitely the sellers are in control here. And yeah, well, we're well below the VWAP now, so I won't be adding into this position. There we go. We just got stopped out. So we'll give back a little bit there. Now, I want to focus on HUBC, as this BRNS was no good to me. HUBC is taking out that $4 area. So great look there, and it gave me one quick opportunity to get in, and I didn't really take that opportunity at the 20 exponential, and it stair-stepped up. Not very quickly, but slowly, but you ended up getting that nice volume push there from, I think, three mid-80s, and that's where we made the high of the day into 4. So good look there for whoever is looking at HUBC. If you executed on that, good on you. Good look on this one, and I'll certainly be interested to get in if it pulls back in to the 20 exponential moving average. But currently, it's a little bit too highly valued here for me to be punching in at day's high. I'm just looking quickly at the top screen over here to see what my scanner is bringing me in terms of any new small cap gappers. Let's have a look over here. I'm seeing a new one called APM. No, that's one I already have. SDM, Shoppers Drug Mart. I'm kidding. It's not actually Shoppers Drug Mart. This one's super light on volume, but up 41%. YHC is one that we already know about. That's on the side chart there. Let's go ahead and pull up YHC. Over here, that's the one that I was involved in multiple times. Nothing really new showing up on my scanner. There's CUEQ, but that's south of $1. It started out its life at around 70 pennies with a 103 high. CUE is the ticker, but a little bit still light on volume with this one only having done 2 million shares on the day, even though it's like $1 stock. So that's not exactly a glowing endorsement to go long over here. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. Let me just go back to BRNS over here with the 5-second, because it does look like it's catching a bit of a bid. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Lisberto Calvo, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. How low do you think the SPY could get after the big selling earlier? Thank you again for the show. You guys are awesome. No, you're awesome, my man. Let's have a look at the TA for the SPY.
For sure. Wow, Bitcoin, man.
Is it pumping?
Yeah, I should have.
Well, told you.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
The SPY.
Yeah, it just broke trend now. Yeah.
All right, Neil and Jill are talking there. The SPY. So how low could the SPY go? Well, we got a 618 defend, almost on the dot, my man. Was that in the pre-market? Yeah, that's in the pre-market there. No, that's not in the pre-market. Why isn't this updating? Oh, because I don't have it over here. That's why. I see. This program is a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So 1605 is the low on the day, but as you can see, it's a V-shaped retracement. We make that low, we sell right back up, but we're still kind of flat, right? Because the closing print yesterday on the SPY was around 622 mid-teens. We're at 621.83 right now. So how low? I don't know, man. We're getting some higher highs here. Now, if we make a high above, I want to say 623, I wouldn't even be looking low anymore. Number one, you'd be positive on the day. Again, anything above 62.15 gets us positive. That's number one. Number two, we're holding VWAP from the north side. Number three, if we make that 623 in a third break, well, guess what? Then that's a higher high. So I don't know. I'm not looking low. I'm not looking low right now on the on the market. The ES is flat. The NQ is only down 0.29, and then you have the Dow and the Russell both green. So yeah, we're almost back to break even here on this SPY. So I don't know how you feel, Joey, but I'm not really looking short at the moment.
Well, yeah. Well, what I'm going to do here, Sharif, is I just kind of go back to what I'm comfortable with, and that's going to be talking a little bit of options with you guys. And as you were talking about it there, Sharif, obviously, what am I going to do? And this is the beauty of it. It's because it's such a repeatable system, and I hope you guys have the ability to start taking advantage of this. So what is a potential low by the end of the week on SPY? Well, what we would like to call max pain to the downside is going to be highest levels of open interest on this side, and that's going to be around that $600 we're not going to go to 600. So you want to go to that next level. Or actually, I shouldn't say that. I should not say that we're not going to go there. Anything can happen, right? But what is the option market telling us? 615, there's some size there. That could be a potential low on the week, and then you might get a bounce off of that, all right? So you can see a little bit of options pinning action right here between 615, you have 40,000 here and 53,000 there. Now, we're trading at 621, but why are we continuously holding that 550 level? Or sorry, no, that the 618 level? Well, sure, let's take a look at that here. 620, you have a lot of open interest right there as well too. So just keep an eye on these things. It will tell you a lot, but I would not be surprised if we do have that magnet effect at that 615 strike price just due to the open interest size. And that's quite a bit on the SPY considering that that's a 2-day expiration cycle and it's a $600 name. So just keep that in mind. Utilize the option chain. It can most definitely give you ranges throughout the week. And that's just what I do. I'm still short the TQs. Once it cracks the 40s, I'm going to hop out of this. That means there's going to be an opportunity that I can sit on the backside of this trend and then maybe climb higher. But it is relatively a choppy day, so I have no issues with just starting small. And then you can see on the 5-minute time frame, we're slowly starting to curl over as well. So what can happen is the volume profile is most definitely starting to cool off. So if we run into a resistance zone, hopefully we get those sellers stepping back in that can help us push price lower, and that can lead us to that next level of support, which is going to be around that 83.80 level on the TQs, and then look for that move to the next step, which is around 83.60, and then the low of the day if it comes into play. But we are in a bull market, so be careful. Those buy programs do step in, and this is what you see. Throughout all of April, it was almost like fade the pops. Now, for the past couple of months, considering from the Liberation Day lows, it's just buy the dips. So you see how that narrative flips? I didn't mean to rhyme there, but that's just how it is, right? And I think that's something that I most definitely learned considering April and all that tariff talk was most definitely a difficult time for me. But it's because I wasn't gauging the sentiment as well as I possibly could. But it was also a new event for me. So just look at it like that. When you have kind of a sentiment shift in the market, then look for the opposite, or not the opposite, look to shift your trading style in the direction of that sentiment shift. Bearish, bullish, whatever it may be. We're in a bull market. We were previously in a bear market. Now just find out where your good strategy lays there, Sharif.
Shout out to RJ, Sharif, Joe, keep up the great equity analysis. Your work is appreciated. Thank you very much, RJ. And thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. Shout out to the man, RJ, there in the chat. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye here on game, guys. So a couple of reasons I'm looking at game. One for a possible VWAP bounce, but also another reason is I'm actually quite interested in this one for a flat bottom break here as a short. Now, it'll have to lose VWAP for me to short this small cap gapper. I have the same rule for shorting these ones, which I rarely do, by the way, that I do for going long. I'll short them if they're below VWAP. I'll go long if they're above VWAP. And here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing an area crest at 282. And then I'm seeing a lower high here at 269. All the while, that VWAP line has been just, it's held the line. I mean, figuratively and literally over here. I mean, fantastic look. Every time it dips into VWAP once, twice, OB thrice, it's been money. But every ascent has been a little bit lower than the prior one. So if this one gives up the ghost, I want to say at 240, maybe even 235, I'm going to be looking short. Now, that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is like, hey, what's worked on the day is basically having resting orders at the volume weighted average price. That was absolute money. You got it at 1120, you got it at 1140, and then you got it again here at 1230. And you've had to have resting orders there because it hasn't spent all that much time there. I'm talking about game, guys, up 64% a Dara.
Keep an eye on Verizon. I need to provide some context for this story. So if you're unaware, there's been a lot of talk about potentially a pretty large renovation to the air traffic control centers here in the U.S. That, of course, will be done by the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Authority, which is currently, just certainly something to keep an eye on here. So basically, the FAA apparently has confirmed, according to one reporter here on X, that they are not replacing Verizon's $2.4 billion Federal Aviation Administration Enterprise Network Services contract. So VZ seems like its contract is good to go, at least according to this report, even as we have some renovations. I guess this was a bit up in the air. There were some talks that it was maybe going to be replaced by a Starlink contract. Apparently, so far, that's not the case. Back to you.
So we got the OG here. You hear about Ford?
Ford.
You didn't hear? No. Almost 700. I was about to say 690 something. Almost 700,000 cars. Fuel leak on the Escape and on the Bronco of all cars. And I happen to love the Bronco, dude. I like the Bronco. You know
I like the Bronco.
You know why I like the Bronco? Convertible, SUV.
Yeah. Dang.
Both of my worlds right there in one car.
Yeah.
So that's a problem, obviously. It's leaking and it causes a fire. So 700,000 cars, and that's not going to be a cheap fix. I don't know what that's going to cost them. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough look there, obviously. So.
I don't think I should say.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
No,
I know
what you did, Fabian.
What happened?
I know what you did.
What?
You know
what you did last summer?
I know he knows what I'm
Shout out
talking
to Nev
about.
Campbell.
Too.
What?
This guy.
So let's bring in the OG, Randy, if we can. I don't know if they can do. Can you guys do the Looney Tunes thing with Randy's head like in the middle right there? We used to be able to do the Katina Man like that. He was always weaseling in with his head in the circle there. Shout out to oh, there he is. Oh wow, that's fantastic. Shout out to the production team.
That's
so
fancy.
Randy, tell us unfiltered opinion. Where does Ford go from here?
Oh, I guess we have 10 minutes. I mean, look, Ford's been building cars for over 100 years, okay? And every time there's a recall, it has three immediate effects. Number one, they've got to pay out to get the problems fixed.
Exactly.
Number two, they probably have to alter production and or supply chain in order to fix the faulty problem, which slows down production. Number three, shareholders and owners of these vehicles are going, huh? You know, like, come on. This
They're
guys
freaking
been
out.
building cars long enough. This should not happen. I get new models come out, but you guys have learned how to build fuel tanks and brake pedals and all this stuff a long, long time ago.
Randy, I was watching a pod, and our friend, CEO, his name is Jim Farley, right? Mm-hmm. The way he was talking about Chinese electric vehicles, it's like he revered them, Randy.
Yes.
You should see how he was talking about them. From like, not from a position of superiority. It didn't come off like that at all. It felt almost as if he was talking about a different level that the Chinese were operating at and that he aspires to be.
He's got
It's
a
sad
point.
to say.
Yeah, I did recall that article from a week or two ago. Listen, they're building problematic vehicles. People could die. Like this is not a, you know, and this is not an isolated case. The recalls are out of control. Like I said, it costs the company a whole boatload of money to fix problems. And you'd think they would know better on how to build a product that's, don't get me wrong, every car company, has put faulty parts on the road. It happens. There's thousands upon thousands of parts in every rolling vehicle out there. Motorcycles, doesn't matter what it is. But you go through the steps and the exercises to prevent that in pre-production, in prototyping, in launching, and with your supply chain before it rolls to dealerships. And this is just, it's indicative of, I think, their stock over the last, I don't know, you can pull up the chart. Go back 5 years. Has it moved a whole lot? Not really.
Right now.
No.
I mean, Ford's historical chart has probably not deviated north or south of $20
Assassino.
in quite a while. It's flat. And yes, there's a dividend and all the rest of it. But honestly, I don't see progress here.
Fantastic.
I don't. And
This is the weekly, Randy, we're showing right now on Ford, just so everybody follows along.
Go back a year.
Yeah. Like this, okay, guys, over here, this is 2009. This is 2010 right here. We are lower than where we were trading in 2010. This is dead money. Do they give a dividend? Do they pay a dividend?
They do, I
pay a
believe it.
dividend.
You know what?
All right, fine.
It's indicative of a larger problem. I mean, the company has a lot of pedigree, but there's a lot of systemic issues here. And when you keep putting products on the market that are constantly recalled, how much faith do you have, number one, as an investor, number two, as an owner? So if you want to go buy your Bronco, go ahead. But I mean, if it's at the dealer for recalls, or you can't drive it, or you're unhappy or unsafe owning it, I'll pass.
The only thing that I feel like they do really well, and they outclass some of the competition, especially at least the Chinese so far, are their pickups. The pickups are good. People love Ford F-150. It seems to,
It's the best-selling singular model platform next to the Volkswagen Beetle in automotive history. So give them credit.
Wow.
But it's a one-trick pony.
That's a statement.
It's a one-trick pony because the F-150 in the large pickup market is largely a North American phenomenon.
Exactly.
They have small pickups in South America and Middle East and elsewhere in Europe, but it's largely a North American item.
The full-size ones we're talking about, right? Like the
full
F-150
size,
yeah.
half-ton, three-quarter ton, one-ton, dually, ton-and-a-half pickups. Beyond our shores, you don't see them that often. How many do you see on the streets of London, England, or Paris, France? You don't.
No, they don't fit in the European streets, man. I mean,
and they have vans over there, and they prefer, So give them credit for that. But even the F-150 has been subject to I don't know how many recalls over the years, and I just have doubts about
you and I both,
their
man.
long-term future, and the Chinese EV manufacturers, who are, by the way, also producing ICE cars. They're producing hybrids that are getting amazing range and fuel economy. And yes, there's recalls, and yes, they're learning, but they haven't been building cars for 100 years. Ford has. So again, I have my doubts. There's work to do. That's all I got to say.
Fair enough.
Randy's spoken.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Lots of work to
Look,
do.
I want to bring this up, but Randy was weaseling. I appreciate you, brother, always coming in and giving
Randy.
us wisdom. You forgot your professional 1,000 semi-gloss oil base.
Don't sniff it.
We're doing a full what's it called? Oh, I saw you building this desk outside. I promise you this won't happen again. And you know how I'll promise you that? I'll have a keyboard kind of mat there so that it won't be available to me, Randy. Only for you, baby.
All right, only for Randy.
So Adara talked about Verizon before Randy weaseled in, and I wanted to bring up a point to you. Did you see what Rogers is doing?
What is Rogers doing?
Rogers, just so everybody understands, it's kind of like the Verizon of Canada, so to speak. It's one of the bigger cell phone providers, cable, internet, the whole works.
Second largest, yeah.
Satellite text messaging.
Oh, yeah?
Open to everybody.
No
You're
way.
on Bell, you're on TELUS. That was, to me, to me, an existential threat for these telecom companies, because that's the next move. They're not going to be schlepping to every building and every farm owner to put in cell towers and have to go through AMAT. AMAT's a cell tower REIT, by the way. Think about American Tower. Think about this. You're going to have your satellite in space is going to do all basically the telecom, and that's where your friend Elon is going with that. I think he struck a deal, in fact, with T-Mobile for exactly that. And I like to see that Canada's not falling behind in that regard. Not definitely Starlink-esque, but nice to see that they're working into that.
It's a good start. Yeah, I think that's really important. I remember I was working on a lot of the fiber optics. So when we were switching, a lot of the, suburban households were switching from a copper line to a fiber optic line. So there's a lot of infrastructure work being done with that. But even still, downtown Toronto is still heavily copper.
Really?
Yeah, because so much of the major
slower internet then.
Well, not necessarily, a little bit, right?
Okay.
But not necessarily, because it has more power, right? And a lot of it has power, like extreme power, just the amount of copper inside of it. It can transport pretty quick, obviously.
Interesting. Okay.
But the fiber optic was more difficult to place into the city just due to how large the networking scale was in the city.
So the city's
very
old, bro.
Very old. And it was easier to do it in the suburban areas, switch from copper to fiber optic.
I bet.
Because it wasn't as...
Yeah, and they planned for all that expansion in the suburbs, right? Like we're talking about suburbs that were built in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Like they probably accounted for that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Whereas, when we were riding horses, which is when Toronto was built, we weren't accounting for all that stuff. Guys, I want to talk about Game because I did point this out. It's a flat bottom break that just did manifest, that lost VWAP. It's below it right now. It's losing the bid. It's a pay for shorts type situation right now on Game for real trading. So I didn't bother looking over to Neil because I knew by the time we would have I'd get my shorts, the trade kind of would probably be behind me at the moment. So what I'm going to be looking for now is a retracement possibly back into the volume weighted average price. And if it does that, then we'll look to short. But if it continues to just go down, I mean, I don't have a play on it right now. So GAME held VWAP 3 times, and then it lost it on the 4th. So the 3rd time was the charm, but the 4th was not. Now, that's the short in the small cap gapper world. Have a look at the long. YHC is breaking out. It's knocking on the door of 100% day. Wowzers, this makes my trade look like absolute crap. And this one was a really good one for me, okay? This one is breaking out right now. It's been insanely respectful of the 10 EMA. It's at the day's high right now, 788. It's going to take it out. Run for your life, whoever's selling at 88. Run. 790 high, $8 high. Wow. YHC is breaking out, baby. Run for your life, shorts. Man, I love these people that short the small cap gappers at the high. Y'all are brave, man. 820 high now, Joseph. 825 high. All right, I got my auctioneer voice on here, guys. This is breaking out, but be careful with these ones. And hey, you want to try something? Try looking at the 5 to see where the areas of the support and resistance are and where the micro pullbacks are. So be on the lookout right now. YHC is breaking out. Good looking chart.
Yep,
Joseph.
absolutely, guys. All right, so this TQ short isn't looking too good, even though we still have this downtrend intact. I just don't like the way the price is reacting, all right? So you can see that we had this move down, and then now we have a massive engulfing candle to the top side on the 3-minute. So, yeah, we couldn't break VWAP, not a positive sign, and there you can see the momentum and the volatility most definitely starting to pick up here. So I don't mind taking a small loss on this, but I don't want to dig into too many of my profits. But I am going to hop in along here on IBIT using this as my low. I love it when you're just instantly in the money. I'm substantially larger in size on the IBIT trade than I am on this Q's trade. Frustrating, but it is what it is. We don't want to get too upset and let it get to us too much. But there it is, IBIT off of the lows, and then now let's see if we can crack this downtrend line to see, obviously sit on the backside of it and then climb back towards the high of the day. That's going to be the primary target. I am going to hop out of this TQs here momentarily because my stop is at 45s. I gave it a little bit of room, but smaller size there, Shreve.
Big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast. Ticker VFS trades on the NASDAQ. Starting July 1st in 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit, guys, with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start over the competition. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, baby, and this policy only sharpens its edge. Shout out to the great folks there at VinFast, and let's call another spade a spade. Elon ain't gonna make motorcycles. He's made it very, very clear.
Really
I think his brother, I'm not 100% sure, but he said he's not gonna make any motorcycles. Something like that,
I mean, that would be a hot product if he came out with like a little Vespa style.
They asked him, like, unless he changes his mind. A guy came out, I think, in one of the question and answer things that he was doing, and then he just point blank said, "We're not making motorcycles."
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it'd be nice to see, a mass-produced.
I'm out. I'm out of. It would be nice to see a Tesla motorcycle. I'm out of this. I'm out of this TQs trade. Took a loss on this one. I'm gonna add to this IBIT. Oh no.
No.
Okay, so IBIT's working out for us. AC Slater to that one. We're not going to try to short this market. It's extremely choppy, but what I do have some confidence in, Shreve, that is going to be Bitcoin as we're slowly climbing higher. I do think that we can break through this resistance zone. With that being said, we're going to double it up right here just because why not? Shout out to why not in the chat. I want to see this work. I will note, though, it's like, okay, yeah, I hopped out of the TQs trade, but look at the volume. Super, super cool, right? So maybe this could be just somewhat of a liquidity grab before it heads a little bit lower. But yeah, the way I seen that engulfing candle and the way we were moving back up in price, I'm like, yeah, I don't want too much smoke. So I'll just hop out of that. And thank you for the individual who said, yeah, Joe, get out. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to hold on to this and dig too much deeper into the the profits that I locked in today. So this will be, if this doesn't work out, then I'll be super cool. And just because I don't want to give away too much, obviously. And I think that's a big name of the game, right? So you just got to give yourself a fixed amount. You have a solid, profitable session. It's like, okay, yeah, you make X amount. I'm going to risk 20% more of that. And then whether it works out or it doesn't, see you later, all right? So RGTI was my #1 pick on the day. And did I trade it? No, which is unfortunate, but here it is. We'll break it down to the 1 minute. I was waiting for more of a pullback through the volume weighted average price right here, guys, and then a move higher, but you can see the pullback. It holds VWAP to a T. It did fail to construct a new high of the day on this move, but it just needed to absorb some more liquidity, bounces off of this support level right here that was acting as resistance prior, and then now just a steady uptrend to the top side. RGTI looking really, really good. And they had a catalyst here I'm going to pull up momentarily, which was slightly interesting. It was somewhat of a breakthrough, I believe, for RGTI, but I want to bring it to you guys and actually get the facts straight on this. So let me pull it up. It's going to only take a couple of moments, but let's go Bitcoin, break that trend line, and then we're going to be really, really singing here today, guys. So RGTI, Rigetti Computing Inc. achieved a median 2-qubit gate fidelity of 99.5% on its new 36-qubit system, having the error rate from its previous 84-qubit chip, boosting shares by 8%. So that is, I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea what that means, but the street likes it.
Yeah.
And if the street likes it, then I'm going to be looking to base trades off of it. So that was the catalyst for RGTI, and you can see that reflected in the price. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. And this is a big time breakout here, guys. Look at this, through 15.5, and then now you're steady climbing higher. That's a massive engulfing candle. I would be looking for that volume to be supporting it, and then a retest of the breakout level, and then who knows, you can possibly go and test this previous high, all-time high right there, Sharif.
All right, guys, keeping my eye on YHC, still zigging and zagging there at the highs. I don't know, man. There's a couple of HUBCs running, YHC's game as well, coming back in now, as we talked about, to test that volume weighted average price at around 238, 240. I'm interested, but I just don't have any A setups right now that I really am looking to jump into. So I'm going to steer clear until YHC sets up possibly at around 7.5. That's where the 10 EMA is. That's, predicated upon it losing $8. So that's what I'll keep my eye on now. But for the moment, I'm going to take a pause from trading. I'm not liking anything that I'm seeing currently right now. But what we can do is we can smash the news, because there's a lot happening today. So let's get right to it with banks earnings as well. Excuse me. Let's start off with this, though. You have anything?
Yeah. Bitcoin's working out here, guys. So we're going to continue to hold on this. All we need is the volume to start stepping in. I love it when I point out the screen. But the volume right here, guys, if that picks up, I think we can break through this 67.90 level and then maybe go and test the high of the day. So that is that game plan. And I'm glad I got it out of the TQs.
All right, so it's crypto week. So let's talk a little crypto. Who's calling me here from Ajax?
Who's calling my phone?
Get out of here. All right, so a group of 13 House Republicans, I think it's the Freedom Caucus, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, initially blocked key crypto legislation yesterday, voting 223 to 196 against the debate rules. It was debate rules here that were in question for the actual legislation. By evening, Trump announced on his Truth social media platform that 11 of the 12 holdouts, I thought it was 13, what the hell kind of cockamamie numbers are these? Anyway, 11 of the 12 holdouts had reversed.
I just want to mention, I thought the exact same thing. Trump's post does say 11 out of 12, so there's no issue with the notes. It's just that Trump's number is weirdly off from the actual number of holdouts. The actual number of holdouts was 13. Trump said there were 12, so it's unclear who this mystery holdout is.
Very good point. Thank you for clarifying that, Derek, because that didn't make mathematical sense. Speaker Mike Johnson reportedly also joined the call and supported moving forward with the vote as early as possible. The point I just skipped there was 11 of the 12 holdouts had reversed course after meeting with Trump in the White House. We'll have to see when they get passed. Speaker Mike Johnson says he's going to try to get it back on the floor as early as possible. What that means remains to be seen. To be discussed on the House during Crypto Week, 3 key pieces. I want to say 2 key pieces of legislation, but 3 key issues. First, Genius Act that regulates stablecoin. One of the reasons Circle's been going crazy and went crazy after the IPO. This one, the Genius Act, that is already passed the Senate. It has to be passed in the House in the same with the same version that was passed in the Senate. Otherwise, it has to go back to the Senate with the amendments to be passed there. So we'll have to see whether or not it can be passed in its current form. In addition to that, the Clarity Act. Tim Scott, one of the writers, or the I forget what the word is there that issues the legislation, one of the sponsors of the legislation. This Clarity Act defines, whether a digital asset will fall under the umbrella or the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission, or whether it gets categorized as a commodity, in which case it would be governed by a different regulatory body, the CFTC, which is a commodity jurisdiction regulator. Lastly here, not an independent piece of legislation, but very important to a lot of these Republicans in the House that want to vote for it. They want a CBDC ban, which would prohibit the Federal Reserve from launching a central bank digital currency. They don't want that. And to be quite honest with you, could be a competitor to Bitcoin. So we'll have to wait and see. Critics like Marjorie Taylor Greene, as I mentioned earlier, she said that she was going to oppose the Genius Act if it didn't include the CBDC ban. I'm assuming other Republicans, I could be wrong, probably echoing her sentiment. And when we got the stalled House vote there on these issues, Circle dropped aggressively 7%, Coinbase also dropped 4%, and Mara slipped about 4%. Let's see where they're at right now, with obviously Bitcoin moving up nicely on the day. We got Coin up 2.59%. I don't even have Circle there in my stable coin. I should, or in my what's it called? Crypto watch list. So Circle's up big today, 14.15%. So recovering nicely, basically all that it lost yesterday. If it loses 7%, then it's got to gain 14% to make that up, right? Trump declared the legislation part of Crypto Week, promoting the bills as vital to U.S. dominance in digital assets. And he's touting the Genius Act as possibly a propellant to keep the U.S., according to him, light years ahead of China, Europe, and all the others. So we'll have to wait and see whether this gets passage in the House, Joseph, but a good look nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Ether. All right, the Ethereum. This thing has been absolutely going parabolic. Fantastic stuff as always, Sharif. Obviously, we've seen how the likes of Circle, Robinhood, and Coin benefit from this, the Genius Act. Big time moves. Really, really good stuff as you see of these larger companies starting to adopt these things and create their own. But Ethereum just on this monster run here, Sharif, from 24.03 all the way up to around $25. So a really good look here. And Bitcoin's not participating right now. It doesn't want to climb higher, but Ethereum.
My God.
Yeah, Ethereum is putting in an absolute monster session. Thank you for the individuals pointing that out. And sorry to kind of change the subject. Rigetti is not stopping. It's just continuing to climb higher. So I like this for a signal of strength, and then maybe we can get a continuation tomorrow. But Bitcoin slightly lagging and not looking too good just now yet, guys.
And we know that your friend, very good friend of ours, good friend of the show, he's on a lot, Jensen Huang in China, looking to, no, I'm kidding, look obviously to sell his products. I love it. So he delivered remarks yesterday, guys, at a major supply chain expo out in Beijing. He praised these Chinese AI firms like your DeepSeeks, your Alibabas, your Tencent, your Minimax, your Baidus. He emphasized that there's 1.5 million Chinese developers building on Nvidia's CUDA platform, and he wants to take advantage of that, obviously. His comments come a day after Nvidia said it would resume shipments of its China-specific H20 chip back to China, following U.S. government assurances that licenses would be granted for the exports. And if you recall, Nvidia had halted the H20 chips back in April as a result of these export controls. He did confirm that the U.S. now has approved the licenses for export, and deliveries will restart shortly. If you'll recall as well, there had been substantial hits taken by Nvidia to the tune of $2.5 billion in lost sales for Q2 and an $8 billion impact for Q3, with Q3 revenue pegged at around $45 billion. Add to that what would have been realized, according to the company, $8 billion, you're in over $50 billion in revenue there on the quarter. He did contrast China's open source push with the closed model we're seeing more and more of in the United States. Case in point, OpenAI. Funny how like they're called their OpenAI, but they're very much closed source. He highlighted Moonshot's Kimi, which I hadn't heard of, but I think Neil had, K2 model as an example of Chinese breakthroughs in code generation. To be fair, though, to the American developers, we know Llama wants to really kind of champion or spearhead that open source push for American AI development. But to also be fair, Llama is open source with an asterisk because you can't use too much of it. They limit how many tokens I think you can actually use on Llama 4. So it is technically open source, but to only to a limit. Anything on this one, Joseph?
No, I just to talk a little bit about Bitcoin here.
Yep.
We'll touch back on there momentarily, but I took some off right here, guys, and then that momentum, as you can see, we broke through that resistance zone, and this is not the reaction that I was looking for right here, is that flush to the downside. So I was entered here, doubled up the size, and then we eventually took some off right there, but then that flush down just got me out. It is what it is. We got out of that trade, so I wouldn't be surprised if it sells a little bit more, and now that I'm looking at it, thankful I took the littlest bit off. Maybe I should have took about 50% off up here at the break through this resistance zone, but I was looking for the continuation in strength. I will note, look at the imbalance on the book, right? Look, there's a substantial imbalance, and the immediate bids are substantially larger than what we're seeing on the immediate ask. So just keep that in mind, guys, and that's why you use quote highlights. And when I was watching this name, you can see those consecutive flushes, like boom, at the ask. So aggressive sellers, and the stock and the ETF isn't reactive whatsoever. So that can be a possible sign of weakness from my observation.
Your friends at Meta, your boy Zuck, poaching more talent from OpenAI.
Yeah.
I got a surprise. This time, Joseph, he recruited. Let's use that. Recruited 2 high-profile researchers, both from OpenAI. First individual here, Jason Wei, and the other individual, Haiyong Wan Chung, for its ambitious super intelligence lab. Both these guys were key contributors to OpenAI's flagship model teams and had actually previously worked together, both at Google's DeepMind, focusing guys on deep reasoning and chain of thought techniques. That's one thing I haven't heard about yet. I got to do more research on chain of thought techniques. Have no idea what that is. Wei, for his part here, specialized in reinforcement learning, and Chung helped build OpenAI's O1 model with strengths specifically, guys, in agent and reasoning. Just keeping an eye here on YHC. Their move comes as Meta ramps up efforts to build advanced AI systems using reward-based feedback loops. I need to do more research into that. Chain of thought and reward-based feedback loops. Need to understand more about those. Meta is reportedly offering compensation packages of $300 million over 4 years to lure top AI talent. I want to get your input in a second.
Yeah.
Meta also acquired, Play AI, which is a startup specializing in natural-sounding voice tech. The team will join Meta's AI division under John. I can't say this guy's last name. He's a former head of voice AI from Sesame AI. Now I want to mention something to you. So when you were a founder, in like VC world and tech world, if you're a founder, your one way to get out was basically an acquisition. So you create a technology and then another company comes and buys you out entirely. That's no longer the only avenue anymore. There was no avenue for these founders to make the same kind of money as employees that they would have made had they been bought out and obviously realized on a lot of the shares that they own in the company. That's no longer the case.
Yeah.
These guys are getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars, and their exit strategy now overlaps.
Yeah.
And so what Google did with this other company that they acquired, they hired their top 100 people, got a license for that company's technology, and then left 200-300 people in the company with no specific, thing that they can protect, because Google's got a license to use their technology, and then they took their best people. So they take all their tech people, and then the sales people and the administrative people are left in a shell company.
Yep.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Like the kind of aggressiveness that's happening.
And this is what I was saying to you before, Shreve. The ball is in the developer's court at the end of the day, right?
Bang.
Like you can see Alexander Wang, this guy just caught $100 million or something along those lines.
Crazy.
Zuck stock is looking to distribute up to $300 million just to acquire the top-end talent. And that's what I was referring to earlier. The ball is most definitely in the developer's court.
Bang on,
because they can choose who they want to go work with. We know that Apple was in talks with Anthropic and Perplexity. What happened to that one? Both of them dropped out. And then sure enough, Zuckerberg's starting to acquire some of the talent there.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough look. It's a tough look right now. Look, it's not tough if you're one of these people who's being offered hundreds of millions of dollars. But yeah, it's definitely making.
Well, I don't think it'd be that tough, Sharif. To be honest with you, you give me $100 million.
No, I'm saying for them it's fine. No, for other people who want to kind of
obviously
stay in the company,
right?
and yeah, it kind of creates a bit of a weird situation there. Let's go on to ASML. Much to my chagrin, ASML did not see themselves growing into 2026, and that's why we're selling off. Let's go through this report step by step. They reported Q2 net sales of 7.7 billion euros. That easily beats the street's expectations of 7.52. Net profit, very healthy, 2.29 billion euros. That's take-home money. That easily beat the consensus estimate of 2.04 billion euros. Bookings as well over $1 billion in excess of what was expected. 5.5 billion euros in bookings.
Bro,
just get the chopsticks already. Versus the 4.19 the street was expecting. So a decided beat there at 1.3 billion euro beat. Really driven by AI and machine upgrades. Despite all that, despite the beat on the top and bottom line, the shares fell decidedly. It's SSR, it's down 8 3/4 on weak forward guidance. So let's get to that forward guidance that sent this thing down big. Q3 revenue, now the guide there, they're guiding 7.4 to 7.9 billion euros. That misses right away off even the top end of the range. That misses the 8.3 billion euros the street was looking for. Now, with their full year 2025 sales growth forecast, they trimmed that down to 15, which implies 15% growth, that is, which implies about 32.5 billion euros, which is kind of at the midpoint between the 30 to 35 they had guided. So the market didn't like that either, and it got sold off. Management cited continued uncertainty around both tariffs and the macro geopolitical risks that are taking place right now as a reason for that. The CEO confirmed, though, strong fundamentals from AI customers, which, according to the CEO, remain a key driver for their growth. The CFO highlighted that AI-related chip demand is a major tailwind for the EUV machines, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. The AI-fueled demand is helping ASML offset some of the drag they're experiencing from the global and the macro regulatory headwinds. And just to understand here, U.S. trade policies and chip export restrictions remain the key risk for ASML's global sales, right? Despite strong AI demand, they could not confirm that they will continue their growth in 2026. That is not what an investor wants to hear, but I don't know if I've got my investor goggles on here. I kind of feel like they're maybe kind of guiding down to kind of set lower expectations because they easily beat on the top and bottom line, but that doesn't mean that they will in the full. Joseph, any comment?
Absolutely. Yeah, let's take a look at ASML from a technical standpoint. Let's go. I know you did some nice work in there yesterday, Sharif. So really, really nice stuff there. And that's what we're talking about. It's just swing trading, right? You got to lock in those profits, and you want to leave some from a runner. So really nice work on that front. But here it is, right? So you get that gap down here on the daily, but that's right into some key support levels as well, too, Sharif. 725 is a big-time level right there. And if you have this hammer candle being printed, just be cautious on what can potentially happen. You may get a potential bounce, and then you can get that gap fill here. You made a good point. Sell some into the earnings report, right? Just in case it does tank. But what does that leave you with? The cash on the side to grab some more if you really like the stock at the lows. And I think that's a pretty good opportunity. And the risk profile is relatively defined. You crack through the support level, I would suspect that you're going to take an additional leg lower. If not, you hold, you get this gap fill play, and then best case scenario, you break through this $800 level, and then you're off to the races from there.
Well said, man. Well said. We'll have to see how this one ends up doing, but we'll see what ASML has to offer right now. Let's talk about Bank of America offering no reason whatsoever why they took Amazon off their U.S. #1 list despite strong ratings. So Bank of America Securities removed Amazon as well as FICO, Fair Isaac Corp, from its U.S. #1 list. Both stocks retained buy ratings, ironically, but no longer appear on B of A's top investment ideas. Just so you understand, the U.S. #1 list is Bank of America's highest conviction buy-rated U.S. stocks and ADRs, not just U.S. stocks, aimed at long-term outperformance. Again, no specific reason was disclosed from the removal of or in B of A's research note there. So Amazon down 1 1/3 on the day, along with Meta 1%, softy, flat, everything else kind of upkick. So I'm not going to give you any opportunity because we don't even know what they took it off.
Yeah.
Unless you have something to say about Amazon in general.
Well, I was going to say something about the Bank of America.
Go for it, yeah.
So they actually beat on net interest income, where JPM had a slight miss, and the other banks from yesterday had a slight miss on net interest income. So that could be a positive sign here in BAC. Let's pull it up from a technical standpoint to see what we got going on. Okay, it is trading lower, but I do like that net interest income beat, considering the biggest bank on the planet didn't beat
100%. 100%. And I think JPM actually missed on net interest income as well yesterday.
That's what I was saying. That's
you're
what I was
right.
saying. So they beat. That's why the BAC beat, and then JPM had a slight miss. I think it was like 2.3 billion it came in at. The street was looking for 2.6, something roughly around there.
All right, let's talk about Bank of America earnings. Now that they've removed Amazon from their #1 list, let's see how they did. EPS easily beating the street's consensus there, 89 pennies. The street was looking for 86. Revenue total 26.61 billion. That came in slightly below the expectations there of 26.72. So not a bad miss there, but about $100 million. Despite all that, despite missing the street estimate, it was up 4% year over year. I'm talking about the revenue. Net profit rose 3% year over year, up to 7.12 billion, driven mostly by strong loan and deposit activity. Net interest income came in at 14.82 billion, but didn't really miss estimates all that much. Okay. A good look for them, Joey. Let's keep going on here. So, by the way, net interest income for Bank of America grew 7% year over year as loan and deposit growth continued for the 4th straight quarter. CEO Brian Moynihan really highlighted the resilient consumer spending and improved credit quality, which is something that we were concerned about, right? We keep hearing about the consumer maybe getting tapped out, spending less, credit card delinquencies, low car loan repayments increasing. That's not what he's seeing. And you'd think you'd see it in the retail banks first. Also, commercial borrowing utilization was a positive sign. It increased, signaling a rebound in business lending appetite. You want to see that for the overall growth of the economy. Let's talk about how their different divisions did, though, Joey. Fixed income trading revenue reached 3.25 billion, easily topping expectations of 3.14. Equities trading, though, this was interesting to me because most of the other banks made money on trading. They came in a little light. 2.13, just under estimates there, 2.13 billion that is. And then investment banking fees, Joey, fell 9% year over year, down to 1.4%. It still beat for whatever reason. The downbeat expectations of 1.27, but that's not a figure you want to see. Almost double digits there, man.
Yeah, no, I stand corrected. You were right there. So it was a slight miss, but it was the 7.2% year over year.
Exactly.
That came
that's
in.
A good look, man.
I stand corrected, but that's how it came in there.
All right, let's go on to Goldman. So it's bank season, obviously, as they kick off earnings. Their Q2 profit rose, man, a healthy 22% year over year. Their take-home money, guys, 3.72 billion, or about 10.91 a share EPS, easily beating the 69 expected by the street by over $1 a share EPS beat there. That's big. Revenue climbed also 15% year over year, 14.58 billion in revenue they brought home, well above the 13.58, so a $1 billion beat on the top line. Trading revenue surged 22% year over year, really helping offset early quarter softness in deal making. We're going to get to that deal making in a second. Increased client activity around Trump's Tariff-driven market volatility did boost trading desks. Clients also took the opportunity for that volatility to reposition their portfolios, as well as the macroeconomic risks, giving banks like Goldman, JP, and Citi a bit of a revenue map as they generate fees from that repositioning. And Goldman's investment banking revenue, this is what caught my attention, because this is what we want to see. 26% year-over-year bump, obviously led by stronger advisory fee generation. While the deal count did drop, their deal making 12% year over year. Look at the deal value. Deal value rose 27% year over year. And the deals that are larger than $500 million are seeing way more activity, especially from the tech and the financial sectors. Deal making momentum is supposed to continue into Q3, aided by obviously political volatility and sector consolidation. And private equity firms, man, they face pressure to exit investments, driving deal volume and premium pricing. Joey, that's what we want to see, because we haven't seen that IPO. Well, we've seen good IPO this year, but we want to see a little bit more there.
We want to see more of those.
Historically low publicly traded companies. Historically low.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. No, as you mentioned, Sharif, really good pointing out that the global banking and market has been up to, 10.12 billion. Revenue, that's 24% year over year. And then the asset and wealth management, 3.78 billion, slightly down year over year, but the management fees, 2.81 billion. That's 11% up 11% year over year. So there you go. The management fees, they're starting to rake in a little bit more.
Adara, weasel in.
I think it's no, it's canceled.
Hi.
No weasel? I was going to ask what.
Oh, yeah, no, so there was something, but I think the post has been deleted from X, so I want to wait until it's confirmed to say anything.
All right, let's go on to Johnson & Johnson over here. They also reported earnings as well. Let's talk about their Q2. Beat expectations both on the top and bottom line. With respect to revenue, they printed $23.7 billion. That's a 6% year-over-year growth, and EPS was $2.82 a Dara, which beat the street's expectations.
Sorry about the delay there, guys. I wanted to make sure that the news was accurate because the first post I saw about it was subsequently deleted, but it's been reposted. So apparently, according to Jake Sherman, who is a Punchbowl founder and a reporter for Punchbowl and NBC, apparently reporting on X here that the motion to consider the crypto rule has now passed after a very long vote. So these crypto bills have cleared a procedural hurdle in the House. Coinbase still really strong here, just pushing. Circle rallied and then kind of popped back into this 227 level. It's a bit unclear, but strong uptrend in both of these. Let's see what happens next. Back to you.
I love it. Thank you for bringing that out of Dara. That's good news. Let's keep going over here. The company raised, I'm talking about Johnson & Johnson, they raised their full year 2025 guidance. They're now expecting an eye-watering $91.3 billion in sales for the year and $10.63 in EPS. That's up from a prior guide of about 91 to 91.8. So it's a little bit higher than the midpoint with 1050 to 1070 there for EPS. Management did cite favorable Forex conditions and strong operational execution as some of the key drivers. Their innovation medicine brought in, so they have different segments. Their innovation medicine brought in $15.2 billion in revenue, and it's growing at about 5% CAGR, beating estimates by $840 million. So almost $1 billion beat there. There's a bunch of drugs that they have in the pipeline. I'm not going to try and say them. You want to screenshot it or pause it or whatever and have a look there for yourself. Have at it. I'm not going to bother. I don't at work, and I won't hear it either. MedTech, a different segment for them, delivered $8.5 billion in revenue. Compared that to the $15.2 for their innovative medicine. So MedTech, about half, a little bit less than half, or more, a little bit less than half of their revenue there. That was up 7% year over year. Cardiovascular devices grew 22%. Orthopedics flat at 2.31 billion. And the sentiment here in the analyst take on Johnson & Johnson is kind of, their diversification and steady growth could make it a resilient amid macro headwinds. Also, they could possibly have tailwinds in the second half of 2025 from different product launches, as well as reduced pricing pressure and fewer policy disruptions. I don't know about that, because Donald's already pounding the table on biotech tariffs, pharmaceutical tariffs. He's made it clear to these pharmaceutical companies that the tariffs will come incrementally. They're not going to just be 200% from day one. He will give them an opportunity to kind of get ready. But you gotta just admit, man. I mean, or not admit, but you gotta be I think, reasonable in this case to think that some of the costs there are going to get passed off to the consumer in the form of higher drug prices, unless J&J is going to eat the margins, and I don't think they will. So
yeah.
that's any comment on J&J, Joey?
Yeah, you can see that we punched through some key resistance zones here from a technical standpoint on Johnson & Johnson. So that's a big time move here, guys, and a massive engulfing candle right here, just engulfing this entire range. So that's a positive look. But this is what you want to see, right? So you have these definitive resistance zones, and then you punch through it on the earnings report. That could give you a good signal that you're going to continue there in strength. There it is on J&J. I've done 2 horrible trades here on IBIT. I'm not proud of them. They are extremely chases, and I would not recommend doing this whatsoever. This is not good trading. Yeah, don't chase those volatility spikes to the top side as you break through key resistance zones. So yeah, that's I just gave away all the profits that I made from here on this silly little trade. I'm in it once again to see if we can break it, but if it breaks through this level and the support level doesn't hold at 69.90, 67.90, sorry, then I'm just going to hop out and unfortunately have to give back a little bit of profit. But we'll stay green on the day.
Yeah, and CJ, bringing up a good point. Post baby powder beef, obviously talcum powder was a bit of an issue. They did have a class action lawsuit. It did cause cancer for a lot of people, and that was certainly a headwind for them. But I believe that has since been settled with I think claimants being paid out. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, about that, but I'm pretty sure that is behind them now. I could be wrong, but my understanding is that it has. Let's talk a little Wells Fargo, looking quite bullish here on AMD ahead of earnings. So Wells Fargo's analyst Aaron Rakers reiterated the firm's overweight rating on AMD, but did boost that price target a healthy amount, guys, from 120 to 185, suggesting a 20% upside from where we closed out yesterday. The growth is expected to be driven by the ramp up of the MI355X, your baby there, for data center GPUs, because you've been talking about that a lot, which actually began shipping, Joey, last month. Rakers forecast year-over-year GPU growth acceleration into the second half of 2025, really citing stronger positioning in AI infrastructure. So it looks like he's jumping on board the AMD train here, which has been strong lately. AMD is also anticipated to showcase progress in its 5th gen EPYC Turin CPUs and continued momentum in the Zen 4-based Genoa and Bergamo chips. Analysts expect AMD to remain a share gainer in server CPUs, citing strong product execution and rising enterprise adoption. So it's a good look, guys. AMD, guys, is up 76% in 3 months. Yeah. 76% in 3 months. And 31% over the last 6 months, which gives you an idea that it was selling off in the 3 previous months before these 3 months here. Anyway, despite this rally, Rakers sees further room for upside given the upcoming product cycles and growing AI infrastructure demand. And I just want to say one thing before we send it to Adara. Yeah. Everybody made a big deal about the H20 being allowed back into China. That wasn't the only GPU that was banned from China, Joey. The MI308 was a China-specific CPU. Now that is allowed back under licensing, so AMD, that should be a good tailwind for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some fantastic tailwinds here for AMD. They're going to be involved in a lot in Stargate, so I think that's going to have drive a lot. And then they also struck some deals in the Gulfs as well, too. So in the Gulf countries, sorry, as well. So that's why you see AMD is up substantially. I got involved with Nvidia as soon as I heard those deals struck, and it broke that downtrend line. So that worked out relatively well. What is working for us right now is Bitcoin. So let's see if we can continue this. I'm not as large as I was before, just because I'm kind of just reducing my error that I placed on that initial trade. But we got right back in because I just had a feeling it was going to be strong. So we'll hold on to this one for a little bit more. Adara, what do you got for us?
I looked into this J&J thing because I was curious myself about the baby powder settlement. The answer is it's really confusing. So back in October 2024, they agreed to pay $700 million to settle these claims with, I guess, regarding they misled customers regarding the safety of their talcum baby powder. So that was back in October 2024. That was awaiting approval, I guess, from a judge. Now, it's unclear if this is the exact same situation, but I believe that they're related. It's really hard to find info on this. But then on March 31st, 2025, then we have a U.S. bankruptcy judge rejecting Johnson & Johnson's proposal to end these lawsuits. So it's all very unclear how everything's interconnected. It sounds like at least they're trying to end this, but according to this one article about the rejection of this claim, it's the third time they've tried this strategy and it hasn't worked. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. Again, I'm trying to do a lot of research on it, but it's just hard. There's not a lot of information to find, and it's unclear how the numbers are related. There's a lot of different numbers going around here: $10 billion, $700 million. More research to be done. But yeah, Sharif, point is, there's not really a clear answer on whether or not this is resolved. Back to you.
Confusing one there, Adair. Yeah, that's kind of why I was a little bit hazy on it. Thank you for kind of ironing that out, even though, you know, still a little bit undecided. Joey, anything on the Wells Fargo AMD comment there?
Yeah. I think we've seen what AMD's been doing from a technical standpoint. Now let's take a look at WFC, Wells Fargo. A sleeper, there's no questioning that here, guys. You can see from a daily standpoint, some nice moves, but then we also double top right here. But this engulfing candle, and then now we have this earnings day right here. So just keep an eye on it for this potential gap fill. I think that's going to be a good opportunity there for Wells Fargo from a technical standpoint. And it's a relatively cheap price stock compared to some of the other banks as well, too. Sure.
This meme is hilarious, bro. Listen,
wow,
look,
Circle's going nuts.
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah,
I mean, should we be looking at it right now?
Most
yeah, okay, let's have a quick look
and
here.
Bitcoin and ETH.
Well, I mean, that makes pure sense to me. Let's have a look at Circle over here, Joey. Yeah, Circle is at the high of the day right now. Okay, so Circle's on that good stuff that's illegal on this side. It's about to take out 230. We're 17.5%, guys. It's all gas, no brakes right now. It has had, Joseph, very clear support at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, and I won't be convinced any different. Whether I was at the open, look at that open bar, holds a 20. You got another retracement here at 1050 and 1050 and 1055 at the 20, it held. You got another retracement at 1150 into the 20, it held. You got another 2 candle retracement at 1 and 105 at the 20, it held. The 20 is absolute money today on Circle. Obviously, you can pick it up at the 10. It's defended the 10 quite nicely, but getting in at the 20 obviously gives you a better cost basis. There goes that 230 level.
Wow.
It's on that good stuff right now.
And so is Robinhood. Robinhood's gone as well, too, guys. Let's take a look at coin. Let's go through all of the names that are going to benefit from this. That's Bitcoin, or maybe not necessarily, but Sympathy Play. It's starting to pull back in a little bit, but coin. What's coin up to, Sharif? Oh, it's breaking out. There you go.
Go Coinbase.
Breakout. on that one, I know someone who grabbed some contracts the other day.
Who?
So it wasn't me. I could tell you that. No, I'm being dead serious. It actually wasn't me. Yeah. I'm not gonna say. No, it wasn't me. I truly didn't. I tell you guys what I grabbed. But there it is, coin from a daily. Just wow. What a move this name has been on. These resistance zone breaks have been nothing short of phenomenal. So this is crazy what we're experiencing here. This is some big time moves, and it's unfortunate. I won't be chasing it up here, but there's different methods that you can use to get the price of the stock that you at the price that you of the stock that you want. And that's selling cash secured puts, right? So, but you need to have the capital for at least 100 shares right there. So that's pretty hefty. But coin, Hood, and Circle most definitely moving higher, and it looks like that Hood is going to break this $104 level right here, man. What a stock,
beautiful.
Man, what a stock.
I'm very impressed with this company, and like the funny thing is, I was like dead wrong. Like when I went back in 21, when I visited my sister, and everybody was using Robinhood because that was like the meme craze, right?
Yeah.
And I used to make fun of my brother-in-law. I'm like, you're like, what kind of a loser are you?
Yeah, it's like
you don't even have level 2. You know, like the idiot. Like, I don't know.
Use Wealthsimple, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Obviously, you don't want to.
You were the goofball that used Robinhood. Now look at that. It's funny how things change, huh?
Oh, why you smirk at me like that? You on Wealthsimple? Or? All right. I'm curious. Nothing against Wealthsimple.
Who are you with? If you want to disclose, who's your broker, Ob?
My day trade.
Who?
No.
I used to be.
Was with Trade Zero. Okay.
Yeah.
For my swing.
Yeah. TFSA with the bank. You're with the bank on that. Yeah, that makes sense. You get your money from one account to the other. It's easy work. Shout out to Durango Julian, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate you all. We appreciate you, brother, and thank you for watching with us today. I do appreciate that. The OG Darwin. I used Robinhood in addition to Fidelity back in the day. They locked my AMC shares and didn't let me sell, so I got a TD Ameritrade. You and everybody else, man. Remember what happened with GME, and that's why it had such a bad reputation.
Yeah.
One of the reasons, anyway.
I think that's honestly something that lingered with it for quite some time.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Even the Chilean Nightmare right now, he's still not a fan because of what happened.
And it wasn't even Robinhood itself who halted the trading. Obviously, it had
it was their what's it called? I forget the name of the company, but it's the person who backs it. They're a market maker, essentially. I forget the name. Everybody.
Rather it be Citadel.
Citadel. Thank you, guys. Citadel.
Okay,
Yeah.
did I say Citadel? Yeah, so
Yes,
Citadel, as I was mentioning it there. So yeah, it wasn't even really them, but they caught a really, really bad rap after that because it did tick a lot of people off.
Yeah. That's the way it is. All right. Well, it's nice how they came back, though. Let's go on to Morgan. Morgan crushed Q2 expectations on trading. Let's talk about how they did. EPS, 213, easily beating the $1.96 the street was looking for. It was really driven, guys, by strength across trading as well as their wealth management segments. Net income rose. Keeping an eye here on YHC, rose substantially 13% year over year to $3.5 billion. That's what they're taking home in profits. That's up from the $3.1 billion they printed a year ago. So a healthy increase there. Revenue came in at $16.79 billion, topping the $16.07 that the street was looking for. So an easy beat there on the top and the bottom line. Let's talk about their trading revenues driving their gains. Institutional security revenue climbed to $7.64 billion, up from $6.98 year over year. Notable strength, guys, in equity trading amid, obviously, heightened client activity. Clients were moving their money all around because your boy Donald was doing things. Get it, Donald. Market volatility spurred by Trump's new tariffs. That fueled investor repositioning and boosted their trading desk activity. Wealth management revenue. A healthy, very healthy, actually higher than institutional security revenue, $7.76 billion versus the $6.79 that they printed last year, based or really driven by strong asset management fees. The division remains a key driver for Morgan and their revenue diversification as well as stability. Deal making, that's what I want to hear about, rebounded late in the quarter as companies regained the confidence to pursue IPLs and M&As amid reduced tariff uncertainty. Executives, though, they expect deal and listing activity to really pick up in the second half of 2025, which obviously aligns with the increased client engagement observed in June. So I can't tell you, I'm super pumped about that. And before we sent it to Adara, Joseph and I were talking. Now, one thing I was saying to him was, we are at historical lows for the amount of publicly traded companies. So many of these private companies don't feel the need to go public. There's a bunch of reasons for that. Regulation, obviously, one of them. The other is the growth of the private equity as well as private lending. It's really picking up right now. And before we go to Adara, my goodness, YHC, I know Circle's probably breaking out too, but you know, I'm in a small cap world, right? YHC is right back into the highs. Watch out for that 880 break, guys. It's now a triple top at that 880, but something tells me that short seller at 8 4/5 is just going to get run over. Adara, tell us what the news is.
Just be aware here. Keep an eye on CCJ and UUUU. There's an announcement from the Department of Energy in the U.S., apparently of a pilot program to build advanced U.S. nuclear fuel lines and end foreign dependence. So some nuclear and I guess maybe uranium-related plays. Keep an eye on these names as we send you over to the guys.
Carso, what's your advice, brother? Tag me again. Are you talking about Joby and Archer? Because I still haven't positioned in that, and I'm lamenting, obviously. But let me know what you're talking about. Casro OW, my bad. Joey, any comments there? E-Signal.
New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize. Guess what? Then you capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Check that link in the description then.
Bang.
Bang.
Get it, Adara. All right, let's, any comment, Joey, on Morgan?
Yeah, I had something on Morgan here, kind of caught up in this trade. I'm going to pull it up here.
Do your thing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna, busy, you do your thing.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up here just from a technical standpoint. Just going to get my little 2 cents from a technical in there. Sri bring you the fundamentals, we bring you the techs here. So, all right, so inverted hammer, I like this candle a lot, to be honest with you. So as long as we don't break this, I've been looking for swings considering that my IBIT position didn't work out how I wanted it to. It's earnings season. There's gonna be plenty of opportunities, and I'm gonna give you a little, just a little note here. Don't be buying contracts after earnings. Or if you even own them like previously before, that's good. But as you're leading into earnings and post earnings, you don't want to be buying contracts. Why? IV crush, IV decay. That will really, really ruin your day, and you're going to be paying an extended premium, an elevated premium that you don't necessarily need if you're just patient, or just go shares, just go common stocks, much more simplistic. But as of Morgan Stanley today, if I like this, I would not be buying any form of a contract. Why? Because I can already tell you without even having to look that the at-the-money IV is extremely, extremely elevated, all right? So let's see what it is. Okay, maybe I'm going to eat those words relatively quick.
I hate that.
Yeah,
embarrassing.
Very, very embarrassing.
I hate that.
No, but in all seriousness, 31.8% relative, that's still pretty high, right? So we can take a look at this. You can see that our this is our IV gauge right here, implied volatility, and you get that massive spike up as well too. So you're paying essentially nothing, but now you get that increase in IV. So that's why you don't want to be paying, you don't want to be buying contracts after massive events that cause an increase in the average true range, because that's going to increase your options.
Talking about ATR now, eh?
Yeah, well, it's very high correlated, right? Obviously, the average true range and the implied volatility. So yeah, that's why you don't want to be buying these contracts, is because day after day, you're not even going to lose, even though you're losing money to theta, you're going to lose money to volatility decay.
Interesting.
So volatility decay is extremely important to understand.
All right, last but not least, this is my favorite headline, and I wish that we can get this in Canada sooner rather than later. Trump administration eyeing private equity access for your 401ks. Could not come sooner in Canada. I don't need the government babysitting me and telling me I need to be an accredited investor for me to put my own dang money wherever I so please. I do not need to be babysat. And I don't think other people need to be babysat either. If I want to take the risk with lower disclosure, then I take the risk. It's not for you to tell me what to do. Trump administration is finalizing an executive order that would allow 401k retirement plans to invest in private equity. No official signing date is set yet, but discussions are apparently at an advanced stage per the sources close to the matter. The move would mark the biggest pro-private equity shift yet in retirement savings policy. A major win, obviously, for the private equity industry, which has lobbied for access to the $12.5 trillion that exist in the U.S. 401k market. That's a lot of money. Asset managers see defined contribution plans as their next major growth channel, not these billionaires anymore, I guess, as institutional investors are apparently reaching their PE allocation limits. This would reverse a Biden era rollback of a Trump 1.0 era DOL guidance that previously cleared the way for private equity in retirement plans. Supporters here argue that private equity access could provide higher return potential and greater portfolio diversification. Critics, on the other side, warn of illiquidity, complexity, higher fees, and legal risk for plan administrators if savers face losses. Easy. Just give them statutory immunity. I would obviously have to go through Congress. Couldn't be an EO there. The number of U.S. This is the point that I was making to Joey earlier. The number of public U.S. companies has declined significantly since the 1990s. We're reducing, obviously, the traditional stock exposure options. Meanwhile, private equity assets more than doubled over the past decade, bolstering the argument for inclusion in retail retirement accounts. Joseph, so that's the end of the matter. Obviously, it's not applicable to Canada, nor has it taken effect yet. And it probably doesn't affect the public markets all that much, or maybe it does. Because maybe all of a sudden these 401ks, instead of punching into publicly traded company, they're now weaseling into private
So
equity.
you're talking about outflows from the market into the private sector.
There's a finite amount of money, baby.
Yep,
You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
yeah,
For
so
sure, I agree. I think
that
that's
could be
fantastic.
actually bad for the public markets if you think about it a little bit more. I mean, I don't know. JD, Florida, man, PE is way overvalued now, and this will make it worse. I respect your opinion, but that should not be a blockade for my own personal decision making. If I want to lose my money in the way that I can lose my money going and buying a lottery ticket or betting on some, long shot on Kalshi, I should be able to put my money in private equity. I do not need to be babysat. I do not need to be told that you don't understand enough. You go sit over there while we make the rules. This investment is only for them. You don't have enough money and you don't have enough brain juice. Get the hell out of here with that. I mean, I just don't care. Anyway, I just hate to be,
Babied and monitored.
yeah,
and
man.
Police.
Yeah, man. Jeez,
Police.
please, bro. Man, can I tell you one thing?
Yeah.
Obviously, this is an extreme example, and not all examples are like this. But back, I think in the 80s, I'm pretty sure it was the 80s, Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, actually banned some of their citizens. I don't know if it was all their residents, or it was a select group, maybe government employees. I'm not sure, but they basically prohibited people from buying Apple because they said it was too speculative.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, who are
It's
you
insane.
to tell me?
I'm going to double check that right now and find out. That's super gatekeeping. Let's go. Let's find out if this is accurate or not. So midday queries. Let's go over here. Did Mass prohibit? Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. Do your thing there, guys. All right, so I was just talking with Obi a little bit there. Potential topping signal on Circle, but just keep an eye out, right? So we don't have the volume supporting it just yet, but this is a nice indecision print at these highs. So maybe things are going to start to cool down a little bit, and then you look for that slow curl over. Note, this is a really, really positive and strong catalyst. So don't look for that move all the way back to the volume weighted average price. It's more or less likely to be a micro pullback. So keep an eye out on this one. If it does decide to break down, I would not even look for 226 as a target. I think that's a bit of a stretch. You want to look for that previous 5-minute low. You have a tight risk to reward profile. So it's going to be about a 1-to-1, but this is some positive signs for a topping signal and then maybe a move lower. But again, you can also just eliminate this from your playbook considering the catalyst is extremely strong and it's been a strong stock. So you may not want to go against that, but topping signal right there on Circle.
I see you, BG3 baddie. I get it. I know, not everybody, is going to have this sophistication, and therefore some people need to be protected. I just don't like that paternalistic, maternalistic, whatever mentality where I need to protect people because they're gonna lose their money. I see both sides. I really do, but I just can't stand it when there's that kind of patriarchal view. Anyway, I did a little bit of research. Yes, Massachusetts did prohibit its residents from investing in Apple Computer during its IPO in 1980. The Securities Division of the state deemed Apple's IPO too speculative, Joseph, and risky under what was called in the state at the time the Blue Sky Laws, which were designed to protect investors from overly speculative or fraudulent offerings. As a result, Apple's IPO was not approved for sale to retail investors in Massachusetts, meaning individual investors in the state could not legally buy Apple stock when it went public on December 12th, 1980. Ironically, this law aimed to protect residents, but ended up blocking them from one of the most successful investments in frickin' human history.
That's a lawsuit right there. I'd be suing. It's like, hey, I wanted to buy this company, put this amount of money in there, now look what it's trading at. So essentially, you owe me.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Yeah. Can you imagine? Like the government?
You know what I mean?
Where my money?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's my little rant for the day. But I am very, obviously, as you can probably tell, I'm more laissez-faire. I don't like government intervention when it's not needed, but that's just my political philosophy, and I don't mean to kind of impose that on others. And I'm sorry for the rant, but I feel quite passionate
Where
about
were
it.
they when everybody lost their money on GameStop, AMC, people buying those highs? And you want to talk about speculative? Come on.
Well, exactly. Well, they didn't do that, I think. Well, except Citadel pulled the plug there.
Yeah, except for they pulled the plug. Yeah, but you couldn't sell it. You owned it, but you couldn't sell it. So it's like, we're gonna take your money anyways, regardless of what it is.
So that's the look right now. What question? The Chilean Nightmare asking, was that before or after Nixon? It's going to be after because it was 1980. I'm pretty sure Reagan took power either in 80 or 81. Prior to that, I think it was Jimmy Carter, if I'm not mistaken, chat. Fact check me. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he lost to Reagan because of the whole thing with Iran at the time. I appreciate you guys, man, messaging in the chat. I do appreciate that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, to answer your question, Fabian, after Nixon, I'm pretty sure about that. But I can double check that. Anything you got? Because I'm gonna.
Yeah. Dude, so here it is, guys. So this was our Bitcoin trade. We enter here, we double it up, we get this move, and then I just get stopped out. So yeah, Devin Haney right there a little bit, and then we try it again. I'm like, all right, off of that news, we get stopped out again, and then that's when we get that move higher. So still slightly positive, but nothing substantial. I should have been holding this core position through this. Sorry, excuse me. Because it never really came back to my break even. I just said, you know what, I didn't really want to sit in the chop. And for me, to be honest with you, sometimes when I see a session like how it is today, I want to spend as minimal time in the market as possible. So that's just my personal style. We can do a quick trade review. Sorry, Adara, 1 second. I want to pull something up here. That's going to be NVDL. That was most definitely our best trade of the day. NVDL right here. You can see that we got that reload. And for me personally, it's just like, all right, the bulk of your profits are made here. You risk a little bit on the side and see what you can get from it. Adara, what do you got?
Here's DJT getting a little pump. I'm seeing this on X. I'm only seeing it from one account, so I'm going to wait to see if we get any more posts about this. But apparently, holders of Trump's World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency are voting to make the token more tradable, or not more tradable, but actually just make it tradable. So apparently, might be able to be trading Trump's World Liberty Financial crypto token. I'm going to have to wait for more information because, like I said, I have very little except for this headline. But if I find out more, I'll let you know. DJT on watch here. Back to you.
Look there, Dara. Way to bring that up there. We can pull up DJT. I mean, this is obviously talking about blocking people from trading things. I would highly suggest that it happens on this name, but it is what it is, right? So we can zoom out and see what we got cooking up here. This was when it was really hot, April of 24, $78. Now trading around $17 or $18. We're considering whatever the intraday pattern is. I don't know why this doesn't show what it's trading at during the day. That really frustrates me about the platform, but it is what it is. You got to deal with certain things. But the 824, and then you have this 830, 1834 breakout level, and then potentially going to test that high of the day. But you can see there's liquidity issues, obviously. Lots of spotty price action, and then you get those gap ups and gap downs. But as for that circle trade, not looking too bad. All right. I didn't trade it. Okay. I was going to short. I was going to short it on this topping signal, but I'm like, you know what? I just they didn't want to put up with that there today. But here it is. Nice signal at an extreme high. This is what you're looking for. Pop, pop, pop. Look for that move down lower. And that's what I said. Look for the low of around this 5-minute candle because this is a really strong name. And if you want to talk about repeat offenders, then expect what it's been doing for the past couple of for the whole session. Sorry, I should say. So you get this move higher, not the deepest pullback. Another move consolidation, more or less than a pullback. You make an additional leg higher, and then you get another somewhat of a small pullback here, and then you make that additional move. So I wouldn't. If you do get 225, then that's going to be, in my opinion, extremely lucky. But if you are short this name, I obviously want you to get and lock in as much profit as possible, and then hopefully get into 217. That could give me an opportunity to buy it as well, too, Sri.
I like that. All right, I'm back on YHC over here. I'm keeping an eye on this one. I'm interested in punching back in. So what I'm seeing right now on the 5-minute, that is that we just dipped in below the 10 EMA. So the 10 EMA is here. We dipped in below it, and now we're making lower highs on this candle. So I'm thinking I want to punch in above 835, but I want to jump in a little bit earlier. So if I can spot a breakout here on the 5-second chart, and that's what I'm looking at the top screen there. I'm not crazy. I know the camera is here, but I'm looking for an 835 break, but I'm thinking about jumping in before it. Anything, though, I want to say below 805, which has been a level that's been defended now for about 5 or 6 minutes, I get out. So the spread has been prohibitive on this one. It is not good. It's 10 pennies currently right now, which obviously displeases me. So we're not on a breakout. We're very much in a consolidation. And to be fair, we are making lower highs. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at on the 5-second chart. So this is the this is YHC's 5-second chart, and you can see there's been a buyer here at 808, 809 with a bit of a range there, 810 to the downside, 825 to the high side. But prior to that, it has been just a series of lower high, lower high, lower high. You guys get where I'm going with that, right? So I don't want to be quick to think that this is the right time to jump in. Now, we've just opened up another 5-minute candle, which did defend the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm looking for a breakout. We're not certainly getting a breakout right now. I think I will wait until I see this one breaking out above that 8.25, 835. It really depends on how much volume comes in. Once I start seeing that volume profile really rocket, I think I'm going to weasel back into this one. But there's only about 8 minutes left on the show. This thing's not going to finish out the year, but whatever.
Still?
Oh, it works great, bro. It works fine. It works fine.
Whatever.
It was free, dog, so it's okay.
Free 99.
Free 99, 5-finger discount. So no, not that kind of 5-finger discount.
Bro, what other 5-finger discount is it?
In the sense that I just took it from work.
All right.
That's kind of what I did there. No, seriously though. So I'm watching this one intently. I'm really interested in getting back in. I feel this one's got the strongest push of the bunch, but it's got to set up in the right way. It really had a good breakout, essentially from 130 to about I want to say 137, 138. And since that time, it's been making lower lows and lower highs. But I think if we get a break above 8.25, I am game. Mr. Ian, Joseph, Sharif, Open. What's going on here? Open, say less. Let's have a look at OPEN. Is that a name that I typically know about, or Open Door? Open Door Technologies. $1.03 billion market cap, so it's not a small cap gapper, but up 36% on the day. I didn't even have eyes on this. I got to tell you, I didn't even have eyes on this, but this is a great looker. Higher highs, higher lows. Just made a $1.44 high. Started out its life at a $1.04, so we're up substantially today to the tune of 36%. It seems like a 10 EMA retracement entry here. It didn't respect VWAP, as you can see, from around 11.15 to about 11.50 or so. It was trading below the volume weighted average price. I would be looking for a 10 EMA retracement. That would be my entry into this. I don't know what else to tell you on that. I don't even know what the headline is. I can find it for you if you'd like. On track for record percent increase. Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Does it actually have a headline though? OPEN, Adara. Thank you, Adara. Adara's going to look. I don't see a headline. I just see that it's up over 34%, and apparently that's a record for it. Record increase in the move there. All right, continuing to watch YHC, guys. This looks like it might be a double top waiting to happen here. Be on the lookout for a 760 break. That's the neckline. I perceive that to be the neckline. But let's not forget, this is up 100%. So before we start looking short over here, we got to make sure that the longs are exhausted, and we just got another price spike up into that predictable 810 area. 810 area, why is it predictable? Because we were using 810, this area here, as support, and now we lost it with that 790 hold, and now we're using 810 or 810-ish as resistance, Adara. Any update on Open?
Is that you, Remy?
One thing I will tell you about OPE, and I couldn't find any news, decent amount of retail attention. We're talking about, like, tweet every minute or so. But the other thing with Open Door Technologies, the first thing that came to mind when you mentioned this ticker is, this is one that I've noticed. There's like one account in particular, every once in a while, usually in the afternoon around 3 p.m., they'll post about it, speculating that it'll be in a partnership with Google or Apple. To my knowledge, no definitive partnership has been announced with either. But the point is that exists, so be aware, keep an eye on this around 3 p.m. That does sometimes happen. You'll get this account posting, oh, Google, Apple, possible partnership for OPEN, and then it gets forwarded and it doesn't really exist. So just keep an eye here in OPEN for that reason. That's the main thing I always think of when I think of this ticker, because of the amount of times I've seen that proliferated on X. I also want to mention DJT pushing higher. Again, I want to mention Trump, token holders have apparently approved trading for Trump's World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency. That's quite the mouthful. So apparently the holders of the World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency have approved it for trading. Back to you.
Thank you, Manic. Manic, sorry.
Yeah,
We're drinking the water. So, sorry, Sharif, I want to touch on one
do your
thing
thing,
here.
bro.
Havana, Woody, and I have been talking about this, and I think it's really important to know. So he's like, hey, Joe, I noticed some open interest on DJT.
Okay.
He said it's prime for a gamma squeeze. So let's break down what happens during a gamma squeeze, all right? So you can see here on DJT, we're starting to climb higher, but also we want to add this into what we got going on here. So 20, we see this is a substantial amount of open interest right at that $20 strike price. Now, what is the Havana Woody referring to? Well, keep an eye on the gamma, right? So the gamma here out the money, or sorry, in the money, with this in the money contract is low. Gamma's at its greatest at the money. So what happens with this gamma squeeze is that as those contracts get closer to at the money, the gamma is going to accelerate. And then what happens when that starts to accelerate and the people on the opposite side of that trade who are, sorry, on the front side of that trade who are short, they have to start covering. So that's going to put the gamma at its greatest when it's at the money. So keep an eye on that so you can squeeze through those contracts and go north of $20 if it happens. But what you need is those people who are long those puts get fearful in order for that gamma squeeze to happen, all right? So you can see the gamma is about a third of what it is for those at the money strikes. And then you can see right here, it is approximately $17. That's nothing. But $50 at the money, that's a substantial increase. And especially as you get closer to at the money, it's going to grow vastly. And then that's when you get that squeeze because the people who are short those puts have to start long those puts have to start covering rapidly. And that's going to sell the stock in a trajectory higher.
I like to grow vastly.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, muscularly, financially. I do enjoy growing vastly.
Yeah, same.
So, we'll see how that
I'm all about the financial vastly.
Financial vastly. Oh, boy. Let me know when, Assassino. All right, let's go. Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, baby. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And the best part, you pick your own path. You can choose the instant funding route, the challenge route, or even a pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And just in the last 90 days alone, I should say, they paid out over $10 million in profits and earned over 1,005+ star reviews from real traders. So if you're interested, use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Shout out to Top One Futures. Good luck for them. I used to like trading futures.
Did you?
Yeah. There was like, I had like
Sharif did the futures like for the entire, I think at least first 6 months I was on the midday.
I did.
It'd be like, oh, points in the whatever.
Yes, exactly.
Like that, yeah.
And the thing is, though, it was a ruin, Adira. But when he left, then like I was basically just using his strategy. Let's just full disclosure. Yeah, it was his strategy.
Yeah.
He would show me basically when you were at the 100-point area. That was kind of his move. I don't want to talk on his behalf, but the way I understood his strategy to be was he would wait to key areas of support or resistance came in. He would really observe who would control at those key areas of support and resistance, and he would make a decision one way or another. And one of those ways was to kind of see whether or not you were kind of wick shimmying above or below. Anyway, it's a whole strategy that I tried to employ. But obviously, trading the Qs, the NQ, the MNQ requires a lot of risk.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
It is definitely a tougher one to do on the show, Joey, but it is 2 o'clock, and you're nice enough to be able to cover for me today on the rundown. So it's your boy Joey Options. It's going to be at the green screen. I got to go and get that safety inspection on my car so we can possibly actually sell it. I'm feeling some kind of way about it, both good and bad. I don't like getting rid of my stuff.
It's all right, man. New beginnings, man. You know what I mean? New beginnings.
We'll find out. All right, guys.
Cyber beginnings.
I like it. We're I missed that part there. Eh? Cyber beginnings. Yeah. Okay, I missed that part. You see? What? You hear that, Neil? It's not official, especially with that $2,500 lease price, Neil. Prohibitive. Neil's that way, guys. And Obi.
T. Thank you.
Was official, Sharif. I'm just saying, we know you want that Cybertruck. Welcome back, everybody. For everyone that doesn't know, Sharif, obviously, has wanted the Cybertruck, but getting it here in Canada is not exactly the jam. So you're fired, or not, or maybe you are, or maybe he's not.
Maybe.
Or possibly he's thinking about it, but also possibly he's not thinking about it. So we don't know what's going to happen with Fed Chair Powell. It got all denied after it was apparently a certainty. And we talked about, and this is the theme I want to get to. We'll show that meme in a quick second.
Yes.
But we've mentioned this. I knew I should have just wait. And then once something you already liked sets back up, then jump into it. It was so easy to get chopped around there. And I'm mad at myself. I should be an ETH again, but I'm not. It's just these little things that happen when you get a little extra volatility. You get away from what you were doing that was working before, and you try to find something else, or you can just wait till things settle down and do the thing that worked. But I love the meme you have.
Yeah, no, it's going around Discord, it's going around Twitter. I think it's pretty funny, and it kind of sums up today's action here on the futures here. So you can see left side of the chart. This is what the futures were looking like when it wasn't even Trump. Let's be real. It wasn't even Trump. It was people from the White House, representatives, whatever. And then he's just like, yeah, no, that's not true. So it's just I summarized all of that action as a little bit of fugazi, a little bit of fugazi. That's all it is. You know what I mean? If you look back at all of the Mag 7, I was showing Neil this earlier as well. Everything is within a range. All of those dips keep getting bought up. And even with the people pounding the bid on negative potential news here or speculative news, again, that dip getting pretty much bought up on a lot of names here. So yeah, we'll see what we have in store. I got a little chopped up on that Apple initially. Again, I had a short here from that 212 area from earlier, and I was like, okay, well, this is looking a little slow. So again, my mistake was that I had covered. Just, dude, put in your proper risk and let the trade work for you. I get a little cheeky, try to flip long on VWAP, and I'm like, yeah, that's definitely not coming in. Then we start getting those salams into the bid. My actual first stop out was the first news of that of the potential speculation of Jerome Powell being fired. And you can see I try to take a continuation, and then me getting stopped out for my last little bit right here. It was so funny. The market moved so fast, Neil. Yeah. So I didn't even frex. I didn't even try to remove liquidity. I put in a limit order, and it was trading down here at 209, I think 70s or 80s. I put in my limit order. I get filled on 210.33s. So that basically told me that the market moved so fast, our platform basically lagged. That's the kind of volatility that we're dealing with right now. So
in those moments, 100%. Absolutely 100%, everybody.
Where's the next trade?
I get it. You always have to just look for what is next. But to that point, before we get to Joe's going to be doing the rundown, like this bottom in the Qs, like, oh my goodness, but how could you have possibly remotely figured out where the market would bounce? Oh my, it's so annoying. And, well, it's not just the Qs. You could have been looking at, I don't know, let's pull up Amazon. I have not traded Amazon today. Oh, not bad, but not obvious. Let's try Google. Let's try Alphabet. Where did Alphabet bounce? Oh, yeah, Alphabet's a good example. You want to find the thing that if it was working, if something worked before, find that to go back to after you get the news. So you scan and you're just looking for opportunities. Okay, well, I mean, this is something which had shown you a very key level at 182. Even on that dump at the close yesterday, it held 182. So you find something that bounced off 182. Okay, play a continuation long into the high. Something along those lines. The one that we pointed out was ARM as something that made a lot of sense. It was just whatever you happen to be looking at. 150 was a key level. And this one's the best on the lower time frame. So you're doing nothing with ARM until the news hits, and 150 was a key level from before in the 15-minute. Look what happens when it gets back to 150. All of a sudden starts behaving nice and consolidative and then breaks away. So nice clean breakaway above, and that's how you get into something new. Now to me, one of the biggest themes today, let's be real, it's the crypto bit. You just, well, I can cancel this order now. Anyways, well, that would have been a nice fill. So this market's unbelievable. Circle's unbelievable. ETH is going ham. When we were looking at crypto this morning in the space, I mean, Bitcoin is actually bouncing pretty nicely off VWAP, but it was the fact that you had this sell-off. And look, you can look across the board, whether it was Circle tanking with the vote in the afternoon yesterday or just anything else in the crypto space, whatever moved the most. You observed that IBIT held VWAP and clearly had no, not IBIT, sorry, ETH held VWAP and had no intention of going as far as everything else. And then today you gap up, it is still the strong one out there. So this, and of course Circle, because of the Genius Act, it's going to get voted on. They passed a procedural vote today so that it will get voted on again. The idea being, and look, we're not American, but if you know American politics, you got a bill coming through, looks like it's supposed to get the votes. Someone always tries to shove something on the back of it or add a few things that they want to slide on in. That can cause it not to get passed, and then you go back, and then there's like, let's get some concessions here and concessions there, and you do this and get this for my state. All that kind of stuff happens, and then eventually you get it done. So it feels like this is still going to get done, but at the same time, it's all about ETH today, not necessarily Bitcoin. I did trade IBIT at one point, but ETH, I got to find a way to buy the dip. Nice long trend all day. We're not going to get, if you get VWAP today, it's because they voted again and it didn't get passed. That's the way I see it. So I want to try to get this trend from the volume weighted average price. That's all the way at 25. It has to pull back over a full point to get me into this trend trade, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But that's where we're at. Strong rebound and V-shaped recovery, but not all things are V-shaped. Some things were just held the trend line. That's why I'll beat myself up a little bit today. Because if I had not tried to go over to like a chip name or two when you're having all that crazy action with Powell, I could have just gone right back to the bottoming tail candle. Once it establishes the trend line, there were plenty of places to grab it. Once it held here, you could have get it here, could have had it here. I did try to get it here off the 25 level for sure. It's crazy action.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at some of these stocks here. So again, I guess it was a few minutes ago, and I'm sure this was reported on basically SRM and DJT. Token holders approved trading for Trump's World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency SRM. So I just pulled up both of those stocks here. You can see SRM kind of already kind of moving to the upside here, and DJT also catching a little bit of volume and a push to the upside. So again, eyes on a lot of these stocks, but yeah, Circle is the one I am eyeing right now because it's doing the thing, man. It's kind of finally kind of broken out that 212 area. Sure, it was a little choppy, but look at that volume that came in through that break, holding consolidation lows above prior structure and just stepping up and continuing to step up as of right now as well. 236s, how far will it go? Let's just take a look back at the chart and see where we're coming up into. Again, all-time highs, that 300, oh boy, I was definitely there. 298.99s, and then prior high coming up into 240s. Nothing really too crazy until maybe about 250, 265s. But yeah, this thing running right back up, held that anchored pretty well from that opening price and then breaking some of these prior consolidations for that nice run up. Of course, getting that strong tailwind from things that are being passed that are related to crypto. But enough with that. Let's see what you guys voted on with the rundown. Take it away, Joe.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment chose by you. So the most popular stocks we're going to talk about here this afternoon. But make sure you get in the chat with Sharif and I and get those votes in, $, and then the ticker that you're looking for. Let's talk about one of the hottest stocks on the day. What a quantum leap we're seeing here in RGTI, up 30%, some big breakthroughs in the quantum space. So this is a positive outlook for RGTI, guys.
Oh,
that was a little different like 2 seconds ago.
Just bait and switch?
Yeah, it said crypto bounce initially, but yeah, oh boy, RGTI Rigetti, this is a 30-minute chart. We got to go down a little bit more here, but yeah, holding that VWAP so well off the morning session. That VWAP now coming in at $15 clean, but we're extended way past that. 1673 highs with the 1648 currently trading, and yeah, coming up into some prior levels as well. This is going back up into the 3-hour chart. You can see we're breaking out of this prior high in and around $16.20. Seems like we are definitely on our way. If this momentum is to continue, and if this trend is to continue, those all-time highs at 2142 as well. So not too far away. But if it moves like this for back-to-back days, I think that's definitely something to keep an eye on. But for sure, Rigetti today going crazy. I think were we talking about this one in the morning as well? I think it was a few of those names there as well. But yeah, Rigetti definitely was one to watch out for, holding and breaking out of some technical levels today. Neil.
Yeah, I gotta feel like if it wasn't for the focus on some of the crypto names and looking at the crypto space today, Rigetti probably wouldn't have gotten missed. But when you're like, if you were long ETH or you were long Circle, I'm sure you're not mad that you missed out on Rigetti. You can't really act that way. That said, it was kind of, I mean, let's be real, it was kind of obvious. It was gapped up. I know traders here, like when I talked to Wayne, former floor manager here, now works in the campus program, when he was making his list of stocks, like, does this not stand out? Like in the pre-market, you were already gapping to break that level, and at the open, you were pulling back into the prior high on a big stair step. And we've seen what these can do. And look at the trend that this has going on Rigetti. I can tell you, someone was asking in the chat, who was it? Might have been Dorothy. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. Do any of us own quantum names in our long-term accounts? I explained QBTS, but the way I should say it is this. I didn't have anything outside of my exposure was IBM and Google, which isn't really the same thing. And there was a conversation a couple of years ago that my wife and I were having about like the next big thing. And we were talking about, I was mentioning quantum, and she's like, well, what would you buy for that? I'm like, I have no idea. I go, this is what we have, but it's in my account. And I'm like, this is what we have. And she's like, well, and she was at a conference, which was a data security conference or class. And there's some industry professionals there, and they were discussing quantum. And they had mentioned QBTS, D-Wave. And she's like, well, what about this thing? I keep hearing about that. I'm like, it was $1 at the time. I go, sure, why not? Let's go. So really, that's the only reason I own it. Like, there's nothing profound about it. But as far as Rigetti goes, this seems like it's a new swing. I'd just be a little bit cautious with it. Like, if you look at right around the same price area when it did this before, it had about the same move back in December of 2024 when these things were really going the first time. Like, the continuation was more of a slowly backtracking consolidation. I'd be a little bit, I don't know if I'd want to be buying it at these highs to play this move. I think you let it cool for a couple of days, see where it makes a bit of a bounce. I don't want any part of the long up here. If anything, it's not even doing a really clean trend. Like, I can't even give it a clean trend line to revert it. I'm not touching it up here in the top, up 30%. I think this is more of a find the bottom the next couple of days and try to play off of that, or see if there's some kind of I'm only doing QBTS because that's the one I have, some kind of sympathy play that can also break out. Like, I know this was all Rigetti. Not like QBTS went either. Like, if you can get one of these that just goes on sympathy, that could be a little something. I'm just going to double check INQ here. Yeah, that didn't do anything either. So those could be interesting plays, but I'm not touching Rigetti at these tops.
Yeah, no, Rigetti, again, can't say much more about that.
Nice trade. All right, good stuff there, guys. As always, Neil doing a little dance. We love seeing that. Guys, next on the docket, we have Unity up just under 13% on the session, but getting that nod from Jefferies, an upgrade from $29 to $35 here for a potential price target. What does it look on Unity, guys?
Once again, remember when I said when all of that Trump Powell stuff was happening, go back to something that worked, right? I was in two positions for the majority of the morning, Unity long and ETH long, right? So all of that crazy shakeout happened. Unity, it was just an upgrade, but Unity's just look, it was an excuse to squeeze on the stock. That's what I'll call it, excuse to squeeze on Unity. So it was breaking out. There really wasn't much to this other than break of the pre-market high, dip into the pre-market high. And then I used the range. I ended up getting trailed out here using the opening candle range, which kind of stunk because it was a bad exit. But to my point about how we're supposed to get better as traders, when all of that, and you think of it as macro stuff is happening with Trump and Powell, if I had just gone back to two stocks, trend on ETH and Unity, exactly where we bought it off of the open, and just not even care what was happening in the rest of the space or rest of the market. Like, don't try to trade any Tesla. We'll get to next. Don't try to trade any Nvidia. Just go right back and buy it where you bought it before and go back on schedule. It's an even better trade because I promise you, like this time, if I get it the second time, I'm not going to trail that piece out here and I'm going to get the high. I'd probably be out of it now at that top because that's just my style. But this is a day one squeeze play. It's just gone through resistance, and I want to do this, which is show you a higher time frame to give you an idea where this might go, monthly or weekly. Let's go for a monthly chart, kind of making an educated guess. Weekly might have been better, but just get an idea. I'm going to go to a weekly. Unity. There we go. That's just a little bit better of an idea. So you can see this nice bottom, little rounded bottom top, making some higher lows on this break, and you need to retest this 35 area first, which is, I think, where this move can get to. And if you get through that, you've got a bigger wall, 40 to 45 area here. So this is really just getting started, and it is a squeeze play. You want it to take out that next level. So I think this will be on the radar tomorrow. It'll be on the radar the day after that, as long as there isn't some kind of capitulation the next couple of days. We're not going to be doing the dance, but Unity is definitely working.
Yeah, this is, again, another one that gapped up in the pre-market and got that continuation right off of the open. Sure, we pull back a little bit, but what kind of stands out to me is that we can't pull back further than too much of VWAP right there. VWAP holds quite well and gives you that trade once again, and probably even better, some would argue, after the pullback and the price action has kind of consolidated and giving you that next leg a little bit higher. But you can see, yeah, buying still staying strong on this one today as it continues to hold VWAP, even with the quadunk that the market kind of had during the midday, kind of reclaims and holds back above that VWAP, which is currently sitting at 33.15. So yeah, definitely very, very strong excuse me, on this one. But yeah, looking back at the chart, you can see it's already been in an uptrend moving into some of these prices. So breaking out on multiple time frames for sure, back to back, trending on a higher time frame as well. So yeah, definitely one to keep an eye on. I think that it's definitely not the end of this story yet. As you can see, we've been running up for weeks. No real sign of slowing down here on Unity.
Yeah, great stuff as always, guys. Tesla up next, up under just 3% on the day. So a nice move with some overhead and possibly some headwinds here in Elon Musk's way. So you can see that Tesla could face severe oversight as Trump's National Highways Traffic and Safety Administration picks Jonathan Morrison, who's not only going to highlight the benefits of autonomy, but also the dangers as well, too. So that could lead some more regulatory issues for Elon Musk.
Yeah, that was the reason for the drop yesterday. Well, okay, that's ahead of myself. That was the reason for the drop at the end of the day yesterday. Most of what was happening earlier was just that control at the 320 level, which, you know, obviously you can see what's happening above 320 2 days ago, and then you can see what happened yesterday at the 320 level where it tanked down, ended up breaking, only broke 312 because of that headline. By the way, Tesla's kind of losing the bid at 320 again. I knew where I was going to be trading this. And I came in this morning looking for that short at 320. We missed the first one. Why? Because we're going long Unity and wanted to be long ETH. So you're going to miss some opportunities like this right off the open because you're looking somewhere else. And when I shorted it the second time, the best way to explain it was it just felt too strong in the tape, so out flat. And once it starts closing above the 15-minute on 320, above 320, I'd start taking shots at long. So I just started taking scalp breaks. The only one, if I have to call one a mistake, these are really, really tight stops. But if one of them is going to be a mistake, it was tight stop here without a scalp. Like I took this break, basically, sometimes I would usually take the $0.50 and then the even dollar. In this particular case, I got myself pretty convinced because of the V-shaped bottom that it was just going to go. And I'm like, I'm holding everything on the first piece for the next dollar break, which I don't usually do. So that's the one I'm going to consider the fail. The rest of it, I'll give it 3 shots at that top with a tight stop. So that's what I did. And ultimately, it looks like the sellers are still in control at this 320 level. I wish that was not true, but that just seems like what it is. So we really need Tesla to, at some point, just start breaking away from the sellers that are winning at this 320. I thought it was going to be today. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
All right, guys, so big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift. A major win for VinFast, NASDAQ ticker VFS. Starting July 1st, 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start while others scramble. VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge, guys. So Tesla. I've had eyes on it today as well. Pre-market run-up was quite strong as well. You can see right here, pushing up into these prior levels. We talked about that 320, which has been holding as a little, not a 51-minute time frame. I would like a 15-minute time frame. There we go. So holding up as a little bit of a resistance level. We saw that coming in on Monday. Kwadunk with that aggressive first 15-minute candle. Once again on Tuesday, which was yesterday, closing pretty much at the week low. Today, recovering all of that action and then holding that same area as a little bit of resistance. So the question becomes, when and if this seller lifts, how much further can we go? Now, of course, Tesla is kind of coming down from that 360 push that we had not too long ago, just going into the end of June, that price coming in the pre-market on June 24th. So let's see if that seller can lift. But again, we've been pulling back pretty decently. And what we mentioned in the morning as well was we're just kind of consolidating sideways in the zone, holding a nice base on that 415. So yeah, in terms of intraday, if we can get past that 320 level on this week high, then I would definitely be interested. Now again, we got 2 more days in the week. Might not happen today, but we'll see how the week closes off with some Tesla.
Fantastic stuff, guys. Robinhood up 4% on the day, a little bit more than that. 8.5% on the week. This stock has been on a monster move. Robinhood stock hits all-time highs Wednesday. What's going on? There's a lot of stuff. Stablecoins, a big-time positive here for Robinhood. Let's see what the boys think.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think, like we were saying yesterday, the stocks that reacted to the Genius Act vote down the most negatively, when we were gapped back up today, that was a good place to start. And so, my focus, I wasn't focused on Robinhood at all. But whether you liked Robinhood, whether you liked Circle, whether you liked ETH, it doesn't really matter. Just whatever you had the best handle on, or whichever one spoke to you, as long as it was one of the ones that was moving the best. And what's interesting, I'm going to go back to something I said earlier. If you were one of the traders, I said that was one of the things you were looking at. I'm sure there's others. Maybe SBET would be another example, so I'm not just talking about ETH and Circle all the time. When all that chaos happened, go back to the well. Because the dip on the Powell firing just pulled you right back into prior highs. It's a classic technical sort of break, and you can get caught up in the macro sometimes and ignore the price action. And the price action on Robinhood just said, oh, really? We're breaking out here because all of that short yesterday on the negative vote is getting blown out, and you're going to give us a pullback in a prior high? Well, take it. So it doesn't really matter what you took. This one seems like it's going. We're going to talk about Circle next. So I would venture to say a lot of people are going to get more return out of something like a Circle from a pure squeeze perspective, but I'd be much more comfortable holding Robinhood than I would Circle as a long-term play. That said, have a look at Circle, which is up next, if you're looking to get those outsized gains. So hood stands to benefit. There's a bit of a squeeze play happening as well. Yeah. The stock is not, I know this looks parabolic, but at the same time, since it broke away from the $50 level, it's been fairly orderly with the exception of 1 or 2 days for Robinhood. So I don't think it's going to be crazy if it breaks the trend. I feel like you're going to be able to see it close a few times underneath and then take out a support level. And it might not be worse than 10 to 12% when it does so. So I think you've got some cover here to be working this one to the long side. I know that, like I said, I was on ETH today. So I didn't trade it, but I always look it up and then pick which one I like the best. That's the way you have the group of stocks that you're watching within the space, pick the one that you like the best. Some days it'll be Robinhood, some days it'll be iBit, some days it'll be Circle, some days it'll be whatever, maybe even like a SoFi. But Robinhood, off to the races. As far as this afternoon goes, if something actually starts happening again in ETH or we get a vote, ETH is consolidating. I think that's what you want to watch. I just feel like this is leading the way more than anything. Like even this last high here in Robinhood, ETH made a fresh one. Which one would I want to trade? I'll stick with Ethereum.
Yeah, I think something I want to point out about Robinhood as well. Traded it yesterday. That 101, what was it? 101.5 area. You can see holding that level for multiple days in a row, kind of looking like that Tesla move we just talked about. And I was like, same kind of question. I was like, okay, when and if this seller steps off, what's the potential of the continuation move? Well, guess what? We saw that come in today pretty nicely as we got that break coming in right off the open with a strong push, pullbacks into that 101.5 level. Even the market quadunk brought us into 101s, and we held relatively well. Sure, we kind of violated some of those highs, but the bid steps right back in, now taking us all the way back to day highs. So yeah, definitely buyers are in charge. A little bit of a consolidation on the way here in and around this 100 mark for that liftoff. But again, looking at a higher time frame here, you can see we've already been trending pretty strongly, not only since those April lows, but from a good chunk of last year. I see that the ultimate low coming in at $13.98 from last August, so last year August. So pretty strong stock, and that consolidation through 100 was quite nice. That continuation, we're finally seeing that continuation through that 100. Can we see 105s to 110s in the coming days? Yes, I have no idea, but the trend you guys can see is holding relatively strong. Even the strong sells that we've had along the way, well within range here on an hourly chart. So something to watch out for. Shout out to all the hood longs. Good trade.
Last but not least here, guys, Circle, the digital finance company behind USDC, getting that go-ahead from Donald Trump. So you can see the intervention revives key stablecoin bill. Circle up 22% on the day, guys.
So here we go. Now we finally get to Circle and SPET, which obviously these are the two. There's a reason why ETH is outperforming Bitcoin right now. That's because if you're not related to the stablecoin news, then you're not going. It is a pure squeeze. Now there's, can you do me a favor? Can you just, do you have the anchored from?
Yes.
Okay, so always going to show you something with Circle in the higher time frame. Just remember that where this is bounced here is now holding an anchored VWAP from the bottom. And where this is broken, this top, was an anchored VWAP from the top, from the high. So I actually, when it broke the anchored VWAP from the top, I took a shot at it. It failed it. So to me, it was now respecting, so I got out. The second time was the charm. I took one shot at a short here. Thank goodness why you get out, obviously. But at this point, as I've said, this is a pure squeeze play. Now that it's above the anchored from the all-time high, it's above the anchored VWAP. And now that it's broken away from there, the amount of momentum that's going to be in this, I'd say barring the vote getting, if it gets voted down, if the vote happens, I don't know when it's going to happen again. But let's just say it happens tonight. I'm not saying it will, but let's just posit that it does. That would be the kind of event that maybe gets you a pop back in to retest those teams. That's almost too deep of a pullback. So I'm thinking it's more along the lines of a 225. Someone asked me if I would swing it up here. I wouldn't personally, although I think your risk is to one of the prior, like the anchor that broke would have been about 212. So that's one level. But
Palantir.
like your real support's out here, down around the 180 level on Circle. I plan to be trading ETH this afternoon. which is also parabolic. You can also look at SBET if you happen to like it. For those that maybe you want a tighter spread or a cheaper stock, then to me you go over to ETH or you go over SPET, which is still giving you fantastic percentage gains. But the key, of course, it's all about the stable coins and ETH. This is not a Bitcoin thing right now. Bitcoin can't even break 120. That's not where you want to be. You want to be trading these others. And look, I'm not Hurt Scrambler. I 100% agree with you. SBET, 5 employees, Circle 900. At the end of the day, when you're talking about a squeeze, we're just talking about momentum. So at this moment, you can get it in on SBET. Even as I say that, though, like which one was I trading in the morning? I was trading ETH. I just feel like it's a little bit more stable. And I'm buying the dip this afternoon on ETH. I'll go back into it, look at it, hold that trend line. I got away from it early because of the Trump news. I'm not going to make that same mistake. We pull back into 25.1, I'm going to grab it. What is going on with Palantir?
Palantir is breaking day highs right now, Neil, but yeah, we can talk about that one in a bit. But 151's on the horizon on Palantir. But this is what Neil was talking about in terms of Circle. So we know about the anchored VWAP. It's a good indicator to kind of show you where the average participant is sitting. You can see this purple anchored VWAP from the opening price. It holds pretty well, so buyers still kind of in charge there. And then I got an anchored as well from the highs. Now, again, learn from some of the best, of course, right? So I saw that Brian Shannon himself had those 2 anchors on his chart as well. I was like, all right, you know, a little bit of confluence, a little bit of confirmation that I might be looking at things potentially the right way. But you can see how well it held over the past couple of days, and that dark red anchored being the anchored from the highs there, finally breaking out on the day. Strong confluence as well. Not only are you breaking out that anchored, looking at horizontal support and resistance, this little consolidation that we had where we basically failed to follow through on the selling below 170s, we break out that consolidation high today as well, coming in and around 215. So let's see, what was that price specifically? 215.60. Now this is an hourly chart. Let's go down to a shorter time frame, like a 3-minute, and see what that 215.60 looked like when it did finally break out here today. So 215.60. Neil, oh boy, look at that clean break. So that's in and around right here in this area. And the push up through that level with that strong volume, the pull back, holding that same area, strong confirmation, confluence, and then the step up and trending breakout of that level as well, revisiting some of the prior levels that we've been at before not so long ago, Neil. So yeah, a little bit of a failure to break down on this one below that 170 mark. Clean trend on the day. Absolutely beautiful. I'm keeping eyes on it. I didn't have the long, so shout out to anybody who took the long on Circle today, but I'm waiting for it to circle back down, maybe for a reversion to VWAP, but no sign of any sort of, you know, signals to sell or maybe any sort of capitulation, anything like that either just yet. So I'm just going to sit back and observe and let it do its thing. We might even push that 300. Who knows? That's well within range of what this stock can do. We're up $40 today off of the roughly $40 off of the open. That 300 is about $60 away. So, you know, well within range. Going into the end of the week.
What we've learned is there's never any, you know, you shouldn't have any lack of imagination for how much hedgies can get into something, and humans are humans. Like just because like hedge funds are hedge funds doesn't mean that they can't average down and do all the crazy stuff that traders will do when they're in a bad spot, right? Like look at the Nick Leeson story. Some people are offside in Circle, so don't have an open mind if you're momentum trading. Is all I will say. Like I'm not trying to get at people. I'm not saying hammer and YOLO long any kind of stuff like that. Just understand that it doesn't have to make sense for it to get to 300. As a matter of fact, sometimes when the less sense it makes, it'll go there. I'll get to like I'm in Nvidia and I was trying to explain in the chat. I'll just do this before we get to Palantir, which has broken another all-time high. So Nvidia pulled back into a resistance spot right here at 170.60. When it bounced off that, I took a long. I'm trying to reload it. It's just I got some out here, and I'm looking for it to get to the high. Right, so that's a very simple plan. It's not moving as much as anything related to crypto, or right now Palantir, which just tagged 150. So what I'm 151, all-time high in Palantir, starting to pick up volume. Another thing that double bottom, I was kind of hoping for, as you can see, a fail break of 151 and a pullback somewhere into the prior high is the plan of action for myself. That's what I'm trying to get here as PLTR goes. Like the market wants to try to take out the top the day that we had all that crazy sell-off, end of the world, the 10-year is going to hit 450 and blah, 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 because Powell's getting fired, and then he's not getting fired, and all of a sudden we're right back at the high. So the things that are squeezing higher, that's where I want to be. And as I look over, ETH is really getting away, so alternative plan of action for ETH might be, I'm just going to maybe look for this support here at 25.3. Not going to draw a new trend line. It loses here, I can always get back in at 25.10. But I want to be a part of this if we're going to continue to make another leg to the upside. Because you go to the higher time frame, which at some point I promise you I will, ETH still looks very, very good on that said higher time frame. There's a lot of names out there that I've seen people mentioning. Should you look at this trade, look at that trade, have a look at AMD. I mean, like right now, AMD is stronger than Nvidia. They tend to flip-flop every now and then. I was short this to the high because we said we would, took some scalp trades on it, but ultimately got out. It does look stronger, but this is also that 157 that I talked about this morning where the selling started on AMD. So I don't want to be buying the highs at the supply zone. I'd love to see it bust through, and that'll be a little bit better. Roger Noonan likes Oracle. I like Oracle. I like Oracle much more as a long-term hold than usually a trading stock, but looky now, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The only thing standing in its way is now a triple top at the highs, which is that 240. So you can see it on the daily chart. One of my favorite rules is I don't like punching long into overhead resistance. It's a very simple thing because it's really easy to see. Where I would not like to, you can go long off here, but I'm never trying to take, when it's going up there, this last parabolic move up, I'm not trying to go long this last little bit as it's going right into the supply zone. That's for short setups or breakouts over. I'm going to go back over to Palantir to see why I'm not getting into this. You're reverting this, aren't you?
I'm taking stabs at it. Like I said, it's not really it hasn't shown me anything.
Oh, there's the candle.
But I'll take a couple stabs at it. There was a volume candle recently, that strong push. Again, it's one of the highest volume bars on the day, but that's coming in through the breakout. So I'm like, yeah, okay, that's not really conducive to what I'm trying to do. But taking a little feel of that 151 here as we do continue to push up a little bit higher. Yeah, I don't know if I would feel too comfortable buying all the way up here, maybe a little pullback down into prior highs. But again, it is what it is. We are already breaking out and sustaining trend. More than willing to be wrong on this one. But yeah, just taking a quick little stab.
Can I interject for a second?
Yes,
because I see something like this in the chat, and I cannot find this, Jag. Havana Woody, that is an awesome question. I hope Neil will look at that. And then I searched for you, Havana Woody, to see if you, and I couldn't find where you asked a question. So if you could please, if there's a great question, I'd love to know what it was. I just couldn't find it when I was searching for it. So just maybe repost it, everybody. And there's not going to be a fail break dip on Palantir, which is what I was looking for. But anyways, just please repost the question if you have something for us. For whatever reason, I can't find it, Havana Woody. But if somebody saw what the question was and you know what it is, just repost that for sure. We have to look, and we're talking, we're talking about individual things, and you're focused on the charts, and I look up and I can go try to read it again for sure. Justin B, if you're trading ETH intraday, why not ETHU? Oh, this is the one we don't have, I believe. So I'm fairly certain, I don't think we have ETHU on the platform for everyone asking. That'll be one of the, all these ETFs, they have like 2x leveraged, and I'm sure at some point at real trading it'll get added, but right now we don't have that. So it's, even if I wanted to, let's just say I can't execute. ETHA we have, and it does good volume. That does more volume than ETHE, so that's where I go to. But Yeah, a lot of times it'll be as simple as that, and it's not always as easy as the first day a new ETF or leverage ETF comes out, real trading is going to add it. No, usually it'll give it some time, see how the volume does, and then it'll get added. Eventually, I'm sure we're going to have that. And it comes to your preference. Like you can trade like the TQs or something, which have been around for a while, and I don't mind the leverage products, but we don't have ETHU on the platform. Like next week or so, it might be there, or a month from now. Who knows? Maybe I'll put a ticket in to get it added, actually. Good point. Here at Real Trading, if you want to request something, you put a ticket in. And if nobody does, people complain about it, but then no one puts a ticket in and it doesn't get added. So I'll go ahead and put a ticket in and see if we can get that added. But hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, no, this Palantir, again, getting stopped out through the high, like I said, perfectly fine. Market's coming in as well now, Neil. So, yeah, Palantir pushing a little bit higher, 151.30s, and no sign of really slowing down as well. Yeah, I got involved in the tiny little bit of selling that I saw initially, coming back in through that 151, and I was like, all right, well, if this is a point where either we pull back a little bit or we're just going to continue to push there, and that consolidation was a nice little continuation push as well. Apple, again, holding on to just the last little bit here. I got involved in that VWAP area. Again, similar place where sellers were involved earlier on that initial flush quadunk that came into the market right here. That's coming in and around 210.80s. We get all the way back up there, just shy of 211s, and then start to pull back as well. So yeah, I liked that VWAP area hold, kind of showing me that, yeah, even though we had some strong bidding, sellers were in charge off of the open, well, not off the open, off that 212 area once again, and then kind of strong selling coming in with reference to the I guess you want to call it an event, whatever catalyst. It was Trump basically, or not Trump saying, but rumors of potential firing of Powell by the Trump administration. But yeah, that reference point is what I was looking at here. We're creeping right back up into it. 210s hold, but you can see the market also holding up pretty well as well. So what's up, Adara?
In terms of the firing of Powell, for people who actually missed all of that, or people who weren't there for the rest of it, basically Donald Trump did have a bilateral meeting today with the Prime Minister and Crown Prince of Bahrain, during which reporters pretty much exclusively asked him about whether or not he'd fire Powell. He said that he wasn't planning on firing Powell right now, though if he did, his cause would be that Powell is too late. That's why he calls him too late. That is a quote. And then also said that whoever appointed Powell, he doesn't know how Powell was appointed. Trump appointed Powell. So yeah, in case anyone missed that, Trump did address these reports at this meeting. He did say he agreed with them to an extent. He said he mentioned to Republican lawmakers yesterday that he was interested in potentially firing Powell, but he denied that he waved around a letter saying that that was Powell's resignation letter, which is what some of the reports apparently said. If you guys want to read all about the history between Powell and Trump going back several years, back to 2017, you can check this out on X at TTV Research. This is in two parts, the 45th president. So the first term of Trump, this is the second term of Trump. So yeah, you can check these out on X at TTV Research if you enjoy interesting infographic content. Back to you.
Don't be rude.
That was good.
Can I have that one too, please?
Yeah, I would like all of these. I mean, you know.
Thank you very much.
What's going on there? Oh boy. We're we got to set up some of these stream decks.
We always have to thank Adara.
I didn't hear it that time. I didn't hear it.
Thank you very much.
Oh right, because I thought I would hear it in my ear.
There it is.
Yeah, no, thank you, Adara.
His mouth. That is absolutely legitimate, and that's why we always give thanks to Adara. So look, Palantir's trying to pull back. I want to dip into the prior high here. There's a couple of ways to look at that. On a 15, you've got yesterday's top, which is right about 65 or so, and then you've got the morning high, which is a little bit lower. But I like the consolidation in here to give it to the 65. So if this dips in, then I'm going to try and get myself a little bit of a piece. For sure. William Larson, super chat. Thank you very much, William. What do we have here? Hit the like on it first. Why not? If the crypto bill passes, do you think there will be a massive sell-off or a continual takeoff? I always get confused by the whole sell the news idea. I think at this point, I'd probably bet, well, you said massive sell-off. I don't know about mass. I don't know what you mean by massive, but I would think there would be, I think it would sell. Because of what happened today. Like, it's the dynamic of what happened today. Like, just look at, Palantir's starting to come in, but you guys can see where I want to buy this. I want to give a higher time frame and then look at something like Circle. Like, when you have this kind of, this is the bill not passing and then the breakout that they're going to vote again. When you have that kind of action, like pull up ETH, I tend to think when the reaction was this big to the upside, that now all of a sudden, if it does pass, you will have a little bit of a sell for some profit taking, which going into the vote yesterday, we were consolidating, not breaking out, if that makes any sense. So right now we're breaking out. That makes me expect that there'll be profit taking. If we were consolidating when it passed, then I anticipate breakout. I always try to keep it as simple as possible. Like, you break out from consolidations on good news, and on parabolic moves up, you sell off. You profit take when it's already gone heavily into the move. Think about when those names got added to the index, right? Like, you run up into it, they get added to the index, and then you sell for a day or two or however long it's going to be. So that's the idea that I'm going to think. And tech surgeon, when is the vote? Don't know. I do not know when the vote is. We're talking about the Genius Act bill. We know that they're going to vote again. I have not seen a timetable. Like, today was a procedural vote so that they would vote again, because that's how things work. As far as the timeline goes, some have said tonight. I see Stray Hawk saying it's 5:30 tonight. I saw somebody say that as well, but I haven't seen anything definitive, so I don't want people to think, oh, I know it's for sure at 5:30. As far as I'm concerned, Adara's going to tell me when it, she'll let us know, because she'll make sure that she gets the exact juice. So I'm buying back into ETH into this level here. It's about that quarter. As the market's starting to give it back, your shorts are probably working there, Obi. Let's go to, we're going to the desk? No, we're not.
Yeah.
Obi.
Right, so guys, Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Yes, sir, Neil, this market has taken a little bit of a pullback, like a wee little bit of a pullback right now. I don't know if it's going to pull all the way back to 23,000 on the NASDAQ, or even, I don't know what reference I want to use on the ES. I'm not really looking at it as closely today, but yeah, maybe this consolidation low right here at that 62.90s area or just below as well. So let's see how much further we can pull back. We can see, again, off the open, strong supply. Again, retest, a little bit of supply stepping in here again. And I was talking to Neil about this as well a little earlier. I kind of want to talk to you guys about the SPY chart. Wow, Circle's still going. Nice. So SPY chart from yesterday. Yesterday we had a pretty aggressively kind of a downtrending day while the NASDAQ chopped sideways. I remember pointing that out not only a few times yesterday, but this morning as well. You can see coming into the close, what seemed like it was a little imbalance driven. We had some strong selling, not just on the SPY, but across the board on a lot of different things. So you can see strong selling coming in into the close in and around that 623, 2370, nice little consolidation highs there as well. Right off of the open, Neil, there's a continuation that happens right off of the open as we cannot get past those prices. Kind of steps back in aggressively, nice little shake and bake, and this is where that news really starts to step in, and you can see it's basically rejecting this prior day's low on that flush, and selling just steps all together right into the markets there, pulling us all the way down into 618.05. So yeah, beautiful reversion, but it's funny, it was just this morning we were talking about Palantir action seemingly looking like it's an example of a beach ball being shoved and pushed underwater unnaturally, and when that pressure lifts, you get an explosive move, or maybe even a strong grinding reversion move that kind of moves all the way back up. And guess what, Neil? That's exactly what happened on the market today, because all of that news for Trump speculatively firing Powell was all a fugazi. Straight up fugazi. And we saw it happen. Bids were getting just pounded into, and when that sell pressure stepped off, when he was like, LOL JK, I don't know if I'm going to do that, boom, 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 all the way back up, kind of reverting back to the mean. You know, you can argue that, you know, this is mispriced, it was mispriced, and we reverted back to the mean. However you want to take a look at it. But what a coincidence, Neil, that would happen on the markets themselves after we mentioned that Palantir felt a lot like that off of the open.
Yeah, what an absolute coincidence that you have, when you have things that are getting leaned on to the downside heavily, and then all of a sudden, you get some more pressure from some news, and then you release it. It ends up being fugazi, and then the market goes back up. Because the truth of the matter is, Obi, it's not as if this ever happens on a regular basis, where you will see weird selling pressure to hold things down, and then you get a piece of news that shakes people out at the bottom, and then it goes higher. It's like the old scam. So this is, I'll give you something that the market makers used to do. So, and this is something that used to happen back in the day, along those types of lines. Imagine a scenario where like somebody wanted to buy, or someone had a big whale had call it like maybe a 200,000-300,000 long position, let's say in Nvidia, right? Way too big for the book, but they're whaling it out. Yep. So it's going ham, whatever on the tape. But let's imagine that 171 is a key price area of support. So what do you think this big shot would do with their 300,000 shares? Well, there's only size for a few thousand here or there. Each one of these, 100 means just 100 shares. So you're only a few thousand shares at a time. So out of that 300,000, they might slam it for 30, 40,000 shares, maybe 50,000 shares, a portion of their position, driving it well underneath the 171, because it's under 171, let's just say that's where the big support area is, and that stops the short-term traders out, right? And they're like, oh my goodness, it's stopping everybody out on 171, let's go short. And so then everyone starts shorting 170, 70, 170, 80, all that stuff underneath the 171. What do you think they do next? Instead, now they're gonna slam it right back up. They just sold 30, 40,000 shares for like 100,000. And now they have a bigger position than they did before, and they've rinsed everybody out at the bottom, and they've got a bunch of people short in the same moment, and then it goes up. So that's something that you probably still see it today. I think when it used to happen, it was a little more obvious back in the day, but it's something you have to be worried about. If you ever heard the term, be careful shorting the low of the day, that's one of the maneuvers that gets traders or day traders, scared is not the right word, but wary of shorting the low of the day because of that exact dynamic. Something's being pressed down, and then somebody's going to put a massive sell that cracks those stops, but it's actually someone that might be long that's just looking for the reversal, and then they create the move in some ways themselves. Anyways, back to trading for a quick little second, because sometimes you get lost in the sauce talking shop. Palantir dip into, what is with this thing? Phil.
Into the moving average there.
There we go. I was sitting at 12. I'm like, but it's stopping at 10, so I just offered 10. Anyways, it dips right into this prior, whatever you want to call it, 15.8. Dips right into it, bounces off relatively cleanly. I got some at like in the low 90s, and then I added to it at 99. So my average price would have been like in the mid 90s. And now it's starting to head back up. Just got some out of 10s. I want to see if this can get back into the high of the day for us here on PLTR. Manuel Palma saying SMR is near a breakout. Wasn't New Scale already? Oh, never mind. SRM is breaking out. SMR is nearing a breakout of the high of the day. This is going to be so easy to mix them up. SRM was the stock, if I'm... Yeah, that's the one that was going a little more. Yeah. Ooh, that gave it back up.
I gave
quick.
It right back. Yeah.
Oh, yuck. Oh, remember what I was just, that's like the reverse of that move, where somebody could be shorting this and they can, so here's the thing, like in a true squeeze, right? People breaking out the top or shorts, panic covering. Yep. Now imagine a whale was short and they caused the break of the high, so they know there isn't anybody real except for them that caused a tiny break of the high of the day. And once people start buying the long on that break, what do you think they do? They use them to get more short, and then it dumps. This is you have to have your own, like, this is why I like to get out of breakouts really quickly if they don't work, because of that dynamic. And then you just play like the bounce, or I call it the failed break dip buy. Sean has a different name for it, but it's all kind of the same thing. Like, it fails the breakout, and you play the dip on that fail break.
Yeah.
It might look something like this, although, like, imagine this was the high of the day. Fail break, not really going, someone slamming it back down every time it tries to go. You just play the dip after and then run into it as it goes further. And it's not always going to work like that. Soothing nature, remember, if you do that, sometimes it's just going to break, kind of go really small to the downside, like here, and then go again. And if you're waiting for that move, well, unfortunately, you might miss out altogether. I've been in that story before. All right, I'm losing patience with AMD or Nvidia here. Nvidia is it's just barely moving at this point. So if it can't really get past 170, 120, power hour starting, I might just take this one out.
Yeah, no, Neil, I think what you're trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that if you're a big enough player, you can market price action to create your own entry and exit liquidity.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that sounds about right. We see
That's
that kind of happening as well. So yeah, no. Again, one day, maybe, hopefully, I don't know how that game is played, but we shall see what will happen here. But 151 still holding that moving average as well, holding that pullback through that push through 151. You can see. I don't know which moving average this is. I think it is a 9. Okay, it's a 9 EMA here on my chart. This light line here, and you can see how cleanly it's holding this. And we were kind of talking about this, I think it was last week or earlier this week. I can't remember, but we were talking about how to use certain trends and algos or whatever. You can see that every time this trend line is respecting, this indicator is respecting really well right now. And even on that strong push and pullback into it, we're finding a little bit of a base on top of that moving average here. So yeah, the average kind of holding it down at that, what is it, 151s right now. So holding it pretty well. So let's see if that kind of cracks. And when it does, potentially people I want to start looking for, sellers potentially trying to come in and being like, all right, well, if this is my definition of trend, which is a great definition in this current moment because it's holding it so well, once that definition breaks, then do they do what I'm looking for is the question there as well. So a little bit of confluence and some confirmation maybe coming in with that trend line break. But again, you can see there's been times in the past, even during the day, where it's held it pretty well, cracks it, pulls down, holds a higher low, and then pulls up again. So as long as it's working, I think it's good to keep an eye on it. And when it stops working, of course, you got to understand that it may not be worth as much of a significance as it currently was prior when it was holding that as well. So again, 151's holding on Palantir right now. Again, all-time highs. Market's pushing up as well. You can see the spider pushing pretty nicely also. So the question becomes, I'm asking, which one of these Mag 7s is the one that's really pushing here? We see Tesla pushing its high a day. Oh boy, Microsoft also pushing high a day. It's about to break its high a day at 506.30, is currently trading at 506.19s on Softy. Amazon as well. Oh boy, that thing got sold off pretty aggressively. And here we go, open of the last hour, power hour, moment of truth. Here going into the end of the day, do we take a little bit of a breather, or do we use that all-day reversion to break out of our highs here? The spider, like I said, already doing that. Let's see if some of these constituents will follow in step. Some of these names that do have strong betas, let's see if they will follow in step as well. Palantir, I'm looking at you. Well, there goes the 151, as I say.
It just came right back to that 151, so it's put up or shut up time. I was going to talk about SBET, but I just reloaded at this level. It's going to be a relatively tight stop because I'm giving it to that 80. But if it's giving you like a 15 penny move to first target, then that's what I want to risk. under here. I won't let it get past that pullback, but it's already starting to gravitate back up. And last time there was a seller right in that range, so we'll just go and take some out in the same spot again. But where's the continuation? Where's the high of the day break? That's what I want to see on Palantir. The other thing is only simple whales. Time to go long now. Which symbol? We're looking at a lot of different symbols. Right now, Palantir is the only thing at this particular, like right around 150.90 is where I'm trying to grab it each time. Someone had mentioned SBET. Ooh, if you were talking about SBET, it's too late to tell you, but same principle, right? Breakout, there's the prior low, so when it fails at 39, just kind of wait for it to get back into the prior highs. I might have just said prior low. I mean prior high, wait for it to pull back in, there's your bottoming tail, there's your entry. Would I chase it 50 cents? It's $30 stock, it's a full percentage, probably not. But that's what you look for. That's why we go over like the strategy of the why, because the exact same principles that you use to get the dip buy on trend in Palantir, you use that in SBET, and then go see if it works for you. I see Drago saying don't short SBET or get burned. You know what's hilarious? I don't even know if we have locates on SBET. I had never any intention of shorting anything ETH related today.
I asked for them one time with Sean, and they were pretty expensive, but that was a while ago, for the record.
Yeah, we don't have them. I'm not that I'm going to get them, but I'm going to price it out.
That's always I like kind of doing that as well. Yeah, because it can give you I guess a feel for demand for the shorts.
Because there was that stock. Was it yesterday or this? Might have been yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
It was one that was like. It was under $20, the
$2
stock,
a share.
and it was $2 a share for locates. It was a $16 stock that you had to pay $2 per share.
Yeah, but I think that was like
one
of the ones.
I haven't seen that in forever.
Yeah,
like that
it came from like $2 though, right? So like you're expecting to make more than $2 a share on that. What stock was that, and what is it doing right now? That's another question that I want to ask.
How much you want to bet?
It's all the way back down. Yeah.
That's how it usually works.
I don't know.
When it's that expensive,
it wasn't criminal. Was it criminal? The CRML maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
Sure. SBET that's so cheap that it's dangerous. SBET is 0.26 per share. 0.26 cents per share on SBET. Like 100 shares cost a quarter. Like when I say that's dangerous, it just means that like a day trader, oh my goodness, it's costing me nothing for the locates. I'll grab them because it's not really costing me anything. And then when you have them, you make up excuses to use them, which you should absolutely never do as a trader. Sometimes you want it to, I'm not saying you want it to cost more, but sometimes you kind of do. That's dangerous. There's probably a lot of people who thought they could catch the top on this. They keep getting blown out because it's so cheap for them to get in and get out. When it's HKD and it costs a ridiculous amount to get the locates, well, then no one's really taking them at a firm like ours, for sure. Let's go over to Adair. We've got more updates. Got to keep our ear to the ground.
I'm just letting you, just a quick update here in these crypto-related bills. I'm looking, apparently they're going to be voted on at 4 p.m. I'm just seeing this according to Politico, but this is constantly updating, of course. So that says that there's going to be a hearing with the Rules Committee to start the process. So not that the vote necessarily will be right at 4, but they'll be starting the process at 4. The vote yesterday was at 5 p.m., or at least the second round, just for a little bit of context. I think it's important to contextualize. I talked about this fairly extensively yesterday, but I want to provide a bit more detail. One of the biggest things is the packaging of these bills. That was stated as the reason, both by reporters and by the Congress people involved. That was the reason they could not get this bill passed, or at least the next motion of it passed yesterday. As mentioned earlier, they did get that part through earlier today. So basically what happened was apparently there were 13 Republican lawmakers pulling their support because of how the bills were bundled. Basically, they didn't want to vote the Genius Act through first unless there was a provision in the Genius Act that would ban central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. Now, there is a separate bill on CBDCs, but the issue is Donald Trump apparently wants the Genius Act bill pushed first. Now, Congress doesn't want to push through the Genius Act first unless there is a CBDC portion, or they get that CBDC bill in altogether. So that's really the issue here. These central bank digital currencies, that's basically whether or not the Fed can issue digital currencies there. Back to you.
There's the Fed digital currencies, there's something to be said about concerns for privacy, I think, when you have like a Fed digital. Anyways, I think it's another debate. I saw a few people talking about it in the midday and was kind of inclined to agree, because it's just going to make things a heck of a lot easier. Like if you owe the government, and they can basically, it's one thing to take money out of your account, let's just say. It's another thing to prevent you from being able to make purchases until you pay something. You know what I mean? And I think that's the scary aspect. But anyways, that's a different story. Let's go over to something else. Shoot, I just lost my train of thought, sort of thinking about that out loud and what I was going to say about that. Not to get everyone, because sometimes we'll go and be a little bit political. I'm just trying to give my opinion and nobody at me here. There was something I was going to get to that I promise you, it wasn't Palantir, but Palantir just broke the high, so it's now got my attention. It was something else. I'll think of it. Anyway, so Palantir breaking the high of the day. We'll look for maybe another area for a dip buy if it does make that continuation play. I'm just thinking every dollar and every half dollar at this point on PLTR. I want to see it go clean through this top, close above it, and then we'll look for another leg up as it just continues to go higher and higher. Palantir's a beast. There's nothing to look at on the daily chart. Like usually, you might point to some obvious levels. What I am eyeballing from a higher time frame, won't happen today, is the top of this channel on Palantir. So since about this May dip, you've had a very distinct bottom and top channel in Palantir. I think once it hits the top of this channel is the next time I'll be thinking Palantir short, coming into a day. So it could get there tomorrow or later on, but it's just a daily chart, and I've just made a bit of a channel that's sort of obvious to see when you put the lines on it. That's when I'm going to be thinking top on Palantir. Not today, but certainly a little bit later. Guys, let me know what else you guys are watching. Fiddleback, yeah, Palantir's PE is ridiculous, 16 times that of Nvidia. But a lot of companies, if you think about where it is in terms of it going parabolic, actually I should have stayed on that daily chart. If you think about where this is in terms of it going parabolic, and this is only since it went to the NASDAQ, I guess I need to look at a weekly chart. Lots of things had ridiculous. How long was Tesla's PE ridiculous before it grew into an extent? It isn't always reasonable. Amazon was the same story as a growth story. So yeah, there's going to be, there will be another moment like this where Palantir drops almost in half. Of course there will. Anything that has that kind of valuation, when it does drop, the drops are going to be very, very deep. But at this point, what are we talking about? 110? That a reasonable area? 110 to 120? Right now it's in breakout mode. So as a day trader, find the longs and just keep working it. In the long term, no one ever went broke taking profit is something I like to think about. And why can't it close above the high? There's another topping tail candle. I should be exiting and waiting for the next leg. If it only wants to give me a scalp trade, then I should be taking that.
Yes, sir. So yeah, no, I'm trying to get involved with this. I get stopped out a little bit in this consolidation again, but what's interesting to me here is Apple continues to hold its VWAP, so more of the same for what it was doing a little bit earlier today. Here, let's see if that can kind of come into fruition here. Yeah, Palantir really kind of winding up in the upper section of its price range on the day here. 51.41s are day highs right now. Let's see if we can kind of take a little bit of a pullback through that 151. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. But again, I know I'm counter trending because this is a very, very clear uptrend, right? You can see that it's holding the moving averages there as well. I like that little, shorter-term, quick lick grab of that prior high as well. Market's taking a little bit of a breather, but again, if this is going to hold, that trend as well, I think that's fine. Again, I got to be a little bit more nimble, maybe churning it out, letting it work, and then if it does start to come into fruition, then we can start, just taking it a little bit more aggressively as well. Again, this is nowhere near confirmation of potential backside on this short-term move that we've seen, right? Not backside for Palantir. That's pretty sure I don't know when that will come in. But I'm just talking about from a much shorter term intraday kind of move there on Palantir. So we'll see how that one works out here. Apple still holding as well. But yeah, throw it in the chat. What are you guys trading in terms of the chip basket? Some of these stocks are pretty strong on the day, looking distinctly different than some of the others. And oh boy, I know Neil's definitely going to be, wanting to see this as well. And we were talking about AMD a little bit in the morning, and I was just like, yeah, there's a few potential things that I'm looking for here on AMD. One was the continuation of some of that step down selling that we were seeing through this bit of a flat bottom break, roughly flat bottom right here. But you can see just chop, chop, chop. Sure, sellers were there. We have lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. So if you were getting involved here, the short worked out nicely. But take a look at this. Another thing that I told Neil, I was like, all right, well, what if we start to break some of these lower highs from yesterday? And that was kind of defined off of the opening range. So we can kind of quickly go in and throw in, let's say, a horizontal line right here. Kind of showing us that, yeah, this is kind of that area where in the morning session, we could not really get past this high. You can argue that it was this high as well, around 156 is whatever you want to call it, 156, 156.40. The point is that we broke this intraday downtrend that AMD was having. Neil, I don't know if you've seen AMD, but take a look at this kind of a structure break that AMD had. Once it did break out with volume, there's your confirmation. When that trend breaks with a little bit of volume that wasn't really there before, and then it holds and sustains that trend once again, I think that is a little bit of confirmation for continuation. And then, of course, you throw on some moving averages or maybe some trend lines as well. You can see that it's holding trend quite well going into the last few minutes of the day, last 40 minutes of the day, to say the least. But yeah, AMD very, very strong. Can it get back up to that prior day high at that 158.67? I have no idea, but currently trading at just about, what, 30, 40 pennies below those highs. 67 highs? Yeah, okay, so roughly about 50 pennies below that high of day from yesterday. And oh boy, we're really starting to kind of ramp up here as well on AMD, Neil. So, oh boy, a little bit of a missed push on that one. Nice reversion happening there as well. So yeah, I kind of like reversions. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I do
Actually,
like bringing things back to the mean. Huh? You have not? You didn't notice?
No, you do? You like reversions? No, but I like them too. I love reversions. As a trader, it can be the easiest. Like there's two really simple signals, and that can be support and resistance and like a mean reversion or a trend break, right? Because the more obvious the trend, the easier it is to identify the break. And then the other one is the breakout, right? So, oh my goodness, like the NVIDIA, someone asked me, well, what am I doing with NVIDIA as AMD goes? I'm gonna see if I can get a reload. Now the bid's starting to come back into NVIDIA. I'm trying to get the reload here. Like breakouts are obvious because you can see the resistance. So that's a resistance level, there's a breakout. Trend breaks, they can not always be obvious, but where's my drawing tool? Like a trend break can be like, there's your downward trend, there's your trend break. This one is a little too parabolic. To get this trend break, you probably need a different time frame instead of a 3-minute there. But yeah, that's what you look for. Or I could have this trade as a VWAP trade, that didn't work. Like I try to keep things relatively simple. I love mean reversion. You just have to be very careful with how you approach it. And I'll use the best example I can think of today, which would be Circle. Don't marry yourself to trend breaks. Circle broke the trend. Like this is an all-day trend on a stock which is up that much. VWAP sat at the time almost $10, like $8 to $10 is the range I'm looking for that to revert back to. I mean, that's a gorgeous setup. But what you don't see after it breaks the trend is me hanging on to it until it gets back above. As a matter of fact, the tape was so strong, I'm pretty sure I stopped out early on this. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like I like the setup, but I wasn't even willing to give it like the regular risk. That's how strong the stupid thing was. So yeah, you can like it. You can like a trend reversal trade, but don't get yourself, destroyed. Like once it breaks here, like I'm not, oh, well, I'm going to short it here because I was short on the trend break. No, you have an idea. It happens, you execute, it doesn't work, you get the heck out of Dodge. Go long or don't trade it at all. That's the way I would look at those for sure. Nvidia, I did get that reload. Pretty much where we had it before. Just looking for, again, some continuation. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did say Palantir. I think I said this. I hope I did. Topping tail, if it's only going to be a scalp trade underneath 151, then that's what we're going to take. Couldn't break through. Like, there's your topping tail candle through the high on the 3-minute. Kind of a lack of oomph on that move. And if you're wondering what ETH is doing, well, all of a sudden, not a heck of a lot. Like, it dipped into the prior high, and this is how slowly it's coming back in. Disappointing because it was going much more rapidly earlier. That's, at least for now, it seems like it wants to try to get up there. But the market might be giving it back, so let's be a little bit careful. I jumped out. Did we get out? Did I get out the... Oh, that's interesting. We might have got... I think I got out the exact moment you got in.
Yeah, I saw that pull back in. So we kind of licked that prior high there. You see that candle?
That's.
So I saw that, and as soon as I saw that, that's the candle I'm getting in on because I'm like, yes.
How did I not notice?
I like that. I mean, it's a strong reason to sell. I don't know if that's going to be the top, but I know I want to. If it's going to do that, I want to take it back to the trend where the buyers are actually holding it, right? So yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm trying to do here, but no real kind of break in that trend just yet, as we're still holding that moving average, and the market is still holding near its highs. But this current 15-minute candle, the way it's printing, Neil, with about 12 minutes and 30 seconds left for it to finish printing, yeah, kind of coming in with that. Oh boy, don't tell me that. I did not look at that stop.
No, you were first, by the way. I just double checked.
What's that?
I think you got short, and I got a slightly worse price by 1 cent.
I can check my time.
So you must have been faster. Your entry into the short was faster than my one. But sometimes that happens, right? Like if you're looking short and you're at a key point.
Yeah. No, the thing is, I was waiting there, trigger fingers ready.
Yeah.
Like I was waiting there, trigger fingers ready. You know, I already had it short a couple more times before that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm stopping out here because I'm like, so you see what I did here? I was like, I saw it building up once again, and I'm like, I took a relatively break even out on this. And then the next candle, literally the next candle where I got out of the short, it pushes because I'm like, I see the strength, and I'm like, all right, this is going to go through the high. I don't need to let it go through the high to tell me that it's going to go through the high. That pressure is already building up, and as soon as that pressure comes in, it gets slammed right back through those 40s. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take a quick little scalp. But again, this is just this is just a very micro scale kind of action. You can see the bigger picture move is very much still to the upside here, and we could still rip going into the close. It's less than 30 pennies away, the highs, so well within range. Not really looking for that bigger picture move right now, just trying to take scalps off of a move that I guess I missed a little bit there. So just taking some reversions to the mean. You can see the market also maybe potentially starting to get a little bit of a ramp up here. So I'm looking at, yeah, we talked about that AMD. What's up?
I have to hit. Ooh. I went to the bathroom. You might have seen I went to the bathroom, and I actually ran into one of the algo traders, and all he said was Rocket Lab.
I think I know who. There's only one of them who's been talking about it.
Rocket Lab.
Yeah.
You know who
yeah, of course.
But
it's been good. It's been really good.
That's why I hit the one to the moon, because insert pun here, it should be relatively obvious. What a crazy, crazy runner this has been. Obviously, the short float is a little bit of the story for Rocket Lab, but the continuation. How many stocks we look at today where it was consolidation and then go? Like you had a pause yesterday and then you went higher. In this particular case, it hasn't stopped. If anything, 1, 2, 3. I'm a little bit wary because you get to 3 days. If it gaps up again, I'd be a little bit worried short term because sometimes you get that gap up after the 3, and that's the pullback day. But it's very, very systematically strong. I always prefer to set up a consolidation break when something is stair-stepping like this, as opposed to this tricky day on Rocket Labs. But I think it's tricky to ever buy the top. So the best way to approach that is allow it to give you something simplistic to join the trend. Like in the morning, when all that chop is happening, you know where the prior high is. Once it starts looking a little bit like this candle actually on the 15 would be the one. Like it's an chop, 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 chop. This candle is obvious. There's your bottoming tail candle. Now you're looking for the long above the supply zone at 46 where it was chopping around. Let me just go back over to Nvidia, which we're gonna go to Adara. Yeah, this one's starting to work its way back up, but this is a scalp trade. I mean, it's only going 40, 50 pennies in this range, so that's what I'm going to try and take here. Let's go to the desk. Adara, what do you have for us?
Benign RCAT, Red Cat Holdings. This is a name that gets a fair amount of retail attention, and they have a catalyst here. Department of Defense. I guess they have a news segment called DoD News. Anyways, they just published here, I guess, an article saying that the Pentagon is going to be increasing low-cost drone production in the U.S. We know they've previously announced similar efforts, but either way, RCAT, nice breakout here into high of day on this drone name. Back to you.
Oh yeah, that one's definitely flying to the upside there. And I think when you say drone names, I didn't even know RCAT was one of those. But the first stock that shows up in my head, that comes to mind, when people say drones, is UAVS. Now, I don't know if this one's still moving around with the same kind of vigor that it used to, but yeah, no, see, lackluster, not any real volume coming in. You can see the chart basically looking like a crumble. So I guess that whole drone volume has, flown to another location there, or flocked to another location, however you want to call it. But yeah, RCAT seeming like that is the place to be here. Red Cat Holdings, oh boy, yeah. This one we can just compare some of that volume as well. So current day's volume is at 11 million, almost 11.2 million shares traded here on RCAT. So that's a decent chunk of dollar volume going into this stock here. Strong kind of a push here going into the end of the day. A little bit of a squeezing action as well here. So yeah, let's take a look at what the super chat is here. We just got that in. Thank you, Andre, for that. So David, thank you for the super chat saying that after terrible experience with UAL to EDM, very tempted to revenge swing trade earnings. Oh boy, we kind of talked about this yesterday as well, Neil. I don't know if you want to say anything about that. There's that Palantir potentially coming back in through that 151 now.
Everybody has, if you've traded long enough, you've made a revenge trade. You've done it. We're all human beings, for sure. I tend to think, like, my first thought usually is at a bare minimum, if I have something that gets me a little bit emotional, I'm not the most emotional person when it comes to trading, but if I do get in that spot, then the last place I want to make the next big bet is on the same thing the mistake I made. And that's where becoming very systematic has to come into it. And that's why you see, like, this is the reason I'm getting in, this is the setup I'm looking for. Because that whole process of explaining what the trade is and why I'm doing it, if I'm ever putting in a trade that I'm not doing that, I know instantly. Because I can explain to you, this is the reason I'm looking at this. This is why I like this price area. This is my execution strategy, and this is where my stop is. Again, if you can't do all of that really succinctly, then I'm not sure what it is that you're doing. So again, I would be cautious with it. All of that said, I wanted to go to a daily chart, not a weekly here. If you do look at the airlines, you can't really argue that it's in the midst of a breakout on the daily. So technically speaking, like, if this is a setup that you do, where you've made the bottom, you've consolidated, you've already had some good news, you've already had some good plays in the space, and then you break out this resistance, you consolidate in there, and you want to go long into the prior high or the 50 period or something, if that is a setup that you do, then it shouldn't matter what has happened before. That's your setup, you take the setup. Just make sure that that's the case. David, I know, David, you've been around a while, so I know I've heard you talk about your trades before, and I know you have a systematic approach. That's why I'm kind of answering it that way. So just make sure it's that, which is absolutely fine that you can have a systematic approach. because you don't want to be breaking your rules, especially in something that just burned you, just more apt to make a gigantic mistake. Where's my next fill? And AMD is on an absolute tear. So we're getting to the high on ETH. I want to see if we can break out that top. It is getting close to 330. At the end of the day, we have to be flat our positions as day traders. So you start thinking about tighter stops. The other thing I want to consider, remember we were talking about imbalances potentially for the end of the day today?
Oh, yeah.
There was when you have a big market move that affected rates, there was a stupid move a lot of things moved. But if I look specifically at GLD, like GLD went from doing absolutely nothing to going absolutely ham when there was the Trump firing Powell talk. So when I see that kind of action, I'm going to be on the lookout for some ETFs potentially that could have imbalances at 350. When you get that kind of volatility, you never know. Maybe somebody got themselves into something they didn't have the liquidity to get out of, and then you see some bigger numbers at the end of the day. The type of action that we saw earlier today can lend itself to that. So usually we just look at like, hey, what's the imbalance on Nvidia or whatever. But if I see something big on GDX or, I don't know, TLT, it might be worth paying a little closer attention to it. So that'll be about 20 minutes from now. Drago saying Hood new high of the day. I, for one, am surprised. Hood making a new high of the day or testing the high of the day right when ETH is testing the high of the day. I bet you SPED is making a new high as we speak. And no, it's not. See, that's always interesting to me. Like, generally been following along with ETH, and right now it doesn't seem to be. So yeah, be cautious with this. Like ETH got back to the top, at least a little bit to the top. You do see some strength in Robinhood there, getting back into its high, and you're making a lower high here on SPED. I'm willing to just, it still hasn't. If you go with the day-long trend, it's still holding it. But if you go with the trend from the test of the high here, so it broke the trend. This is one thing you like, I know, Obi. There's your rough day-long trend here. There's your initial trend break. So what I shouldn't say a lot of traders, actually you're the only one I know that does this. I usually just pick one and trade that. Either I'm taking this break or I'm taking that break of the trend line. Obi, which I'm hopefully speaking well for you here, you'll take this one, but then you like to add when it breaks a second trend into VWAP.
I mean, that's how I kind of started it. But again, this whole idea is starting to evolve now as well, because I'm like, sometimes I feel like things that happen in the market, sometimes they happen so cleanly, and then you take them over and over again, and they don't happen so cleanly anymore. But the concept of that reversion still exists, right? If something is so overextended. Now, sometimes you get lucky, but when it's so clean like that and it breaks and it just goes, but best believe that's not always how it happens. But yeah, I like to take a look at it initially on that break, and when that larger time frame trend breaks as well. Yeah, that's more confluence. That's more confirmation as well. So it's like, I know people who are getting in on that confirmation and not being able to give it the space as well. So it's like that's kind of what I mean about like the evolution of that strategy. I'm just like, okay, this works sometimes, but there are definitely times where it does not work well at all, and trying to figure out like, what is the best execution method. But I do like it when the trend breaks, whatever you're using to define that trend, when that trend breaks, and then confluencing that with higher time frame trend and see if it's like a domino effect. If you have one trend breaking into the next trend breaking into the next trend breaking, then you can kind of get a full-on turnover. And you can see that happening on things that did turn over, like, for example, Circle, right? We can talk about Circle like that, right?
Not to interrupt.
Yes.
But AMD, I didn't draw this very well. AMD is an example of holding the trend.
That trend,
It's crazy as I was only short it, short, scalp, out, scalp, out. Right, so it's one of those types of days. Like, there were small muted moves that worked on AMD. Nothing big worked to the short side, but it's like you win one, you lose one, you win one, you lose one. But if you go long, you only win. So it's obvious when you go for mean reversion hunting. A lot of times, the way I like to frame it is you can get away with winning because you happen to catch a few of the down moves. But overall, it's like, okay, well, any one long makes up for it. AMD is flying. There's no specific news, but we was asked a question about yesterday about like what's like swing opportunities, and one of the things we were talking about was specifically AMD in the midst of this breakout. This just seems very, very. It's a catch-up trade to Nvidia, where Nvidia is making new highs and demand is going up, and Nvidia selling in China is good news for the space, and that's good for AMD, and a rising tide, all that kind of stuff. And this just seems very technical. I still don't see a good reason why Nvidia in the short term, or sorry, AMD in the short term isn't headed to 170. At 330, would I punch long at the high of the day? No, I probably wouldn't. And Mr. Henry, I might have said that wrong. A rising tide raises all ships. I said lifts all ships.
Lifts, yeah. Does it really, it was like lifts.
Does it matter? It's the same thing. You could be right. I don't know. I don't even know who said that first. And I do a fair amount of reading, and I have no idea who to attribute that quote to.
I don't know if
but I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
No, I know.
But this is actually, now it's starting to squeeze, okay? So now it's actually starting to squeeze at the end of the day.
Through that prior day high.
Right through the prior day high. There's not even a good trend to work off of. I'm just going to get rid of these because they're mucking up my chart. I don't actually plan to trade off of them. Let's go to Adara at the desk. AMD, go, go, go.
Keep an eye here on the market. Donald Trump talking right now. He's been talking for a bit at this bill signing ceremony, but one thing he did say as of note, apparently he's just reiterating the 20% penalty tariff on China for fentanyl. So yeah, just Trump speaking right now, always worth being aware of. Back to you.
Blowing the whistle on the penalty.
Yes.
All right, so that 151 holding pretty well. We did kind of break trend, but just watching that 151. So I'm just like, all right, I'm going to cover majority of that and let that kind of do its thing going into the close. It is 3:30, so that last 30-minute candle just beginning to print here, 2 minutes in, and oh boy, what stock is that? Oh, that's Wells Fargo. Okay, hello. Let's take a quick look at that one right here. If I can just pull up the chart. So WFC. So you can see here, pretty strong push into that high a day. Again, we saw strong selling coming in yesterday as well off of the earnings report. So today is technically earnings day 2. Nice little hold of the lows and maybe some prior levels here as well going into the close. We're getting a little bit of a reversion off of some of those levels as well right now. Holding that bid from yesterday. Yesterday's low coming in at 77.74. Today we got to 78.2. Nice little grind all the way up, breaking through that high of day currently. But yeah, Neil, I'm seeing that AMD is not the only one that's attempting a push here. So take a look at SMH. Now, of course, AMD, one of the constituents, but SMH pretty strong as well, breaking through its day high as well. You can see that beautiful reversion coming in, reclaiming that VWAP, stair-stepping up onto prior structures here as well, giving us a clean move to the upside. ARM as well. Oh boy, I saw the opening 15-minute candle on this one, Neil, and I was like, all right, well, I don't know if we're going to get back up there, but guess what? We definitely can. And slow grind up took all day, but we did pretty much go in and push through some of those highs. So it's like, what I'm starting to think is like, if somebody normally, if I saw maybe a candle like this, I would say a few years ago, I would be like, all right, I like this to be like, okay, good chance that this might be the high a day, right? Pretty good chance. We're seeing this more often, especially over the past like a few months, where you have aggressive sell top wicks or whatever kind of candle you want to call it. Selling pressure is very apparent on a higher time frame candle, and it takes all day or maybe some extended amount of time, but we take a slow grind right back up and then clip that high or even push through it. So interesting action nonetheless here on ARM. You can see that SMH kind of pushing as well. Intel was the other one, Neil. Oh boy, what a bounce on this one off of its lows. But bigger picture, kind of been trending down as well off of this 24 high from last week. So yeah, a little bit of a push towards or back into the consolidation lows that we've been seeing here on Intel. So yeah, the chip sector not really doing anything too crazy as of right now. And now again, Nvidia, we were looking for that push yesterday. I came in today and I was like, maybe we get that push on Nvidia today. But guess what? Not really there. We hold the same lows as yesterday, Nice little reversion back to the high. So it seems like we're currently still trading within the range of this gap up off of the catalyst that we had coming in the pre-market or after hours yesterday, with the China being able to buy all the chips and not really have any sort of the restrictions that were put on them earlier, which we did see drop the stock earlier on this year. So a little bit of a reversion of that one, maybe a bigger picture taco I'm looking at. You know,
it's not sometimes it's Wednesday.
It's that kind of price action is also kind of like a taco. Right?
Well, look, if you look at whether it's a taco pattern or a bull flag or a pennant or I don't know, maybe you're looking for some kind of a candlestick pattern, you're going to need a quality charting platform out there so you can find those signals. And eSignal's got the first month free, so you can take a shot with them. Again, we always talk about how intuitive it is, how reliable the data is, your ability to hook up to multiple brokers so you can trade directly or automate your trades if that's your cup of tea. Maybe get more out of it by trading more symbols because you have automate your strategy. You can do that. You've got level 2 access. You can have the imbalance locator, add whatever entitlements you want, and nothing more, nothing less, because it's an entitlement-based platform. Everything all in one, easy to use, and certainly with the month free, give it a shot. Try it out. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Maybe you find something on a scanner when looking at your basket of chip stocks, because I'm saying that rising. Now all of a sudden the thing in the bottom, which thank you guys for putting out there, a rising tide lifts all boats. I'm pretty sure it was ships, but apparently that hasn't been applying to Marvell. All that said, Marvell bouncing off the 50 period, this looks like a long. I'm not talking about the day trade. It's 37. There it is. Lifts all boats. I've literally never heard someone say all boats. It's always been all ships. I always thought it was all ships, and maybe I'm wrong about that. But down 2%, and the weakest of the chip names today, I haven't looked at Intel, so if Intel's down worse, Intel doesn't count because Intel's Intel. But bouncing off the 50 today, Marvell looks pretty solid here for a nice little, there's your pullback right into the 50, come right back in. It's breaking out again. I think this can be a nice little constructive long tomorrow, maybe even like a swing to the low. And the other thing about buying closes, if you're swing trading or whatever it might be, there's lots of studies out there that have shown that if you're looking for any longer duration trade, maybe not short-term swing, but certainly longer-term swing trades or buying in your long-term personal account, statistically speaking, buying the close is better than buying the open because there's a large portion of gains that happen in the overnight market in bullish markets. You tend to gap up a heck of a lot. So buying closes often, because a lot of people I know, people like to buy the open. They're like, oh, I'm looking at the stock today. I'm buying my swing or I'm buying for the long term at the open when something happens. A lot of times, if you like it, you don't always want to wait for the next open to buy. You can buy it at the close the day before. Think of what it would have been like. Remember when I was mentioning in the afternoon about how I wanted to get into MP? It was literally that day. I'm like, oh, I like this dip on MP into the prior high. What happened when, I didn't know news was going to happen, but that's sort of the benefit of it. If you think it's a long, sometimes you are better off when it tests this bottom and holds it, buying the close as opposed to, I mean, I guess the next day, that's not really the open because it gapped higher, trust me. You couldn't have had that price. Let's go to Mr. Henry L. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the taps today on the low caps. All day, every day. All you have to do is ask. And if anyone wonders what Mr. Henry is talking about, simply when a stock halts, and there's nothing halted. Is anything halted right now? No, there's nothing halted. Not that I can see. If a stock is halted, like I don't know even what's halted a bunch of times today, but if a stock does halt, then we can see something called the theoretical auction price. It'll show up here. Like if something was halted, you'd see it on the imbalance locator, and then here would be the theoretical auction price, which simply says if at this current moment it was to open up, this is the price it would open at based on the net order imbalance. That's the market on open and the market on limit on open orders and all that kind of stuff that are going into it. And we can just tell you, this is what the price is. It can be informative, Nvidia. It can be informative to know, is the stock indicating it's gonna gap way higher, way lower, or at the money if you're sitting in position on one of those small cap runners. Because a lot of times, if it's gapping way higher, you might not wanna have a market on open order, or maybe you do because you wanna take profit. If it's gonna be flat, you might wanna have a limit order to stop you out if it doesn't do the gap that you want. So it can be useful information. Finally, Nvidia decides to get dragged up by AMD and go into the high, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The plan of action was to scalp it here, to get it out in front of the high of the day, and we got 10 minutes till the imbalances. I have no more positions, and let's go to the desk. We've got news. Watch it be in the chip space as I got out.
Google spiking here. Basically what happened was CNBC reporting that OpenAI is saying it'll use Google's cloud for ChatGPT. This is just a report as of right now, as far as I can tell from CNBC. But again, OpenAI reportedly saying they're going to be using Google's cloud for ChatGPT. We'll send you back to the guys for the last 20 minutes of Power Hour.
Yeah, no, it's interesting that the news comes out on Google, but the bid is coming in across the board. You can see the NASDAQ and the ES pushing pretty aggressively alongside with Softy, with TQs, of course, I just mentioned those, Tesla as well, and then Apple catching a little bit of a curl as well back through VWAP, and I saw that coming in and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with the Apple short if we're going to show strength going into the last 15, 20 minutes of the day. Here, AMD with that steady grind up into the close, that should be interesting as well. But yeah, no, I was curious to know what was the last stock that was that kind of halted there, and that was NCPL. Oh boy, where's that? Sorry. That was imbalances right here. So the imbalances coming up in about 8 minutes, guys. So NCPL, Net Capital, was the stock that was last halted here that I checked. Then about 2 million volume on the day today. And oh boy, Neil, maybe a little bit of a continuation. This is what I mean. Price action's so beautiful. Wherever you look, sometimes you can see some nice legs. And sometimes I'm just like, oh, wow, I wish I could whistle because look at this. Leg, consolidation, leg. How many times do you see that? All the time. Sometimes it's not as pretty, but it's still.
You don't need to make sound effects. Fabian and Andre have our backs when it comes to that.
So so because I can't whistle, how do I know when to kind of be like, no, I can't. So I won't even try. Palantir got through high a day.
Palantir through the high of the day. So Nvidia goes, AMD goes, Palantir goes, the market goes. No, it didn't. It did not. It did not break the high of the day. Sorry. Does anyone see that was the room? Yeah. Oh, that's not clean. I can't do that quote.
Did it not break? I thought it printed, or it just double tapped it.
This is on a 3 minute. That's multiple times that Palantir's gotten to the high without breaking it. It can't seem to break that one at all. But ultimately, good move if you had any of the chip names breaking the highs. At the end of the day, I don't think I'll take anything else. Nvidia finally went. Palantir was okay. ETH got back to the high, so all of them kind of worked. Although, in hindsight, AMD was obviously the strongest. You could have just had AMD. Instead of 3 small long trades, you could have just had AMD in the afternoon. It all works out to the same, I suppose. But the NASDAQ taking out the high. This is. Why are they both bears? Obi, man. Did you change the other one too?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but you changed the one on my side. I didn't even notice. This is the function, and now I'm doing this instead of the function of a bull market is what do you do when you have a shock event to the downside? Like news comes to the downside, what's the reaction? It gets bought back up. Yeah. That was me. I was supposed to be showing the chart instead of changing a stuffy, or I call them stuffies because my daughter calls them stuffies. Yeah, so I could have just not said that and not embarrassed myself. But when it gets bought up like this, look at the continuation. We're closing on the highs because we are in a bull market. Whether you like it or you don't like it, it doesn't matter. The market is getting bought. And all of this noise that you are seeing with 5 minutes to the imbalances, look at the consolidation in the Qs. It hasn't really done anything. We've just been buying the dips into the same low for a couple of weeks now. And if all of the dips get bought in the same area, eventually you break higher because the market tends to go up. Sliced bread. Wow, good name. The other day you mentioned you were in search of a new pharma long position. I'd suggest doing some research on Viking Therapeutics. Lots of buyout rumors swirling, at least 90 per share. I agree. About a year ago, I mentioned that that was a name that I was actually very specifically thinking that not just anybody, the fly is just going to hang out on my screen. I can't hit the screen. That's very smart by the flies.
Yeah.
I thought Pfizer would buy them, as a matter of fact. And I still think, like, after we had Merck make a big acquisition, I still believe that if there's going to be, if Pfizer is going to make a big splash somewhere, why did I just pull up Pfizer instead of Viking?
Because you said
that's hilarious. You absolutely tend to type whatever it is that you say. So I want VKTX, Viking Therapeutics. If I say it aloud, then I'll type the right thing this time. I absolutely would agree with you that this is going to be a potential buyout target. Yeah, you know what? Why didn't I just go back to this well? The thing about it is, like, because I think the last time I was thinking this, it was in this downward trend. And you're like, well, what do you do with it when it breaks trend down? You wait for it to make a bottom. Yeah, I like this. I got some cash. So this would be one. I'm gonna have to look in the chat to see who that was again, so that I can thank you, because I think you might have found what I like. And I liked this last year. Sliced bread, thank you very much, because I did like this last year. I just didn't want any part of the pricing. Looks much, much better now. And I'm not saying Pfizer is going to buy them out, but the best way to think about it, they have an oral GLP, and they're not big enough, even if things work out well, to really ramp up production for themselves. They'd have to raise a bunch, and that's why even on good news, you see it flush back down, because everyone understands the ramifications. I need to partner with somebody, get bought out, or raise a ton of cash to be able to long-term make it work. And I feel like you've got this big, let's just say, patent cliff, which is happening at all the big pharmaceutical names. And so Pfizer's included in the last couple of years, and Merck is included, and all the big ones, and they're going to have to start to make acquisitions so they can shore up the revenue stream. This would seem like a logical one to me, and this is me just talking myself into a Viking swing long. So I'll probably pick this up. I'll probably pick this up this week. Thank you very much, Sliced Bread. You're right. I was absolutely looking for that, and double the fact that I happen to have already been thinking about this. You got it. Looks like a good one to me.
Thank you very much for pointing that one out. Yeah, no, VKTX. I remember the good old days on VKTX when it would have some aggressive moves there as well. You can see kind of when the moves did come in, they came in real nice both ways, long and short. Again, this is an hourly chart. You can see that this stock was I don't know how many times they've split, Neil. I don't think so. Yeah, okay. It was a sub $10 stock that I remember, and you can see nice little push up during 2024, bringing it all the way back down as of right now. But yeah, let's see if, okay, we'll be right back with some breaking news from Adara.
So here is the market. Fed's Bostic just saying that right now he would wait on cutting rates. He's speaking on Fox Business right now. So he's saying that right now there's a bit of an inflection point for inflation, and right now he would wait on cutting rates. Back to you.
Okay. Well, we already know that they're not. So let's just
Don't be rude.
let's just say more of what they don't want, what the president doesn't want to hear. That's exactly what they've done. So with we got about 10 minutes to go, so 30 seconds to go till the imbalances are about to drop or about to hit. So we'll have this up live. Just want to make sure that we're locked and loaded.
All right, Mother Market, drop that beat.
You never know what's going to happen. I'm having a bit of an eye out just in case we see something with a .am, like a GDX or something, maybe a TLT after the price action that we've had. Would make some logical sense after this tech move that you could see, like an Nvidia. Nvidia needs to be 5-6 million shares for it to be big, because you had so much volume in there today. But in a couple of seconds, you'll see this populate. Nothing on the early look was interesting. We were just talking about Pfizer that shows up. BPMC, for anyone that's interested, is actually a buyout. So they're being bought for cash. That could actually be a legitimate sell action on that. Same thing with Synopsys and ANSS. That's a deal that is closing. One will be a buy, one will be a sell. That makes sense. Nothing else. Open, 1 million shares on Open is not that significant because it's a dollar stock. The trade desk, sell and balance 1 million. SoFi, sell and balance 1 million. There's some big cap names. Ooh, nothing. Goog, 900,000 sell. I saw Nvidia there for 900,000 buy. Those are absolutely tiny. Nothing burgers, unfortunately, on the imbalances, unless you are looking at like that stock's a buyout or no, really nothing. Open for 1 million is not going to do anything. Google, only 900,000, but it sold off pretty heavily yesterday without there being an imbalance, so maybe that could be something. Sold off pretty big at the close on. I saw no imbalance on it. It was at the same price area. So yeah, kind of a lazy imbalance so far in the first minute. Let's go back to Adara.
Keep an eye here on this market. We did have Fed's Bostic saying that he mentioned earlier, as I said, that he thinks that the Feds can and will hold off on cutting these rates. But the one thing he did say that's interesting as well is he said it might take until 2026 to see these tariff impacts. Now, the Fed keeps saying we're going to see them soon. We haven't seen much impact on inflation yet. Well, Fed's Bostic saying it could take even longer because this is such an unheard of tariff situation. It's so out of the norms that it might take even a little bit longer than we expect to actually see the impacts. And he's even saying into next year. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that one, Adara. I'm watching some of these imbalances, and yeah, nothing burger is a great way to describe them. But something I'm just looking back on some of the stocks that I was watching in the morning session off of the open. Some of the stuff that I was like, all right, well, this is potentially in play. Let's see what those stocks have done across the day. Again, Morgan Stanley, this was another stock that had earnings in the morning. Nice little flush off of the open there. Didn't really give us too much in the pre-market with a little bit of a crumble, but then once 9 o'clock starts to come in, you can see some selling start to dominate there as well. Maybe a similar story to that of the banks that reported yesterday. They all pretty much sold off of the open as well. We know that, Wells Fargo, Citigroup was the one that sold off open, but it eventually got an intraday catalyst that sent it through its highs there yesterday. Closed pretty strong, but today Morgan Stanley, I'm just like, oh boy, why was I not watching this one? Because sure, not really doing too much off the open, but definitely still in play with the kind of relative volume it's doing, averaging about 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7s across the day. So above, you can easily say above 3 relative volume here on Morgan Stanley. Now take a look at this kind of a reversion that comes in off of, oh boy, what is that anchored VWAP? So again, this is what I mean. When you're looking at charts properly, you can see some levels of confluence. I obviously missed this anchored that I have, which found some support and then gave us a little bit of a trend break with some aggressive volume and then a reversion all the way back up to 139.39. So yeah, Morgan Stanley, great stuff on that one there. Didn't really do what I was looking for off in the pre-market actually, so I wasn't even looking at it off open. But again, it's a good idea to keep eyes on. This is me telling myself on the stocks that you think are in play on the day, because again, any sort of price action or technical trade can also show up, confluencing with the fact that it is earnings day one and giving us that little bit of confidence for that trade as well. But yeah, J&J, oh boy, was this one quite nice off of the open. Super clean, a push right off of the open. I was like, oh damn, I missed it. But again, didn't really stick around for that pullback hold continuation part of the trade where, yeah, okay, off of the open, it's a beautiful opening drive, really fast pace. That's a trade within itself, but this kind of pullback consolidation for a potential continuation, I think is definitely worth taking a look at as well. And you can see eventually, look at that volume coming in on the break of high of day as well. So pretty nice push on J&J as it creeped all the way up to 166. As I remember the morning session, I was like, oh boy, can this get to 165? Definitely within range. Since then, we've been kind of consolidating. So J&J day two, I might be looking at this one tomorrow as well, as it's holding up pretty strong, holding that VWAP, and nice little consolidation on the day as well. So BAC is the last one here out of the banks that I was looking at today, and nice little beautiful reversion on that one as well. I was looking for a potential long in the morning, but creeping back down into some of these prior lows, not really showing us the bid or showing me the bid that I'm looking for off of the open. So I kind of left that one alone as well. So today didn't really take any sort of trades on these earnings names, but I was involved in a little bit of Apple and Palantir for myself. So again, I think it was what was in the chat, Pug Life asking how my day was a little earlier. It was okay, man. I'm definitely red on the day because of all the chop that I had on that Palantir, maybe a little bit of Apple as well, but well within my daily risk limit. So tomorrow is definitely another day. Tomorrow, there definitely will be more opportunities, and hopefully we can be making some better decisions as well. Where is the next trade?
That's always
That's what I'm asking. And Pug Life again saying, nice inverse head and shoulders on that MS reversion. Yes, it's very, very clean in retrospect. And Magma. Okay, saying Tesla green rocket. Yeah, no, Tesla's been pushing pretty aggressively as well. I don't know if it's a green rocket right now, but let's take a quick look at that one as well going into the close here. Yeah, Tesla's pretty strong, pushing up all the way to 320s. But again, we talk about that little bit of a resistance in this area that's been showing up all week. All it did was kind of slowly creep up into it. Maybe tomorrow, if we gap up, I want to be looking for that continuation potentially through some of those levels as well. So yeah, that's the look on Tesla. Where did that go?
Oh no, we did get a super chat.
Yeah, we did get a super chat.
I'm gonna have to mosey on up to the desk.
Yeah, no worries, I can come.
But the 350 hit. Sorry, 355 hit, and there was really no big imbalances to pair off. Like the two big ones that you see here, both of those are deals that are closing, like buyout deals that are closing. So, you know, ANSS is getting bought by Synopsys, BPMC. I don't remember who's buying them. Not that it really matters. So that's why I see big sell imbalances on there. Nimrod, thank you for the super chat. Asking for a swing level stock he likes yesterday. Said AMD looks on the way to a breakout. I also liked Amazon. That didn't work, just for full disclosure. Bought a ton, and it's already over 3% and rising. That's the thing. It's going. So get it, Nimrod. We have a button for this. I'm not even on that page. It is that one. Congratulations to you, Nimrod. Hopefully, like, I hope it prints for you. I didn't even long the stock today, so goes to show you what I was thinking about it, which was not liking it enough, Neil. But, oh, there's a name that we didn't get to at all this afternoon. Unless you talked about it. I see Adrian asking about Apple. Well, it didn't do much. That being said, with 2 minutes to go, and I know I said I was going to get up to the desk, Apple 212 again. It just cannot get past 212. The one time it did, it tried to consolidate over. The next day, right back underneath 212. Someone doesn't want this stock to get past $212, right? It just hold. So observe that level. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a big one on Apple. I think that's the only place, really, that I think you're looking on that bad boy. If you're shorting, would be the 212 level on Apple. Good look. It was all whipsaw action. Only 1 minute to go. The market. Excuse me.
Bless you.
I was trying to not sneeze there, but couldn't hold it. Apologies. Right to the high of the day without making another rebreak. So we're going to have United tonight, and we'll go over that with Adara. But we tried to break out a fresh new high and couldn't do it. So don't necessarily love the fact that we couldn't break through the high. It's always more fun when we can. I'm going to get up to the desk, everybody. The market recap show in just a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Good day today, Obi.
Great day.
See you on the flip side.
Thank you very much, Neil, for everything that you provide for us. Now, thank you all for joining us as well. Only about 30 seconds left. Oh boy, I got to reach for that countdown timer as well. So hopefully y'all have had a great day in the markets. A little bit of a chop, shake and bake, maybe some taco trades going on, maybe some banter from the White House, and then kind of a confirmation from the president himself as well. Oh boy, a little bit late on that countdown, but thank you, Adara, as well for ringing that bell in 3, 2, and 1. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Thank you very much. So guess what? Shake and bake on the market, pretty much closing relatively flat. Currently, the NASDAQ is up about 0.06%. The ES up about 0.2%. So, oh boy, have we taken that round trip all the way back. So reversion was definitely on the table today, and I definitely could have done a little bit better with some of those longs on Palantir and maybe potentially some of these shorts on Apple as well, because while the market ripped all the way back through its highs, guess what? That little bit of a supply area on 212s on Apple happened to hold, and Apple stepped down below VWAP, holding that 210 area, 211 area, 210 halves, and consolidating in and around that VWAP going into the close. So nothing too crazy there. So yeah, nothing else too crazy. But I want to ask you guys, because I'll be sitting here still kind of with the chat while Neil and Adara are doing the market recap. I want you guys to tell me, what have you guys traded today? I know there was a lot of strong in-play names. There was definitely earnings names. We had J&J that was really good. We had I guess ASML, that was pretty good. Some of the banks coming up with moves, maybe not right off of the open, but later on in the day as well. So earnings season is definitely well upon us as of right now. Yeah, I see people talking about stress reflex saying RGTI and Joby. Yeah, Rigetti was absolutely strong on the day today, excuse me. Let's take a look at what that one kind of did, closing off on the day. So yeah, pretty strong closing near the highs, 1684s. Definitely going to continue to have this one on watch. And of course, some of the crypto names as well. ETH worked, saying David, yes, a lot of the crypto names had some solid moves today as well. Coinbase, we were looking for that 400. Guess what? Oh boy, that 400, yeah, gets chopped up so aggressively in the morning and the midday session. I saw this happening and I was like, all right, well, I don't necessarily want to get involved in this chop, but you can see once that bit of a trend breaks and we finally start to get some volume, we did push all the way up to 404, 405.88s with a day high, but coming into the close, oh boy, kind of another wash all the way back down to 397. So nothing too crazy, closing flat on the day, but definitely maybe some opportunities along the way there as well. So I will see you guys tomorrow right here, bright and early, but don't go anywhere, guys. We got the market recap show with Neil and Adara. Stick around. It's earnings season. Let's see what's going on. See you guys tomorrow.
Right. We've got the market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro, by GlobalX, so shout out to them. And there's a lot to get to, but let's start right away. Adara, UAL earnings are out.
Yeah, they did. It's not a great look here, and they are drifting a little bit lower, as you can see here. So not friendly skies they're flying, that's for sure. UAL adjusted earnings of $30.87 per share for Q2, above estimates of $3.77. Sales were a miss. $15.236 billion versus $15.349 billion expected. Their guidance is also an issue. They lowered their guidance for fiscal 2025. Adjusted earnings per share guidance previously ranged between $11.50 to $13.50. Now, shockingly, $9 to $11. This is a massive drop. For context, the high end of their new guidance is lower than the low end of their previous guidance. So this is not a good look. However, the new guidance right now is actually in line, midpoint technically in line with the estimate of $10.05. Still not a good look. I'm seeing, keep an eye here in Sarepta for this play here, SRPT. Apparently they're cutting 36% of their workforce, so great push up into the close for SRPT. Keep an eye on some automakers as well. I'll pull up GM and Ford. Apparently the U.S. is telling automakers that they're facing zero fuel economy penalties beginning with their 2022 model year under the new law. So I don't really know what the implications of that are going to be. Ford actually did move a little bit. Yes, Strobe 9, thank you for the glasses joke there. Derek can see next quarter's earnings. I wish.
If that were the case,
I could plan in advance so well if I could.
If that were the case, we wouldn't be sitting at this desk.
No.
We'd be on a beach somewhere. Well, I mean, they do what you want to do, and you buy an island.
Yeah.
The amount of money you can make would be unprecedented.
Could buy more glasses.
You could buy more glasses, but to the downside, obviously, here with UAL. Fortunately, the good news, if you're looking at UAL, is actually still going to be positive because it was a little bit strong, but a bit of a whipsaw action. We always talk about be careful trading aftermarket on earnings because there was a push through 89. immediately flushed back to 86. It's now holding the low and diddling in the middle on UAL, which is not that bad when you consider it was in the midst of a breakout. I think you're getting some cover because it's, again, in the midst of this breakout. So holding on to these prior highs around 85 bucks is kind of good enough, even if it ends up selling a little bit here. Someone had a question that I wanted to quickly address. It was someone said what was going on with Synopsys, SNPS. And so if you're wondering what happened here with Synopsys, they were buying, and I'll get you exact terms of the deal here if I can. Synopsys was simply buying ANSS. So the deal closed today, and it was all stock, I believe. And let me just double check. I want to make sure I have the exact deal terms right, just in case anyone actually cares about this. ANSS. So yeah, there was cash and stock. So essentially, Synopsys was buying ANSS for 194 cash and then 0.34 shares. So what happens is ANSS is getting deleted essentially getting deleted from the index. And because they're going to move in part together, you would have seen movement on both of those names at the same time. They're just the acquiring company, and looks like a very solid chunk of this. Almost 2/3 of the deal was stock and not just cash. So you're going to have them move around at the close. It was a big big imbalance or sell imbalances on some of those names that were getting deleted today. So that would have been the action at the close or what it was caused by. So you always want to know the underlying. Like anytime something gaps up, I'll let you guys know if it's a deal. Because if it's a deal, it might not move the way you expect it to. In this case, a delete when this deal does close. So the other thing I wanted to talk about here at some point, which I know we're expecting we could see a vote.
I highly doubt we'll get the results.
We don't know. No, this evening. We don't know what time. But if they did, they were starting the process at 4. I think last time it was after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be 5. People have said 5:30. Who knows? But if we get an upvote, I was sort of saying, and we're talking about the crypto bill. I'm thinking now, because of the squeeze that we've had, that it will be profit taking. Like yesterday, if you were thinking about what was going to happen next, like Circle was consolidating, ETH was consolidating, most of the crypto names were consolidating going into the vote, and then when it voted down, they kind of fell a little bit. I felt as if that would have been a breakout if the vote had gone the right way. Now, all of a sudden, we've gone a little bit parabolic on a lot of these names. Like you look at the trend, ETH was trend up entire day long. So instead of consolidating into the vote, now we've broken out because shorts got trapped. So my new inkling is I think there might be some profit taking if this gets voted up tonight instead of the other way around. That said, it could just be a way to get back into the trend. This was the big story other than Powell today. Obviously, Trump and will he fire and will he not was the action that we saw in all the crypto names, where yesterday there was the flush in the afternoon and some things reacted better than others. We gap up even though the vote went down because the implication was they're going to vote again. There's going to be some deal making to make sure they get all the votes and it'll potentially go through as early as today. And it was Squeeze City on ETH. It was Squeeze City on SBET. It was Squeeze City on Circle, which was obviously the biggest one, up 20% on Circle, and breaking out that anchored VWAP high from the all-time high on Circle. So this is certainly a squeeze. I venture a lot of traders are going to be looking at these names first tomorrow morning, and we'll have more of an idea after 5:30 to see what goes on with this vote. But still, up or down, you're going to be trading these tomorrow.
Yeah, 240 was actually a big support resistance level. It ended up being. So I don't want to get too into that because we do have other earnings to get to, but that short from the top actually worked pretty nicely. UAL, I want to talk about again here. That apparently they're seeing see a 6-point acceleration in booking demand in July. They also expect less geopolitical and macroeconomic uncertainty in the second half of 2025, which is weird because they lowered their guidance, but sure. Then we have KMI. Let's talk about KMI because their earnings came out. Q2 adjusted earnings of 28 cents per share, just above estimates of 27 cents expected. Sales, 4.042 billion versus 3.7 $1.48 billion expected, and their guidance is affirmed exactly in line with estimates, $1.27 per share versus $1.27 expected. Next up, we're waiting for Alcoa, AA, and by the moves I'm seeing, it looks like we might actually have Alcoa. They're moving up. I don't have any earnings for them yet. Also, before we get those numbers, as I wait for those to populate, keep an eye on SPR. Spirit Aerosystems and Airbus entering into a third amended agreement on July 11th. That was just announced through an SEC filing now. And Airbus is apparently providing the company with $94 million in additional support. Now, I want to talk about Sarepta again. I mentioned this right when I saw it. Some people were asking in the chat about it, so I will reiterate in case you missed it. The company is cutting 36% of its workforce, that is roughly 500 employees, as part of a restructuring plan aimed at reducing annual costs by roughly $400 million. So that's what's happening here for Sarepta Therapeutics, SRPT. I don't have Alcoa earnings yet. I will let you guys know right away.
Yeah, for Kinder Morgan, I mean, like an energy name, obviously you're probably in that one for the divvy and not how much it's going to move. Just remember with Sarepta, yuckity yuck on the daily is about all you can say. There's a lot more that this could go, obviously. So just keep in mind the bigger time frame. This is gapped down like 4 times from 100, and this is barely putting in a dent from 50. There's a lot that this could do for continuation without even making a dent in the selling that's happened. 15% short flow as well. We'll get to your super chat, Nimrod, after we Alcoa earnings.
Yep, so let's talk about it. They did have a miss here for adjusted earnings, and it's kind of significant, 39 cents per share versus 47 expected. Sales, though, beating estimates, 3.018 billion versus 2.909 billion expected. Let's take a look here at UAL, because I can give you guys some more details with their earnings. So revenue was actually up here on a 1.7% in a year-over-year basis, though it did miss estimates. Adjusted earnings per share, as mentioned earlier, they beat. Their passenger revenue, also a miss, 13.84 billion versus 13.92 billion expected. And as I mentioned, they actually cut their guidance for the fiscal year, even though they said they're expecting less macroeconomic headwinds in the second half of the year. So, but either way, all I can do is say what they actually gave us. So let's take a look here. Yeah, they're just highlighting some financial elements. Apparently, this is their best Q2 post-pandemic on-time departure. So I don't know what to make of that metric, but nice job there. Also, speaking of airlines, another one, Delta, they reported last week. I bring them up now because Saturday will be the 1-year anniversary of the fated CrowdStrike outage. So if you guys are interested in infographics on that, I am working on one. It should be out by Friday to commemorate the 1-year anniversary. Hey, that is a weird thing to commemorate, but I am here and I will make infographics. So there you go.
Yes, sir, and thank you so much. And by the way, so I say Nimrod because Sharif does, and I thought I had heard him ask you which way to pronounce it, because Nimrod. You let me know if I'm saying it wrong. If I'm getting your name wrong, I have no intention of doing that. That's what Sharif was saying. But we got a super chat in here, and I agree with you, and we're gonna fix it. I can't fix this issue. I don't know how we do it. Neil, we the people demand justice for Adara. Where is her sticker?
I think there
no
is one.
emoji, no peace. There's me, there's Sean, there's Brendan. There is one?
Yeah.
There is one? Where is
It's always
it?
been there.
Is it there?
It's like this. I'm going like this. It's hard to see my face in it.
Okay, so apparently there is an Adara one. I have no idea how you can use it, but apparently we do have justice. But thank you for pointing it out. Sports and Stong says that is definitely something we can all get behind. You better believe we can all get behind that. And again, if it's there, it's there. And it is blasphemous, Mr. Ducats, if it's not going to be there. Where? I'm blind. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
I love that that's the one it is. That's
Okay,
too
so
funny.
I mean, that's an interesting. What's going on in that picture? You're like pointing at something?
I guess I posed like that for the photo, so that's my photo. I didn't even remember I posed like that, but either way, kind of fun.
I should have one where I'm like, just like that.
I posted, honestly, what I did when Mark Anthony took the photos is I just like moved around until I got to leave, and then I just hoped for the best. So that's kind of how I take photos. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any more news happening right now for you guys. We talked about Sarepta with that 36% workforce layoff, which, yes, that is crazy. That is pretty wild. I put SEPT instead of SRPT. Nice. Also, thank you to Kryptonian Noland saying protect the First Lady of Twitter TV at all costs. I don't know about that. I don't know, but I do appreciate the kind words. Yeah, good times there. Guys, let us know what tickers you want to look at. I will pull it out. RGTI says Bobby Axelrod. RGTI had quite Oh, I like the little ding, ding, ding. Our GTI had quite the breakout today. I know Joe talked about this one and his catalyst a little bit on the midday. Basically, the company apparently unveiling the largest multi-chip quantum computer, which cuts the 2-qubit gate error rate by half. Apparently, they're also planning a 100-plus qubit launch. So with quantum, I would say maybe look into it, make sure that you know what is being talked about and what is being discussed. They're also, these stocks are like insanely volatile, so that's something worth being careful of as well. We know the short float is huge, but there's also a lot of more high-profile people who are either short or they're advocating for shorts. So I think that's something to be aware of. SBET, says Tyler Smith. I mean, yeah, I think everyone's discussed SBET today except for maybe me, but good look here for SBET. This is actually in a nice little grindy uptrend all day, to borrow a bit of an Obiism there with a grindy uptrend. But let's take a look here at the daily. Oh my God, this daily chart gives me a headache. So yeah, it's a little hard to talk about the daily. I would say from when we based out here in July, I think we're trying to push higher. Let's see what happens. I think we've already filled the gap, so that's nice. We filled the gap literally as of today with a new gap. So gap on gap violence. I don't know what to say here, but yeah, I mean, let's see if we can continue that $50 level. If I were to be really boring, A, because that's what we rejected previously. B, it's a $50 level. I think that could be the next level to watch.
One thing, it's generally going with ETH, but not perfectly.
No.
Because it's so, and these any of these like treasury type plays, we've all seen it with MSTR. There are going to be moments where you have some hedge plays getting done, like people going short MSTR long Bitcoin or whatever. So you're going to probably see some of that start to materialize. So they won't always go one-to-one. But in a general sense, if you were just using ETH as your futures for SBET or for Circle, you weren't doing too bad in terms of getting bigger percentage moves out of a structured long. It did break down at the end of the day. And because things are so extreme with this stock after the announcement, I would just be very, very cautious of any heavy down candles in ETH or in crypto in general, because this could fall apart a heck of a lot faster than you will see in ETH in particular. So just be very careful. When the bid gets lost on this, you might see, I don't know, VWAP starts holding on a big dip after it was breaking on ETH, but SBET just continues going down. Well, that's because it's much more likely to have the bid fall away faster and have less market making done on it for a lot of good reasons in this. Again, be very, very careful. I see Joseph Schmo saying ETH versus Solana will be the new Bloods versus Crips. You know what's weird? I've heard that one before.
Really?
Yeah, you know what, Joe? It might have been from you in the chat, but I have heard that one before. And who's going to win that battle? Right now, they're both looking very good. That's, again, just keep in mind where stocks have come from and the profile of the stock when you're making trades. Because I think it's very different to look at something like, I'll pull up HTHA here because it does the best volume. Look at something like this. You want to join the party. You realize, well, if we get back into the highs on ETH, SBET could go all the way to the top. I mean, it's possible it could squeeze up there, but at that point, it wouldn't be any kind of a one-to-one move. It's not going to trade in that range the same way. So just be careful with it. I do want to go over, I was going to say something about Rigetti, but then I forgot we didn't talk much about Archer Aviation either. Just going over like some things that could be opportunities for tomorrow that at only 7% up, when there's so many other small caps that went double digits, there was a host of them today, just went under the radar. And it's Tyler Smith in the chat bringing it up. Hey, it's got an 18% short float of its own. We all know that drones, eVTOLs, they're in the play right now. There is a bit of a head and shoulders action going on here around the 1250 level. That said, for a short-term day trade tomorrow, this one can break out through 1250. There's room to that high. So you're not, I wouldn't put this firmly in the don't take a breakout into overhead resistance, because there's a good 10% range to that high, which is better than what it did today. And the nature of how it moved today was gorgeous. I love the things that sold off on all the chaos that we had in the morning, but then broke out in the afternoon. It's one thing if you sold off during all the Powell fired talk and then just got back to the high and then resisted that high, so you stayed inside of a channel. But the things that rinsed, that were already running, so already in an upward trend, rinsed the bottom, so got some people out that might have been holding on longer term longs, maybe got some shorts, then broke it out, so maybe trapped some more shorts, and then continue to go higher. Those are the names I'm going to like a little bit more tomorrow. That's why I like ETH. That's why I'll be looking at Circle. Maybe Circle's gone too far. We'll see how the vote goes. But Archer should be on your radar as well. Oh, here we go. And Nimrod, I'll just ask Sharif the proper way to say it. Appreciate it there. He just got it this week. Sounds like it's written, but for some reason North Americans pronounce O as AU. You're right. There's a couple of other names I did want to get to, everybody, that I feel like this one got lost in the sauce at the close. AMD went crazy. There was a lot happening. Tesla got lost a little bit. And what I want to go over with Tesla is we're talking about opportunities, maybe not just for today, but for all of the, if you're at Real Trading or anyone that has access to the overnight markets in Blue Ocean, remember that crypto bill gets voted up. It's a 24-hour market, and you're going to be able to trade some of the related names on Blue Ocean. Tesla's something you can usually trade on Blue Ocean. I don't know what's going to get it to move in the aftermarket. What I can tell you is we've gotten our close above the 320 level. It's happened. The selling the last two sessions that has been winning the day at about the 320, and every time it would break out, reversal, reversal. Today we close out there above it. That just means for me, Tesla, I think we're going to be looking long tomorrow. Now you've consolidated and you're chewing through that selling at the 50 and 200 period. Next stop is a potential breakout, and look at the room that it has to go if we get this break on Tesla. You break away from here, your first stop is 330. Your next stop is nothing till 350. So Tesla, under the radar type play because everyone was looking at crypto, everyone was looking at AMD, and oh boy, Adara says, we've got some Trump news.
Weirdly, right before Pepsi earnings, we get Trump making a True Social post about Coke. And I'm just going to read it, as I do with these True Social posts. I have been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real, all caps, cane sugar in Coke in the United States, and they have agreed to do so. I'd like to thank all of those in authority at Coca-Cola. This will be a very good move by them. You'll see. It's just better! Exclamation point. Weird post, but you know, better. Here's Coca-Cola actually pseudo in a flat bottom break-esque scenario here, $69, lower high, lower high, lower high. Pepsi earnings tomorrow. We're going to talk about tomorrow's trade today. I think can look at some of these earnings tomorrow. Pepsi actually looks like it's consolidating to maybe break higher. That 137 breakout level could be of interest. I'm going to quickly, if you don't mind, I'm just going to run through some of these names reporting tomorrow so we can look at them. TSM is at all-time highs. I think if there's like a pullback, we have some obvious previous resistance at 227, but that would be like a $10 pullback. We have to wait and see what happens there. Also, I just saw some news on Amazon. Apparently, the company has defeated a proposed class action suit by Prime Video subscribers over the introduction of commercials. That's weird. People would sue over that anyway. So not that shocking, I guess, that it sorted out okay for them. Let's take a look at Netflix, because Netflix is another one.
That's a biggie. Reporting
tomorrow. Netflix cannot get back above that 1275 area. I think there's, if we break this 1230 low that we put it on Friday, and yes, I remember that without looking, eidetic memory. If we break below that area, that maybe could be of interest. I mean, this is the type of stock that I watch for intraday trading, and I know not everybody does. There are, a couple more that I want to go over. If you don't mind, I'm just going to do rapid fire here.
Go for it.
ASML broke out of the daily uptrend today after earnings. Let's wait and see what happens, but I think it could be of note. That is for sure. Also, we have some comments coming out here. I'm unsure who's saying this, but people just talking about the illegal crisis and market volatility if we actually get Trump's firing Powell. Again, we kind of know this. I can't really see who wrote this out either. I'm just seeing it come through. So yeah, ASML, I think that break of that uptrend is certainly of significance. We'll go over GE as well. They report tomorrow morning. And oh my gosh, GE. Uptrend, uptrend, uptrend. I'm going to say the same thing I said about TSM. We come back to like previous resistance. I think it's of interest, and I would argue previous resistance is going to be a lot easier to go back to GE than TSM. Just from a dollar perspective, but also the setups of the charts.
The only thing better than GE is GEV.
I know you would pick GEV as one of your picks for Jimmy Carter, yeah.
I'm just saying. They're both good. Don't get me wrong. And if you owned GE a few years ago, then you got GEV by proxy, because when they split it into three things, although I immediately sold GE Healthcare, I wonder what that's doing now. Do I regret that? Whoops. Where is GE Healthcare? That's right. Isn't it GH, not GHC?
GEHC.
GHC. Why did I think it was only GH? So I feel pretty good about that one, because that's not really doing much. So the right ones to hold and keep are GE and GEV. Go get them. And I'm going to throw this out there because, as you mentioned it, regardless of what your politics are, cane syrup is just better. It's just better. And I put it in the chat. Caveat, this is coming from a person. My grandfather picked sugarcane in Antigua for a living. And if you've ever been down on the islands, you get some sugarcane, you just suck on it, it's great. It's just more natural. I won't have it, like, if I'm making a mojito, I want cane syrup in it. It's better for you to have natural instead of fructose. It's just good for it's better for your health, and I think it tastes better as well. That being said, is it going to move the needle that much? I don't know. Is it the most important issue in the world? I don't know that that's true, but I think it's better for everyone's health, and it's better for taste. So I'm just going to throw that out there. But let's go back over to the market. There is one other thing I wanted to make sure we covered here with about 3 minutes to go. When you look at some of the strength, we talked some about the biotech names that were going up, but what we didn't really mention outside of showing you that SMR was going was look at the move. We had URA breaking out today. Like URA up a couple of points, literally breaking out on the daily chart. And there's another leg coming up. The numbers that are getting thrown out in terms of the size of the deals that are getting signed, and whether it's a nat gas company that signs a deal for these big data centers and you're not actually seeing any fall through yet for the nuclear names, the truth of the matter is, if you have the potential to power the future of AI, then you're going to get a bit of a bump. And we saw this, we're seeing this with SMR, which we're thinking about what to look for tomorrow, up 8.5% today. It's breaking out on the daily chart. And it's NNE as well, nano nuclear. It's on the verge of a breakout, so maybe a secondary play that's getting a little bit of catch up. This should be on our watch tomorrow because uranium's been fantastic. Lee Yi in the chat saying they've been in uranium since last August. Congratulations. My play was through, look, I just mentioned GEV for an energy play. That was my Jimmy Carter pick, and I own SMR. Those are the ones that I like, but go get them because they're all looking absolutely fantastic. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint, says you had me at mojito. It's just a great summer drink.
It is literally one of my favorites.
But it's not the same unless you use cane syrup. When I go out, I even ask, I'm one of those, I'm not that guy, but I'm like, you're using cane syrup just to be sure because I don't like it when you don't. If you're at a legitimate bar, I feel like you should be. That's neither here nor there. It's kind of like when someone asks me, like if I tell someone that I want like an old fashioned or a Manhattan or something like that, and I want bourbon. I want bourbon in it, and it's like a lot of times, especially in Canada, they'll use rye without asking if you really want it with bourbon.
Canadian,
because it's a Canadian thing, and I'm like, you do realize that you should be putting bourbon in that. And anyways, that's just neither here nor there. You shouldn't make assumptions just because we're in Canada. Not everyone in Canada prefers rye, okay? I know it's very un-Canadian of me to say that, but the truth is the truth no matter what we think. 2 minutes to go here, everybody. I know, Travel with Rob likes a Negroni. Those are tasty as well. Only a couple minutes before we get out of here. Just wanted to recap a couple of things because if we look at the earnings names, the price action hasn't really changed. Like Alcoa spiked, came right back in. If it was doing more, we'd talk about it. Certainly more. UAL, which I would suspect the fact that it's holding, despite a bit of a disappointing tape, it's holding up because that level on the daily, the prior high held supported at about 85, 86 bucks. So good sign. You're still in the consolidation. Even though the move was down on the UAL earnings, you're still getting a good consolidation hold. Kinder Morgan, let's be real. You own this for the dividend if you own it at all. It doesn't move, and it didn't move. So, I mean, all systems the same for KMI there. I don't think that's going to be something that we're going to be trading too heavily as day traders. But we will be paying attention and very close attention to any developments that come overnight with regards to this crypto bill. If they get the vote done, will it come up or down? Regardless, you're going to be watching those stocks here, I promise you. And
MP
Materials News?
stock offering. Yeah, they just announced a $500 million public offering of common stock, which is funny because that's the exact amount of their Apple deal, LOL. I'm sorry to say LOL out loud, but there's, to quote Kendrick Lamar, poetic justice. Yeah, this thing here, $500 deal, sorry, $500 million deal, $500 million stock offering. Obi, I'm going to say it, oh boy.
Oh, yeah, you can say LOL out loud. We need a, there it is. Oh, we're going all over the place. I don't even know where we're headed. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. Remember, one thing about MP, they're the only U.S. source, but they're still taking it out of the ground, per se, and sending it somewhere else because they just don't, like, they don't have the facilities here yet. And that's one of the reasons they need to raise cash. That's why it's good for them that they got the DoD deal and the commitment from Apple, but they still need to raise money. And when the stock goes up almost double, you can expect that they're going to do the proper thing and the smart and constructive thing, and you take advantage of that to raise some capital. I think long-term it's good. It sucks now. I think hopefully, I'm looking for a dip buy opportunity myself, selfishly, so maybe this gives us an opportunity for that stock to come back in. But you know what time it is, everybody? To look at a really cool, what is that? The winner of the day was Rigetti over AMD. You know why it's the winner of the day? Because Circle was. How was Circle not beating? Circle's number 6. How did Circle lose to Rigetti? Okay, fair. Okay,
I have a theory as to why Circle lost some of these.
Really?
Because people, yeah, here's my actual theory. So these are based on people in the chat, right, Fabian? So Circle's a more expensive ticker.
Oh,
and so
yeah.
a lot of these, like Tesla does have a cheaper,
yeah.
it has TSLL, whatever, right? AMD has AMDL. A lot of these, either they have cheaper ways you can trade them, or Rigetti, Open Door, and Unity are all cheaper. That's my theory anyway. I don't want to get too cray-cray, but that, I think if Circle had, like, once Circle has like a CRLL or whatever way you can trade it, I think probably that makes sense to me, actually.
That's fair enough, and I'll accept that. Someone in the chat just said it's because people that trade Circle don't use the $ when they do the vote. So I'm going to go with that one. Next time, make sure you use the $ when we do that vote, because we want to make sure that it's reflective of the stocks that you want us to get to the most. I know Open is probably the one that we didn't talk about enough on that group, but it is time for a little roll call action, everybody. So first things first. If you want to be part of the roll call, then jump in the chat right now. Do that by hitting the subscribe. If you have not, it's a subs-only chat. And then give a big shout out to Obi filling in for Sean all week. Give a shout out to Sean on his vacation in B-Town. To both Andre and Fabian for making us sound good. And by the way, Ramin is dropping absolute hot fire on our socials.
Yeah.
Shout out to that, the Midday Boys. Killing it. We've got Professor Sharif and we've got Joey Options. And of course, we can't do anything without Adara making sure we have all the news live. Get in there and get a little bit of unity. Not
Salt
unity.
Bay it.
No, unity.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's go with the roll call. I had to drop one last unity.
Yeah, I'll just start here with stress relief 9X. I don't have any news in military contracts. As I said earlier, I'm sorry, I really don't have anything. I checked RTX and LMT, and I apologize for that. Pelican, Michael DCA, Apple Money, MK, Mark L, Yorkie, Dinkelberg, Brown Lightning. We have James Dell, Glass Half Full, Niente. We've got Canadian Nemesis. I like that one. Troy Baker, Neil Roberts in the chat. TH going west soon. Denise, Many, the Tranquil Channel, Ryan O'Day, DD. 215 sugar-free, Mr. Henry L. Jai Singh, Mr. Tendies, Ian Rispetto, Tyler Smith, Glass Half Full. We've got Pelican, we've got Havana, Woody, Susie Fox, Derek Thompson, Big Milkshake Trading, Front Porch Trader, Tyler Smith, Hajit Premac, Get It Adara, says Neil. And speaking of that, I have to thank Sharif, I have to thank Joe, I have to thank Neil, Sean, Obi. Thank you, Obi, for killing it this week. We have also Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan, and everyone in this chat. Oh, thank you. Vader Trader saying that they made a ton of money on SRPT. Thank you. Thanks to Trader TV. So shout out to you, Vader Trader. May the force be with all of you. And we'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Well done, Vader Trader. It's going to be a while when we got earnings to talk about. We'll have the crypto bill, which hopefully gets voted up. If you own crypto, you want it to get passed. But we'll see all about that and more bright and early, 8:30. We're Trader TV Live. This has been your market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. We'll see you tomorrow.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.